309 players, 206 men and 103 women are here for the 2023 FIDE World Cup. It's the premier knockout tournament in over-the-board chess. All of these players have one goal: to become a candidate for the World Championship. Only 3 players in each tournament will earn this distinction. The winners will also earn a combined 160 grand in US dollars. Not bad. Both of the reigning World Cup winners are back to try and repeat as champion, a feat no one has ever achieved in this grueling tournament. They are Jan Krzysztof Duda and Alexandra Kosteniuk, the victors in 2021.
Alexandra Kosteniuk crushing everybody. She is your deserved champion.
And Jan Krzysztof Duda wins the 2021 FIDE World Cup. What a performance.
The top seeds in 2023 are Magnus and Zhu Wenjun. Neither of them have won a World Cup before. Yes, even Magnus has yet to make it past the semis. It's that tough of a tournament. Still, Carlsen is the favorite in pretty much any tournament he plays. But don't sleep on the rest of this field. Hikaru Nakamura, Fabiano Caruana, Jan Nepomniachtchi. They are all here to try and win their first World Cup. For its part, the women's field boasts 5 world champions. In addition to Zhu Wenjun and Kosteniuk, that list includes Tan Zhongyi, Maria Muzichuk, and Anna Ushenina. Will one of them take the next step in a return to the throne? In a knockout like this, it is truly anyone's game. Who will come out on top? Who else will qualify for the candidates? What upsets are in store? This is the 2023 FIDE World Cup.
A total of 117 players have been knocked out, and while they get ready to leave Baku, top 50 seeds in the FIDE World Cup and the top 25 seeds of the FIDE Women World Cup will enter the arena to fight in the biggest single elimination knockout extravaganza of the chess world. This is round 1 of match 2. We welcome you to our coverage as the playing hall is buzzing with players getting ready to play. It's going to be a big day of chess, and it's a big day of commentary as I am reunited with my co-commentator in crime. It is the legendary, the one and only, a former World Championship challenger, Grandmaster Peter Lecco. Peter, welcome. It's been a while. How are you?
Yeah, hello Tanya, hello everyone. Thank you very much for the very kind welcome. Super excited to be back and very happy to be hosting this show with you now. It's a stellar event. I mean, I'm so excited to see how the players will handle their nerves. I mean, so much at stake. Well, let's get it started.
Can't wait to get the game started, Peter. It's going to be an exciting day of chess, and especially as the big guns are coming out today for match 2, the top seeds in both the women and the FIDE World Cup. Let's take a look at world number 1, Magnus Carlsen. He will be back to try and win the one title that continues to escape him. He hasn't yet asserted his domination in the FIDE World Cup, and we see that his bracket, his road ahead. And Peter, it's not an easy one. With every match and this unique format, it's hard to call a big favorite here.
Absolutely, the whole system is very unpredictable. That's the reason also why Magnus haven't won it yet. And well, you have to go step by step, one opponent at a time. Never look forward who is waiting for you later on, because you can be knocked out any given second against anyone here.
Absolutely. And the one opponent that Magnus probably does want to face, his biggest current rival, is world number 2, Hikaru Nakamura. These two have an amazing history and amazing fights with them. They can, in fact, potentially play in the FIDE World Cup, but it can only happen in the final match. A big, long road ahead before that. And we see Hikaru will also be entering the arena today, and he starts his campaign. First match for him is against the Indian Grandmaster, Karthikeya Venkataraman. He's got a big road ahead of him, playing some of the biggest prodigies in the field, including Yakuboev, a potential matchup against Yakuboev, and a potential matchup against Pragnananda. The finals are a far way off. Hikaru's always said that he's streamer first, but the guy continues to win every tournament, asserting his domination not only in online chess, but also over-the-board classical events. How important is this title for Hikaru, Peter?
I think it's extremely important. I mean, really, what you have been mentioning, that Hikaru has been playing brilliant chess. I mean, in a over-the-board classical, because we have all known what he's capable of online. But I mean, now he's world number 2. He played a fantastic candidates tournament last year. In order to qualify for the candidates, he had to play a wonderful Grand Prix series. And now with Stavanger, winning the Stavanger tournament, I mean, he's really hot. However, in order to perform well, he has to forget about everything. He has to forget about Magnus, because this is very far away, very far ahead. Of course, they are dreaming of playing against each other, but they should forget about each other for the next couple of weeks and just focus on what they do best, play great chess.
It's going to be one match at a time. And the one player who's been having a dream run, we saw her on our screen, the current FIDE women world champion, Zhu Wenjun, who just defended her title last month against Lei Tingzhe with a fantastic victory in that match. She starts as well today. And we see a happy, smiling Zhu Wenjun ready to go. She is the world number 1, the top seed. A big matchup coming up where she will start with the white pieces. And Peter, there is the man that we've been talking about, Hikaru Nakamura, on our screen. And I know, as you said, one match at a time, the final's too far ahead. But you know what? I'm going to address the elephant in the room and ask you straight up, what are the chances of getting a Magnus versus Hikaru final in this one?
Oh, I mean, I don't know. I mean, I mentioned it's very unpredictable. I have played a couple of World Cups myself. I've been knocked out extremely quickly. I think one of the biggest challenges in this World Cup is the format. Yeah, that you have to play 2 classical games. So your mindset is kind of, let's try to play objective, correct, best chess. And then if it gets to tie breaks, you have to play the rapid section, which is also a different time control. It's not the 10 minutes or 15 minutes rapid. It's the 25 minutes, which is a much slower rapid format. And once you, for example, tie there, then you get down to the 10 minutes games. And then also if those games are drawn or 1-1 result in an equality, then it gets to the blitz playoff, which starts with 5+3 seconds. That's also completely different animal than the one that players are most used to, blitzing 3+2. So there are so many obstacles, and that's exactly the reason why I feel like just focus on your game, try to make the best move in the very next moment, and that's the way forward.
And of course, the World Cup, the big prize, the big enchilada for the players is to make it to the candidates. It will be the top 3 players, the top 3 finishers at the World Cup who will get their spot into the candidates to fight for that World Championship crown. And we see their world number 3 on our screen, Fabiano Caruana, another heavy hitter, a big favorite in this one, a big path for him to try and make it. And earlier on, we saw world number 1, Magnus Carlsen, on our screen, looking quite fresh, a fresh haircut. He definitely means business in this one. Peter, it's been quite fascinating to see that how Magnus has won every single event there is to be won in the chess world, except the World Cup. In 2021, he was knocked out in the semifinals, and there he is on our screen. And what is it that makes this event so unique and so different from the rest that it still eludes Magnus Carlsen?
Well, it's also very special because everybody is given a chance to play in this event, who qualified. We see hundreds of players, all of them very motivated, very much eager to show their strengths. This is their platform to show who they are. And this gives them a lot of strengths. They have nothing to lose. They can only win. And if we consider, for example, Magnus, then it's exactly the opposite. Everybody expects, if Magnus plays the World Cup, he should win it. But this is not an easy task. And there are also a lot of new elements in Magnus's situation since he has given up the title. So it's interesting that will it help him to perform better, or how he will handle this situation?
How will he handle the situation? And is it about getting into the candidates for him, or is it about winning the one title that he's yet to win? And we see the first moves, the inaugural moves are being played, and Levan Pantelaya immediately puts that knight back, probably not expecting that opening. Fabiano Caruana there in the background, also keeping his eyes open. Levan in round 1 against Harsha. It was a troublesome start for him. He managed to take that match in the tie breaks and eventually plays Magnus. And there we see the top board of the Women FIDE World Cup, and the d4 on the board by our chief guest. And Ju Wenjun, will she put that right back? Probably put that back, but 1d4 will not be surprising from Wenjun.
Yes, 1d4 will be played for sure, and I also believe that Pantzulaia will go for knight f3 because I recall him being a very strategical player, going knight f3, g3, reti kind of systems. So I don't think that they are trying to fool their opponents. It's a very honest first move.
And we're off as the clocks are on. And in fact, Levan does start with a knight to f3 against Magnus Carlsen. The opening moves are on. Peter, knight f3, knight f6 on the board. What are we expecting, and how important is it in these kind of mini match situations to get your prep in?
Well, definitely it's very nice, but usually the players are very unpredictable already. Yeah, everybody is very universal. You don't really see too many players who are just always sticking to their one and only weapon. Maybe Pantsula is one of them, yeah, and we're gonna see the move c4, I believe. Is it c4? I think it should be c4.
It is c4 on the board. We can see it on our live board, and there it is, an English opening. But very often when white takes out the knight first, it takes away certain options from black to develop ahead with that king's pawn moving 2 steps forward. Peter, we've been seeing all these big players on our screens. There's Jan Nepomniachtchi, Fabiano Caruana, Magnus Carlsen, Hikaru Nakamura. How surprised are you at the absence of Alireza Firouzja in this FIDE World Cup?
Honestly, I'm shocked. I mean, why on earth would you not play in the shoes of Alireza? Yeah, he's a brilliant player. He's young, full of energy. I think, if someone could say that this format suits him perfectly, that would be him. And he's not there. And another name that comes to mind is Richard Laporte. I mean, I'm I'm completely puzzled by this, but they definitely have their reasonings, I guess.
They're going to have a big reason to miss such a spectacle and such a stage in the chess world. We see the notable players who are playing in the FIDE World Cup, and Vishy Anand is currently in Baku. He's commentating. It's, of course, an event that everyone enjoys. Almost a month of incredible level chess, cutthroat matches every day. As long as you're in the World Cup, you have a chance to win it. And that is what makes it so unique. Every other kind of format, a round-robin event or different kind of Swiss tournaments, Peter, you often, if you end up losing in the first few rounds, your chances of winning the event are very low. But in the FIDE World Cup, as long as you are in the race, you can actually go all the way and win the whole thing.
Yeah, that's absolutely true. I'm also wondering that this kind of new situation that players get the bye, yeah, so the top players got the bye in the first round. It's on one hand very nice that they can relax, they can acclimatize and get ready for the event. On the other hand, the players who succeeded in the first round, they're already very much into the fighting. And I'm not sure that, this is such a big advantage joining right from the second round. Because those 1-2 games, the first 1-2 games are always a little bit difficult. We know that Magnus is also famous for being a little bit of a slow starter. Well, he cannot afford himself to start slow in this event.
We do see them take their time opening moves, and it's a good strategy to just get into the flow of games, flow of moves. As you're mentioning, for the top seeds, it is their first match, and it's sort of a double-edged sword. While the others have been in the flow of games, have found their rhythm, sure, heavy guns, big guns coming out, but you're still sort of finding your rhythm. And we see Magnus take this opening approach that isn't super theoretical. He's going for a double fianchetto. What's your opinion and take on this line by Magnus?
Well, it's kind of very logical because he knows that his opponent, his opponent also wants to fianchetto his bishop with bishop g2. He goes bishop b7. Now I'm wondering, would it be wise or clever from white side to go b2, b3 in order to be able to meet bishop g7 with bishop b2? And let's just show these two moves like b3 and then bishop b2, and then both sides have fianchettoed their bishops. And white has an extra move c4, which means it's a super safe position. Or will Pantsulaia try to be more aggressive? Yeah, in order to try to get more aggressive, then he would have to try to push the pawn to d4, and then maybe eventually try to close down that bishop on b7 with a quick d4, d5, but that's a very risky strategy. I'm expecting him to go for something more solid.
And for Magnus Carlsen, his last classical event was Norway chess. And it was a disappointing one for him in terms of his classical performance. If I'm not wrong, he did not actually win a match in the classical. It always went into the Armageddon and then he won his matches. So he's also kind of looking at establishing his domination one more time in the classical OTB formats, which have been a bit challenging for him, including not winning the Tata Steel this year, not winning the Norway chess this year, tournaments that he's won multiple times in the past. Is that something that's on his mind?
Well, I mean, usually I have the feeling that if you are not successful in your last tournament, it makes you even more ready for the World Cup. Yeah, because if you kind of have you just come from a big win, then you might automatically relax a bit, and that's exactly the biggest danger that you can do in a World Cup, to relax. No, you have to be alert right from the start, and I think Magnus is in the right mindset. Now the big question is that playing the first game with the black pieces against Pantsulaia, is that good or bad? I think that he would have preferred to have the white pieces just to get his dominance going immediately. Now we see that white is building up a very safe, stable position. He actually opted for d4. I'm liking this move because it also shows that Pantsulaia knows that, yes, it's Magnus, but I'm not afraid. I want to play principal chess. I want to occupy the center. And please show me how you want to approach this game. And he opts for the move rook f1 to e1. It's a little bit slow move, but it's a very flexible move. White tries to hint at eventual e to e4 at some point. Of course, for the moment, the bishop on b7 and the knight on f6 are covering the e4 square. It's all about the e4 square at the moment. But white is getting ready to eventually, if white could get knight c3 and e4 in, that would be fantastic. So clearly Magnus is fighting for the e4 square. He will never let that happen.
Two moves if white can have. You're doing really well controlling the entire center, but black's got plans of his own. Once the knight comes in, black can also look at striking in the center, but also the move of jumping with his own knight to the center, controlling that e4 square that you've been pointing out. It's not going to be easy for Levon to get everything that he wants, get those pawns moving. But the one thing he has to make sure is to not let it get into his head that he is playing against the world number one. He is playing against Magnus. And as you mentioned, to just play the position. And Peter, as this opening develops, let's take a look at some of our other big boards. It's world number 2, Hikaru Nakamura, playing against Karthik Venkataraman, the Indian youngster, the Indian grandmaster, who had quite a smooth victory in round 1. One of the players who did not need tie breaks. He beat grandmaster Gregory Kaidanov. And there we see we've got the players on our screen. And this one, it's a very different opening. Peter, should we take it from the top? A king's pawn start.
Yes. So Hikaru plays with the white pieces. He opted for e4, e5. We see the Spanish. And b5, bishop b3, bishop c5. Okay, this is a very big moment. It's a very important moment because look at the clock situation. It means that it probably came as a surprise to Hikaru. He did spend quite a lot of time. It's not something that Hikaru does very often. And he played the slightly timid d3. I mean, the idea of going d3 in this position is just to avoid any kind of preparation. I mean, forget about advantage. I don't want to fight for advantage. I want to play a chess game. However, this also solves all of black's problems immediately. So black shouldn't be thinking about solving his problems anymore. The problems are solved automatically after d3. Now, all you need to do is to play a good game. d3, d6 on the board, and c3 played. A very rich middle game with lot of ideas, different plans. White can go rook e1, knight bd2, knight f1, knight g3. That's a very typical idea in these positions. There are also some aggressive ideas of going bishop g5. I don't think that Hikaru gonna go for bishop g5. If he already played slow with d3, I don't think that he wants to go for very sharp battle with bishop g5, just a very slow middle game.
And in these positions, if white does rush with bishop g5, it allows black the option to actually expand on the king side with moves like h6, g5, not having committed his own king to the king side, which of course leads to very complicated middle games. I was watching Karthik Venkataraman's interview and he mentioned that he's really looking forward to playing Hikaru Nakamura in round 2. It's something that is a bit of a dream for all these Indian youngsters to be able to fight against their idols in some ways. And we're also seeing the players walk around. Magnus there had a peek on Hikaru's board. We saw Yanna Pomnashi come and have a peek at Hikaru's board. And it turns out after that last move by Hikaru, it's Venkataraman who goes into a bit of a think, which can be a little worrying, especially when you're playing a player like Hikaru. You want to at least feel that you're familiar in the opening for as long as possible. Peter, do you think that Karthik is already out of his preparation here?
Well, it could be. I mean, he definitely, if he goes for a bishop c5 Spanish, he knows the ideas, he knows the spirit. Right now, the question what he's faced with is, should I play the move h6, stopping any kind of bishop? Yeah, it's perfectly understandable. I mean, with white, you never know you want to go bishop g5, but with black, you are also worried that should I give this chance, or since white has anyway committed the move d2, d3, which is a slow move, this definitely gives black all the time in the world to play the move h7, h6, making sure that we won't be seeing any bishop g5s. And then black usually wants to castle, put the bishop back to b6. It's very important to put that bishop back to b6. We will see the reason why, because black wants to transfer the knight via e7 to g6. And if the knight would be on e7, when the bishop is on c5, then white would break the center with a very timely d3, d4, hitting the bishop and putting pressure on the e5 pawn, and that's exactly what black should avoid. So at this moment in time, I'm believing that usually white would play the move rook e1, black could play something like castles, white plays knight bd2, black plays bishop b6, white plays knight f1, black plays knight e7, white plays knight g3, and black plays knight g6. Those would be the absolute standard moves. And then the question is that would white eventually at some point include the move a to a4 or not? That's the big question. So I'm very interested to see how this game will work out.
Hikaru's still not on his chair right now, and Venkataraman there delaying his castle first stops white's development with the bishop. Peter, you've been mentioning the move with the rook. There are often these other ideas that white has in these positions to actually strike in the center immediately with d4, and the other strike on the queen side with the a pawn moving ahead, a4, trying to create some weaknesses on the queen side. So with these breaks in mind, or the slow approach that you pointed out of taking out the pieces, developing the pieces first, is going to kind of determine the shape the middle game takes, how dynamic the position gets. And I love our featured chat there. Hikaru after the confessional booth, just like in Norway. We did see him take on the streamer mode and it worked to perfection there. Well, who knows what's going on, but he is indeed back. And we'll see what he decides, whether he decides to break and try and target black's pawn structure, either in the center or the queen side, or a developing move with the rook moving to the central E line.
Yeah, it's a very important moment because it's kind of interesting also to include the move a4 exactly for the fact that black has to react. Black has to show his cards that how you're going to react. Do you put the bishop on b7, which is not ideal if white has put the pawn to d3, which means that probably black would react with the move rook b8. And then one could argue that, okay, if we can include the moves a4 and rook b8, then why shouldn't we do that? Yeah, for example, after ab5, we have the rook already on the open file. And then we're going to do our play, what we anyway want with all this rook e1, knight bd2. But at the same time, it also simplifies a bit the position. So it's always a big question. And I don't think that there is anything like this is better or worse than the other. It's a matter of style, also a matter of mood, how you feel over the board. And Hikaru goes for knight bd2, for the classical simple knight bd2.
So keeping it flexible, of course, these pawn breaks are always in the air, something that black needs to watch out for. But he continues to first develop his pieces. Peter, Hikaru has been the man to beat in recent times. He's climbed up his world ranking. He's back to world number 2. He's been dominating always in online chess, but now even in the over-the-board classical, his win at Norway Chess, but even going back in time to the Grand Prix last year, as well as his run at the candidates, almost winning the candidates there. And then eventually Norway Chess this year, a big win by Hikaru. How has it been seeing this massive performance and this resurgence of Hikaru, also keeping in mind him being the top, one of the best streamers in the world?
Well, I think actually it's connected and it helps him. I feel like he also mentioned in an interview that he feels much less pressure now. Yeah, because being a top professional, I mean, when you invest all your time and all your life to be as successful as possible, then there is tremendous pressure. But now that he feels that he has a very happy life, I think he's already not just enjoying playing chess, and by enjoying it, he's performing his best, and this is what we are seeing. This is really an incredible, dangerous Nakamura, and his result speaks for itself. I mean, it's really incredible what he has achieved. I also believe that there was a moment during the pandemic when he was a heavy streamer, and okay, everybody thought like, yes, okay, Hikaru is only streaming now, and then he went to St. Louis to play the Singfield Cup, and he went on to, it was a rapid blitz event at that point, and he went on to play undefeated event. I mean, he played 27 games, I believe I think it was 27 games undefeated in that field, just coming out as a streamer over the board, and he said, okay, this is not my holidays or whatsoever. At that moment, I felt like, we're going to be hearing Hikaru Nakamura's name again on the top of the list.
And we do, as he's back to being a world number 2. And we see Karthik Venkatraman with his last move does decide to go for Kingside Castle. And as mentioned by Hawaii Pan Pizza, that indeed he is the current reigning Indian national champion. He did win it convincingly. And Peter, the idea that you were mentioning is on the board by Hikaru. He does develop the rook, freeing up that f1 square for the knight to reroute it all the way to the king side. As once again, this is going to be a strategic battle, but sure to blow up once the pawns start moving either in the center or the queen side. It's a good moment to move on to our other big board. Another heavy favorite of the FIDE World Cup, Fabiano Caruana, taking on the Georgian Grandmaster Mikhail Mekhtashvili. Let's see if we can get that board on our screen. And wow, I'm trying to understand how we got here, this position that we do have. Fabi playing with the black pieces. Peter, time to take it from the top?
Absolutely, because I'm also playing a guessing game in my mind that how did we reach this position? I don't know exactly, so I'm very excited. It's d4, knight f6, bishop f4, so the London system. d5, knight f3, e6, e3, c5, knight bd2, knight c6, okay, c3, c takes d4. Fabiano released the tension immediately with cd4. This is not something people do very often. Yes, but it's connected with cdd and knight h5. Yeah, you hit that bishop from the diagonal. The bishop retreats to e3. Now you have a chance to develop your bishop to the right diagonal to d6. However, now white has this nice little move knight e5, using the fact that the knight on h5 is attacked by the queen. This is super important tempo for white. And the move knight f6 played, and this is the current position.
And white's the one who's gone into a bit of a think here, because black has a direct threat now. Now that the knight is defended, you are attacking that e5 knight twice, so threatening to win a pawn in the position. So white really doesn't have the option to make a normal developing move like bishop e2 or bishop d3, but needs to take a call. And I'm not super familiar with this. Usually we see the London being played a lot in online chess, in fast chess, in speed chess. In top levels over the board, not as much. How surprised are you with this approach against Fabi? And how should Mikhail in this position react to the threat in the center?
Well, I'm not an expert on this position, but I mean, I feel like, if you have already played like this, then f2, f4 would be a very principled move. Just try to establish that knight on e5. If you get a chance to develop the bishop to d3 then, and you can hope for a very strong kingside attack eventually if black castle's short. However, looking at the clock situation and seeing that Fabi has blitzed all these moves out, I believe that he knows exactly that he has some kind of a good reaction. I don't know exactly what. Is it, for example, after the move f4, something like knight e4, that is it important to jump immediately or it's not important? It's so hard to judge unless you are really familiar with the position.
And unless you're really familiar with the position, you always do a double take on a move like f4 because it's so committal as well with white. You want to take that control of that e5 knight, but once pawns move forward, they can't move backwards and you leave your own set of weaknesses. The other way that perhaps white can think about safeguarding that knight on e5 is further developing the other knight all the way to f3. You take that square. And while I say that, I also look at the screen. In fact, he did not go for knight df3. He has chosen the very direct approach of the f2 pawn moving forward. This seems to reflect that it's going to be fireworks on the board. That Mikhail here is familiar with the position, he knows what he wants, and he's going for committal, very direct approach here with the white pieces.
Yeah, I like it. I mean, you have to play principled. If you already opted for this position with 95, you have to follow it up correctly. The big question is that how will Fabi react? I mean, if Fabi would not be blitzing out his move, if he would now be thinking for 10 minutes, I think it would be a very bad sign because Black's play had been very special. I mean, just give White two moves, the bishop gets to d3, and you castle short, and White will be super happy. So I believe that there should be some very special reasoning why Fabi thinks that this is absolutely okay for him. And there you go, Queen b6, a very direct move.
Great call there by you, Peter, that Fabi has to know what he's doing to get into this kind of a position. A slow move, a natural hand move like short castle would actually land up Black in quite a bit of trouble with the bishop coming to d3, a potential queen coming to f3, white going short castle, and the attacks coming quickly. But Fabi also here with a very direct approach. As let's just show this short castle, bishop d3, and of course the position is still fine. But we can see that once white gets the queen to f3, goes short castle, we can expect a lot of attack with the rook coming to e1, the queen h3, eyeing that h7 pawn already. So Black needed to do something direct, and Fabi showing that he knows exactly what he's getting into right now. Develops his queen with a direct threat on the board. The b2 pawn is hanging.
Exactly, f4 queen b6, a very direct approach. Black does not give White time to develop.
And Peter, I just realized that I'm talking about the b2 pawn hanging, but there's another pawn hanging on the board. There are some tactics on the center because it's not just a b2 pawn. Watch out for that e5 square. Notice how the queen on b6 eyes that bishop on e3.
Exactly. So basically it feels to me like after queen b6, White is obliged to play the move queen b3. And that would be a queen trade. Then we already can't be talking about any kingside attack anymore. But it becomes a positional battle. It's still, and look at this, I'm looking at the engine, suddenly the engine is turned on, and the computer says that here there is a stunning move, knight f6 to g8, going back, regrouping, the knight heads then to e7, tries to go f7, f6. I believe this should be still part of Fabi's preparation.
That would be awesome to see. If this actually happens on the board and Fabi retreats to reroute the knight all the way to f5 and also clear the space to push out White's knight on e5, then we really know that this is big prep by Fabi. Peter, I also want to show everyone the tactics that we were talking about and why the queen needs to be on b3. But another natural looking move like queen c2 actually falls to the tactics that we were discussing earlier.
Yes, then knight takes e5, f takes e5, and bishop takes e5 works perfectly because d takes e5 is impossible to queen takes e3 winning the game. So White has to be very alert. And look at also Fabi blitzed out the move queen b6 and he goes for a walk, indicating to his opponent, you kind of tried to surprise me the London, but I'm prepared everywhere. Yeah, this is a typical signal of the big heavy guns. Yeah, that they just want to show their opponents that, no matter what you do, I know it better than you. And this is also the reason why the players, the 2600 players have so much respect for the big guns because they know that they know too much.
And Fabiano Caruana is one of the best prepared, if not the best prepared player in the world. So as you're saying, no surprises that even an offbeat line that perhaps you're not immediately or checking in the morning of the game, you still have all the ideas ready. You know how you want to handle it. And for many of these top players, we're talking about the top guns, we're talking about the heavy hitters. It's a big path to make it to the candidates. So it's a tournament where they know that this could be their only shot to enter, to get those top 3 finishes, to fight for the world championship. And that is big motivation. Bigger motivation than prize money, bigger motivation than anything is to get to the candidates.
Absolutely. I mean, clearly everybody's eyeing the qualification spot for the candidates, the top three. And if they're gonna win the event, or if they get there to the semifinals, then okay, they will be thinking about eventually winning the event, because it's also much safer to get into the final than to be playing for the third place. Yeah. This is clear. There is only one person in the tournament who does not need to care about qualification. That's Magnus Carlsen. Yeah, because I think that thanks to the new regulations, the number one on the rating list, I mean, the best player on the rating, if he decides to play, so if Magnus decides to play the candidates, he has the guaranteed spot. So all he needs to do is to focus on the World Cup. But if you think like, okay, so Magnus can play without pressure, no, we know exactly that Magnus puts the pressure on himself, yeah, because he so much wants to win it.
Well, you're mentioning Magnus Carlsen. There's another player who's already booked his spot in the candidates, and that's Jan Nepomniachtchi. So he is also there, and for him, it's of course also about making it to winning this title, because he's already in the candidates by being the runners-up in the 22 World Championship when he lost to Ding Liren. Magnus Carlsen, if he makes it to the candidates, it's still a big mystery. Will he play? Will he be back in the World Championship cycle? How much of a motivation that is for him? But I think, Peter, he's been so pro this format, this knockout format, that he's not even really thinking about the candidates of the World Championship cycle, or whether he wants to play in the next World Championship. For him, it's about getting that one title that he still doesn't have in his many list of achievements.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, pretty sure that Magnus only cares about this event right now. I mean, he's not thinking about Toronto and about candidates. I mean, we know him. He will think about this much, much later, probably in the last second if he needs to make up his mind, or maybe he has already made up. We don't know. And I also have one interesting feeling, yeah, that now that we are seeing in chess.com all these champion chess tour events, the top players have tremendous experience with all the knockout format. Okay, now with the double knockout, but still the knockout. And also all the other players, yeah, with Division 2, Division 3. And I want to see how does this influence the tournament, the World Cup, yeah, because it means that the players have now much more experience with all this knockout format, and also with the faster time control and everything. I think this definitely helps the players.
It's going to be interesting to see how these dynamics work out, because it's such a unique format, the World Cup being a mini match with the knockout and different time controls, moving on to speed chess for the tie breaks, and a long, long journey ahead for the players. Peter, we've been talking about the players, we've been talking about the road to the candidates, and as we mentioned, Jan Nepomniachtchi is already there. He's already in the candidates. He's still playing here. Let's see if we can get an update on his game. And he is playing against Asadli Vugar. On board number 4, Jan Nepomniachtchi starts with the white pieces. And I've got my eye out on that game. It seems like it's a Scotch
Tanya,
game.
just a second. I'm still holding on to the Fabi game, because I feel like he's about to move. And if he's going to move, he will move the knight back from f6 to g8.
Ooh.
And I think he has played it. I think he has played the move knight f6 to g8.
It's indeed on the board. He mixed...
And look at Mikhail's reaction. I mean, he's completely shocked. Wow, what on earth is going on? I mean, sensational stuff.
I couldn't agree more with you. And great call to stick to this one, because this was really the moment that we were talking about with Fabi. Will he be able to make that knight retreat? Is this a position that he's familiar with? And this makes it very clear that Fabi is the one who's better prepared in this opening. Queen b3, the move that we were calling out, has been played. Fabi falls back with that knight to g8. A nice thematic idea, but not one that's easy to find over the board. So you've got to have these moves in your arsenal already. Knight g8 has been played on the board, threatening to kick that knight from the center of the board by pushing the f-pawn and also redeveloping his own knight to e7. Fabi makes the move and immediately leaves the board.
Exactly. I mean, this is so unpleasant. And look at this. Mikhail is looking around, is trying to understand, is this the same game that he knew before? I mean, usually the Georgian players have a very classical approach. They have very good chess education, but I'm pretty sure that he has never ever seen this before. That black releases the tension with cd, then goes for this knight h5, then the knight retreats to f6, then this queen b6, then pawn the bishop, and then the knight from f6 goes back to g8. This is sensational stuff.
Absolutely. Just some incredible play in the opening there. And perhaps if we just get the board, get the move on the board, Peter, then we can really see how deep of an opening understanding this is. Traditional opening chess wisdom is to not move the same piece twice, let alone come back with the knight. But here it's all about the ideas that exist in the position. You want to get rid of white's most direct piece, the strongest piece in the center, as you're pointing out with the arrows. And black's knight will find another path to development, a nicer square. And also the queens are having a bit of a stare off. You don't want to be the one trading, opening up the file, the rook file for your opponent. If white was to take on b6, then black gets the counter on the A line. If black takes on b3, then white gets the counter on the A line. So it is all about maintaining the tension. Really nice opening play here by Fabiano Caruana.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, my board hasn't really updated yet. So I do see the board, and it seems like knight g8 had been played, and we were assuming that knight g8 had been played, but I haven't yet got the confirmation on my board.
Well, it has been played. I can see the players, and we've got the live cameras on. So knight g8 indeed has been the move, and Fabi played the move, immediately left the board, leaving Mikhail on to go in for a bit of a think. Definitely a move that's taken him by surprise. And Peter, is this a good moment to perhaps get an update on our other board? Jan Napamnashi with the white pieces. This looks like fire on the board already. A very asymmetrical pawn structure. White looks like the one who's ahead in development here. Also slightly up on the clock. What do we make of this? It started with a Scotch game. I see black has played this last move, threatening the bishop, but not really threatening the bishop because there is a pin along the H line. H6 has been played. Should we take this from the top and you can break this down for us?
For sure, yeah. This is, I think it had to be a Petrov. I believe it should have been a Petrov. Let's take a look. So e4, e5, knight f3, knight f6. I mean, those who have been following the World Championship matches and the candidates, they know exactly that the Petrov is Jan Nepomniachtchi's main weapon, or has been. I mean, we don't know what's in store for, what he had in store for the match against Dingley then, but he had been playing this in the last couple of years, almost exclusively. And whenever, someone faces the same opening against the big expert, then it's very interesting and very intriguing to see which line will he choose against his own favorite opening. And Jan goes for the third move, d4. Okay, maybe I even rushed a bit just to go back. So knight f3, knight f6, d4. It's kind of a main line. People shouldn't be calling d4 a sideline compared, because yes, knight takes e5 is the absolute main line, but d4 is very big and huge. Knight takes e4, bishop d3. White gets the tempo. Black plays d5. Now white takes knight takes e5. Black plays the move knight d7 and knight c3. I think this is also the line which Anish Giri has been suggesting in his Chessable course. I think very much this is it. Knight c3. Black goes for knight takes e5, d takes e5, knight takes c3, b takes c3, and bishop c5. I believe this is the move that Vladimir Kramnik, the big expert in the middle of 2000s, he was a tremendous Petrov player, and he was the one who played it against Grishchuk. I think this takes on c3, bishop c5, and then opting for bishop e6, queen d7 setup. So this is, okay, somehow I'm making two moves at a time. Queen h5. Clearly white wants to stop any kind of short castles. Short castles would be a terrible move due to queen takes h7 checkmate. But of course, if you play the Petrov, you want to be solid, you will never be falling for things like this. Black opts for the move bishop e6. White castles. Black plays the move queen d7, getting ready to castle long. And the move bishop g5 had been played, stopping the king in the center for the moment. And black has opted h6. That was the last moment we have seen.
I'm going to correct myself here because I completely missed that the second move in this game by black was knight f6. And I've been calling this a Scotch game, but that only happens if it's the other knight that develops. But this is coming out of the Petrov, as you mentioned, an opening that we did see in the World Championship matches. And Peter, you were part of one of them as Jan's team. How do you think, how comfortable is he feeling in these positions right now?
Well, I believe the reason why he chooses this line from the white side is that probably it slightly disturbed him from the black side. Yeah, that's kind of the first impression. But sometimes this isn't the case. Yeah, sometimes you just feel like, okay, I want to play something. I want to play something which is not that known. I want to disbalance my opponent because I'm not sure exactly about Vugar Asadli's repertoire. Is he really a Petrov player or is he playing it as a surprise against Jan? These are all nuances, yeah. And based on this feeling that did Jan already expect the Petrov and made up his mind beforehand, or is it something that he decided over the board? If we look at the time control, I mean the time situation, the time spent, then I have the feeling that both players surprised each other, and they are very much on their own at this point.
And I think that what you just mentioned is one of the reasons that makes this event so exciting. We've got a player like Vugar Asadli, who, of course, Yana Pamnashi is not very familiar with. We get all these matchups, which we don't get to see otherwise in the chess world. There are these ambitious, lesser known grandmasters who get to fight against the best in the world in these short match formats. And as the tournament progresses, the matches get less and less lopsided, the rating differences get less and less. But Peter, in match two, still there is a rating difference. Can we expect upsets even in this stage of the tournament?
For sure. Absolutely. I mean, also, if we are thinking about Vugar Asadli, I believe that he was a player who, during the Gashiwa Memorial, was already participating one or twice, which means that he already has experience playing against world-class players. And basically, this experience can help him now today against Jan Nepomniachtchi, because playing your very first game against someone like Jan or Fabi, Magnus, Hikaru, it can be very intimidating. Yeah, and you might be a good player, but you are just so unsure of yourself, and you make your opponent so big that you don't know how to approach that game at all, and it can easily end up you're not showing your best. However, if you are already settled, if you are used to the situation, then you know exactly that, okay, yes, my opponent is very strong, but they can also only play chess. And if I do my best, then I have my chance. And I think this is what we're going to see.
Well, what we're going to see is a very exciting middle game, and that's for sure, because Vugar's king is still in the center, and this last move that he's played, it does hint towards black wanting to go short castle. But Peter, the more I look at this position, the more I wonder if that's really black's idea. And because the point is that there are still a lot of sacrifices and attacks that are possible on the king's side. White currently doesn't need to move the bishop because the h-pawn is pinned. We see the queen eyeing the black rook on h8. But let's say that white was to make a simple developing move. I don't want to make a direct move like rook to b1, which attacks the b7 pawn, but let's say I move the rook to d1, for example. And we've been talking about black wanting to castle. Ignore the eval bar. It says it's a bad move because of bishop g4. Perhaps rook e1 is the right square to demonstrate the point that I want to make. That can black actually go short castle because of threats like bishop h6? Is that something that black needs to watch out for? Is black even ready to get the king into safety given a turn?
Well, I'm not sure that castling short is really safe. Yeah, I mean, exactly. You mentioned all this bishop takes h6, and let's just show this because that's the reason why you wanted to highlight this situation. That after the move long short castle, white can sacrifice the bishop, and I mean after g takes h6, queen takes h6. The only move is bishop f5 in the position. Yeah, it's the only move, but it does not really help because we even have queen g5 check. I mean, I don't know, something like queen g5, bishop g6, and maybe e6. I think maybe e6 is a key move, yeah, and we are destroying the f7 defender.
Yeah, that's actually a really nice finish there. And that's what brings the point home that black still isn't ready to get his king into safety. And for Jan, out of the opening, that does feel like some success, where until black finishes development, there is pressure on. He's taking his time right now. Of course, the first move that I suggested, rook d1, you don't want to make a mistake like that, walking into a move like bishop g4. But there are ideas like rook to b1. You just ignore the king side completely. You start targeting black's queen side already, or simply get the rook to the e line. And it just looks quite pleasant for Jan. But he's taking his time in the position.
Yeah, he's taking his time. Also, one of the issues that white is faced with, let's just show that if white simply retreats the bishop to h4, keeping the control of the diagonal, that it stops black from castling long, runs into bishop g4, trapping the queen on h5. So this queen on h5 does bother black, but at the same time, white also needs to be very focused, not that he overstretches his position and blunders something.
All right, wow, this is quite a moment in this game. And we see Jan completely focused there, thinking about which approach he wants. We've seen that black is still not very safe to go with his king to the king's side. Shot castle is still something that black has to watch out with sacrifices on the king's side. It's going to be an interesting fight, this one, Peter. And we see there our playing hall with the players there, the Indian Grandmaster on our screen. It's a buzzing playing hall, a lot of action, opening moves, middle games have just started. World number one, Magnus Carlsen, looking fresh, starting his campaign today to try and win his first World Cup title, but it's a long way off. And we also see Fabiano Caruana there in the background with some great opening moves, as we saw earlier. And we will indeed be back with all the middle game action from the FIDE World Cup in just a few. Don't go anywhere.
Your subscription makes shows like this possible, which is why our Twitch subscribers will never see ads on chess.com. Connect your chess.com account and Twitch account at go.chess.com/connectaccounts, and bang, boom, voila, you're done. 100% ad-free bliss forevermore. Whether you're following our events on site or on stream, type the command connect in the chat, and thank you for helping bring these shows to life.
This August, engage in a battle of epic proportions against some of the most bodacious artists history hath ever seen. Behold, Raphael, the prince of painters, doth seek a fresh apprentice. Dost thou possess the prowess to impress him? Michelangelo, a true Renaissance man, painter, sculptor, architect, and poet, doth possess a myriad of artistic talents. Yet one wonders, can his creative genius translate to brilliance upon the board of chess? Prepare thyself for a game as dramatic as the Baroque paintings of Artemisia Gentileschi, one of the most expressive artists of the 1600s. Our renowned sculptor, Donatello, stands tall as one of the most important artists of the early Renaissance. His unique blend of creativity, aesthetics, adaptability, and patience maketh him a challenging foe. Lo, Leonardo da Vinci, known for his artistic talents, scientific curiosity, and innovative ideas, is the very embodiment of the Renaissance. He is not only among the greatest artists to ever live, but also one of the greatest thinkers. May fortune smile upon thee. Create thy masterpiece on chess.com. Cowabunga!
reigning world champion Ju Wenjun also starts her campaign today in the FIDE Women World Cup. And this is our playing hall, the beautiful playing hall in Baku. Action is heating up. This is round 1 of match 2. The players will play 2 classical games against each other. And we see that Wenjun with the white pieces against Eva Repkova from Slovakia. The very experienced Eva Repkova, who has been national champion. She's playing with the black pieces here. And Peter, some big names here fighting it out in the women's section as well. Top 3 will make it to the candidates to in fact fight. Try and win that spot to fight against Ju Wenjun for the World Championship title.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like I have some incredible respect for Ju Wenjun. Just finishing that very tensed, very dramatic World Championship match that she managed to win in the very last game against Lighting GA. And now she's back into a marathon event. Yeah, it can last almost a month. I mean, it shows courage. It also shows a lot of confidence. And probably she also feels like, you know what? I mean, this match against Lighting GA was so tough and so difficult. I want to, you know, a little enjoy myself just playing chess, because I don't think that during the World Championship match, she ever had a chance to relax a bit. It was always very tense.
It's such a unique format, and for the players, there's so much glory in winning the FIDE World Cup. Just the length of the tournament, the different grueling formats that they have to fight against each other. So it just adds that big feather to the cap. And Ju Wenjun, multiple-time women world champion, will try and win her first World Cup title in this one. But of course, it's a big field. We see there are notable players who are playing, including the 2021 winner, the reigning World Cup champion, Alexandra Kosteniuk, who will try and defend her title from 2021. And of course, there's Goria Chikina as well. A lot of strong players. And Peter, this is the position on the board. Wenjun with white. I've played against her a number of times, and I know that this is an opening that she really enjoys playing with the white side. Started with the queen's pawn. It's sort of a queen's Indian is where it comes from. And these are structures that Wenjun really likes, taking it slow, strategic, fighting for getting that e4 break at the right time. And this is her bread and butter.
Yeah, she's a very big strategist. I really love her play. Very fine, feeling a lot of nuances. I'm really enjoying her games. I do recall covering quite some game of her in the World Rapid and Blitz Championship, and also in the Rapid and in the Blitz, one could immediately sense that she has very high class, and it's nice to see that she loves that bishop on g2. Let's take a look from the beginning. It was d4. We have been seeing this ceremonial first move: d4, d5, c4, e6. Knight f3, knight f6, g3. So yes, we are going towards the Catalan. Bishop e7, bishop g2, castles, and c6. It's a kind of a rarish move, but recently there are many followers. Black's idea is to avoid any kind of main theory with move per move preparation. Just try to play a system of possession. Yeah, it's a very interesting approach. Knight c3. Not being afraid of sacrificing the pawn on c4, because I believe after d takes c4, white would be able to play knight e5, getting that pawn back immediately. Thanks to the very strong bishop on g2, black is unable to defend that pawn with b5 due to multiple reasons. Knight takes b5, and then the rook is hanging on the diagonal, or simply just taking on c6. So black, of course, continued in the spirit. a5, probably this was what she really wanted. It's something that I recall having seen from Magnus. I believe that Magnus had been playing this a5, c6 or c6, a5 moves. And Ju Wenjun reacts with b3, b6, queen d3, bishop a6, a4. A very nice strategical idea, just stopping any kind of b6, b5 breaks from black side. Knight b7, and as you mentioned, the big question is how will white get the move e2, e4 in? That's basically the most important question here.
And do you play it immediately or not? E4 is the big dream. And as we've been mentioning, these Catalan structures with the bishop on G2, Vengeance is such an expert, but we do see that she's the one who's behind on the clock currently, has used more of her time in the opening. And right now, answering the big question, clearly that's what's on her head. Does she strike in the center? With the pawn moving forward, or continues to further just keep that threat on the board, but continue with development, maybe centralize the rook from f1 to d1, put that bishop on b2, and then strike at the right time. Peter, if I had to make a prediction, I think we're going to see e4 on the board.
Yeah, and I think it's absolutely justified that Zhu Wenjun is taking her time, because this is such an important strategical moment. The point is that White would love to keep the tension with rook d1, but then there is a question that actually what happens if Black plays the move bishop e7 to b4, hitting the knight. I mean, of course, here Black does not want to trade the bishop for the knight, but it stops White going e to e4. That's the main idea of the move bishop b4, and if White is unable to get e4 in, then what's White's plan at all? Black has plenty of useful moves like rook c8, getting ready for eventually some c6, c5 break. The typical h7, h6 is also super useful. I think this is the reason why White is taking her time, and she's probably calculating. But okay, now let's talk about e4. Let's talk about e4, because after e4, suddenly the strategical battle can heat up. I mean, a very typical reaction to this position is d takes c4, b takes c4, and e6, e5, this pawn sacrifice, breaking the structure, because if White gets some e4, e5 in, or White stabilizes the center, then it will be fantastic. But Black can play the move e6, e5, and I think this is what she's trying to understand. Where does this lead?
And that's a big question, because if White further advances those center pawns, you leave a lot of dark squared weaknesses. A move like d5 just invites Black's knight to jump onto c5. So you really don't want to give up all these squares. So a critical moment, which explains why Vengeance is in a big think right now. E4 is the dream move. It might be the only opportunity that you get to push that central pawn before Black gets to that knight on c3. But then, on the other hand, you need to answer, what do you do 3 moves ahead once Black does, or 2 moves ahead once Black trades and does play the move e5, and how do you react to that? It's not an easy question to answer. The more that I look at this position, the more tricky I find it, regardless of what the eval bar says.
Yes, exactly. I mean, the very first question is what happens after d takes e5. I guess we know the answer, that Black will jump with the knight to g4, attacking the e5 pawn. So if White loses that pawn, Black will have the upper hand. So White needs to protect that pawn with bishop f4. And then the big question is that the spicy g7, g5 hitting that bishop, where does this lead? And usually this leads to such chaotic positions. Often White even sacrifices this bishop. Yeah, let's g takes f4 happen if already active enough with other pieces, because then the knight on g4 can be misplaced. I mean, these are one of the most craziest positions that can arise in the Catalan.
It's going to be a fun one if it gets this far. But also, we've been talking about how Wenjun's style is positional and strategic. She might want to keep things more under control. She might want to make sure that things stay more on her side of the court, and might decide, in fact, to avoid these complications. One way or the other, she needs to start thinking about making a move. It's been a long think of over 15 minutes on the clock, a critical moment here. Peter, should we take this chance to take a look at the second board of the Women's World Cup, where we've got the Cuban master Ordaz Valdez against Grandmaster Goryachkina Alexandra. Goryachkina was a finalist in the 2021 FIDE World Cup, and she lost to Alexandra Kostanuek, one of the best players in the world, one of the best female players in the world. So while Vengeance decides whether she wants to go e4 or not, we will check back in with her and see the decision she makes. Let's get an update on that one.
Yes, I think that's a very classical position. Goryachkina with the black pieces. Okay, it's a Carlsbad. It's a Carlsbad structure. I mean, whenever we see this b7, c6, d5 post structure versus d4, e3, f2, then we are talking about the Carlsbad structure, something which Magnus Carlsen enjoys tremendously, playing with the white and with the black pieces as well. It's a very strategic battle.
A very strategic battle, as you're pointing out. White has got ideas of trying to get a minority attack, often on the queen side, by advancing the b pawn down the board. Once it's guarded well, you've got plans of trying to get in b4, b5, creating weaknesses on the queen side. Meanwhile, for black, very often, Peter, when I'm playing this from the white, I'm always afraid of some king side attacking ideas that black has. Right now, it's hard to imagine, but give black a couple of moves, the queen jumping into g5 or to h4, a potential rook lift coming in, the other knight jumps into the attack from f6 to g4, and black's got his own trumps in the position.
Exactly. I mean, it looks like an innocent position, but it can heat up very quickly. First of all, whenever black feels that there is some risk that I might get under pressure on the queen side, then it's the right moment to go all in on the king side. I believe that as long as black feels comfortable, feels like there is nothing really happening on the queen side, you don't feel like going for a king side attack is so necessary. You just feel like you are trying to stabilize the situation. However, we like to go back and to see how all this happened. Let's take a chance and take it from the beginning. d4 d5, c4 e6, knight c3, knight f6, yeah, cd5, ed5, bishop g5. That's how we end up in the Carlsbad structure. Bishop e7, e3, h6, bishop h4 castles, bishop d3, rook e8, knight e2, c6, everything very traditional. The only question usually is that does white develop the knight to e2 or does white develop the knight to f3? Knight e2 is considered to be the more flexible and more ambitious one. But in modern theory, things are changing. I mean, you can never be sure. You have to be open-minded. Depends very much which move order your opponent is using. And knight h5. This is the new trend. The new trend. I believe that something like 20 years ago, if you show to the players that black will play the Carlsbad and goes for knight f6, h5, people might be shaking their heads and say like, no, this is not the spirit. But this is very much the 21st century Carlsbad.
It's modern chess, and that's all about concrete play. And Vida Goryachkina is, in fact, one of the players who's already in to the candidates. So again, for her, it is about winning the World Cup and trying to get that title into her list of achievements. She and the Katrina Lehano and Lei Tingzhe, who lost to Zhu Wenjun, are already in the candidates tournament. So it's not about finishing in top 3, but just winning it all. But of course, long way from there. And it starts here, and we see white has made the move. If we just get up to board with our current position that we have, the queen and the bishop lined up, threatening to advance the pawn, which was stopped by black. And eventually, white gives a check on h7. So just asking Goryachkina to step aside with the king. King f8 is hard to imagine in these positions. It's not a very natural looking move. I'm expecting black to go all the way to h8. And always black's king is worse placed on h8 than on g8. But that begs the question to be asked, is white just planning to come back with the bishop? Because once the king sidesteps, black has got ideas of trapping that bishop on h7 with a potential g6 coming in.
Exactly. And the big question is, does this bishop f5 really give so much? Because usually it wouldn't be white's idea to trade the light squared bishops, yeah, because the bishop on c8 is quite passive. However, okay, I'm assuming that bishop f5 should be the idea. And then the question, how does black react? Which transformation of traits we are willing to accept? I mean, for example, a move like g6, which would be very natural, could it be that white is planning to take bishop takes d7 with the idea that after bishop takes d7, queen c5 kind of forces an endgame because the rook on a7 is hanging. And knowing that Goryachkina is like a heavy favorite, it might be a very wise idea just to make sure that there won't be any kingside attack anymore. We trade the queens and then we try to take it from there. And if it's possible, we do a little massage and we are risk-free.
It does look like the kind of position where white will perhaps play for 2 results or have something go very wrong to lose that kind of an endgame. As you mentioned, just massage the advantage if you get this kind of an endgame. But Peter, once again, it is this rook on a7 that's a bit of a surprising piece for black. And it would be a dream to try and get that rook out of there or get it into the game. And I'm just wondering, instead of wasting the move g6, Can black actually use this moment, this time, to try to bring the rook back into the game? Kind of struggling to find a way to exactly do that. But because rook a8 also perhaps runs into the move bishop d7 and the knight jumping in, it doesn't look like a happy move for black to fall back with that rook.
Yeah, well, it feels also a little bit unnecessary. If we go back just 2 or 3 moves, I think she has recently played the move rook a7. Yeah, let's just see. Yes,
Just
look
on
at
the
this.
last move.
Exactly. After knight a4, she opted for the move rook a7, which definitely indicates that she is not moving that rook back from there. I think that the reason why she's taking her time that she's completely shocked by bishop h7 check. It's a typical idea, but not exactly in this position because it just feels like a waste of time. But white probably has this very clear idea: king h8, bishop f5, trying to take on d7. Is then maybe knight h5, f6 a clever move? Just bringing that knight back, making sure that after bishop takes d7, we will be able to capture with the knight, those covering the squares b6 and c5, and making sure that we are not forced to trade queens.
I think we're going to find out. King h8 is on the board, and when you make a move like bishop h7, you've sort of seen ahead because after moving the king, black has a direct threat of trapping the bishop. So does Ordaz Valdez want to come back with that bishop to f5, threaten that exchange to try and get the knight in? Bringing the bishop all the way back to d3 feels like a waste of a move. That perhaps can't be an idea. Bishop f5 is what we're expecting on the board, trying to trade off pieces. When you're playing against a higher rated opponent, in this case, Goryachkina, do you think that for Ordaz it's about trying to get a safe position, or should she try and get more with white? Because if this does end peacefully in a draw, then Goryachkina starts the final classical game indeed with white. And we see bishop f5 is on the board.
Yeah, bishop f5 played. It's logical. I think that she just needs to play according to the demands of the position, because it's also a big question on the favorites. Yeah, that how do you approach a game where you are favorite with the black pieces and it's a mini match? Yeah, are you willing to take risk right from the start and play some dubious opening, try to create as much mess as possible right from the start, or you just say to yourself that, okay, no, let me just play a solid normal chess game, and I'm waiting for my chances. If I will get a chance, then I will try to use it. If my opponent will be good enough, then I will anyway have the white game in the next game. So there is a lot of psychology. You never exactly know what is the right strategy. One thing is clear, that if white feels that she gets a comfortable position, then she has to try to use the maximum out of her chances. I mean, just thinking like a draw against Goryachkina would be great. It might be great in a Swiss tournament or a round-robin tournament, but in a mini-match, then you will have to be facing her the next day with the black pieces. If you get the slightest chance, you have to try to use it.
I think that's just great advice against playing a higher rated player, no matter which tournament you're playing against. If you get your chances, if you try and be soft and try and play too safe and feel happy about getting a draw, that often comes back to haunt you later on, especially in these match situations. You have to make the most of your chances. And while Goryachkina has a think on this position, one board that I really want to get an update on, that I'm really excited about, is an all-Indian face-off. And that's board number 3 in the Women World Cup, with Grandmaster Koneru Hampi playing against Priyanka Nuttaki. These are two players I know extremely well. Priyanka Nuttaki is a youngster. She won her first round in the FIDE World Cup in the tie breaks. Hampi starts the tournament today. And we see it's almost an hour of play and only 11 moves have been played so far. Still very early stages of the game, but a lot has happened. White has managed to get a break in the center. Feels like Hampi's the one with more space. It's also the first time these two players are playing against each other.
Wow, very interesting insights. And you mentioned that Priyanka is a youngster, which means then probably Hampi, and we see, look at this. She wants to get out of book as quickly as possible. Yeah, so that she knows that she can use her experience. So d4, d5, c4, e6, knight f6, and the move queen c2 had been played, a very rare move. I do recall it. It happened in the game Lech Wanglia against Sam Shankland from Prague, I believe. That's the moment when I recall the move queen c2. Before that game, I haven't seen it myself. That's why I do recall that game so much. And yeah, those are the moves that you get your young opponent out of book. And for example, if black player is someone who plays some kind of semi-tarash with c7, c5, then it can be a very nice antidote, yeah, because you force your opponent immediately to completely different structures.
And what you mentioned is a really interesting point because Priyanka is also known to have great opening prep. She's somebody who does study the opening a lot, well, like pretty much every other youngster today, very well prepared. And I think for Humpy, it makes a lot of sense to try and get her out of the book as soon as possible. So a slightly offbeat opening here. But we see that Priyanka has handled it quite confidently. She is the kind of player who likes to play strategic chess until a chance or an opportunity presents itself. So trying to keep everything under control here. Priyanka does develop the bishop, gives a check. Humpy blocks it with the bishop. We see the move a5, and it still feels like Priyanka is familiar with this opening that's on the board.
Well, I'm not sure how familiar. I wouldn't be familiar at all. I mean, it's some kind of a reaction that usually you do against the Catalan. Yeah, for example, against g3, if instead of queen c2, white would have played the move g3, then, oops, I mean, knight f6, g3, then bishop b4 check, bishop d2, a5 is also one of Magnus's favorite and of many top players. Black is trying to play very active, which means that maybe, I mean, the information that I'm getting, out of these moves, that probably her repertoire against the Catalan is bishop b4 check a5. So she's, after queen c2, trying to lure the game into some familiar territories. But Humpy is doing it very wisely and does not give her this chance, because look at this after check. Okay, let me update the game. Yes. So check bishop d2, a5. She does not go for g3, but she goes for a3, bishop e7, and knight c3. And she is using the quick e2, e4 idea. After castles, white first opted for bishop f4, and after c5, after c6, we do see the move e4. And it looks promising for white.
It's a very direct approach by Humpy. And I think a few more moves have happened. I'm looking at our live camera feed, and I think there has been a trade on e4, and queen to e4 has happened. Now, of course, the big question is, will black try and jump in with that knight to f6, hitting the queen? Right now, white has the option to develop the bishop, line up a battery, threaten a mate in one, but I think the bishop response to a move like bishop d3 would be a counterattack, also defending the mate. Bishop d3 can be met by the move knight to f6. Humpy here thinking how to finish development, because yes, she's got control in the center, but her king is still uncastled. Meanwhile, black has managed to get all the pieces into the game, can look at a further attacking ideas on the queen side, with the queen from d8 coming on to b6, hitting that b2 pawn. Humpy's still lacking a little bit in development here.
Yeah, but at the same time, she has the chance to make the most out of it, because the king has not yet decided the fate. So it can go either way, and I'm seeing some ideas like bishop d3 tempo. Of course, knight f6 will be played, then the queen retreats nicely to e2. And I'm very tempted to be going for some long castle, eventually knight e5, and some kingside attack, because this is like some kind of a French defense. And the pawn on a5, I'm not sure, but the typical break, for example, is c6, c5. However, after this c5 break, white, in my opinion, has many moves, but let's just, for example, talk about d takes c5, bishop takes c5, and long castles. One of the main ideas for black would be to play a6 and b5 and open lines on the queen side as quickly as possible. But with the pawn on a5 and the weak square on b5, I don't really see those counterplay really happening. And at the same time, white has a very clear play of going knight e5 and eventually going, I don't know, h4, h5 or g4, g5. It can be very dangerous.
Peter, you mentioned all these ideas with going long castle, despite white having advanced the pawns on the queen side and all these attacking ideas on the king side. It looks like, in fact, Humpy might be the one who will be racing towards black's king first. Everything under control. This position is sure to fire up. And right now, Humpy having a think. We will check in back with the FIDE Women World Cup. Lots of exciting matches going on. But right now, let's take a look at and there we see all the players who are still in the competition. Shakhriyar Mamedyarov there taking a walk, and big fights all across. And we will be getting back into the action from our open section as world number 1, Magnus Carlsen, takes on Levan Pantsulia. And we also see in the background there, world number 3, Fabiano Caruana, in his matchup with the black pieces. Peter, talking about backgrounds, I also notice a very cool background that, in fact, you have right now on the screen. But we will bring that up in just a moment. Fabi there, taking a bit of a think. And speaking of backgrounds, Peter, there's a lot going on, and I've been wanting to ask these questions, but the chess has been keeping us busy. Firstly, is that a sword behind you?
Yes, that's a samurai sword. I mean, not a real one. It's unfortunately not Miyamoto Musashi's samurai sword, but I'm a very big fan. And it used to be in our living room, but there was some restructuring going on, and I got it. I got it into my chess room, and now I'm very happy to place it there.
I love it. A samurai sword there at the back. I hope you haven't been using too much of it. Have you managed to use it at all?
No, not yet. I mean, I keep it in reserve, yeah, for the situation when it's really needed.
Speaking of a situation that it's really needed, well, it looks like a full-blown fight in the board that we have got in front of us. This is a position that we've been looking at, Jan Nepomniachtchi against Vugar Sadil. And we did speak about the dangers of kingside castling for black. So Vugar, in fact, has decided to go for the long side, queenside castle. But the dangers are still looming. Peter, should we back up to the moment that we left it last when black had just made the move 8-6, attacking white's bishop on g5? We've had a few moves since then, but let's take a look at how we got here.
Yeah, actually, I think we got very logical moves, because after h6, we were talking about rook a b1 being the most natural, hitting the pawn on b7, and also asking black a question: how do you really want to solve your problems? You mentioned already the pin, and due to this pin, black actually opted with the move rook h8 to g8, sidestepping that, inviting the little trap that bishop h4 would run into bishop g4, trapping the queen. That would be a catastrophic mistake. Of course, white had no intention doing that. The bishop retreats to d2. However, now black gets the chance to castle long. And now white opts immediately for rook b5. Bishop b6, the most natural move by computer, slightly criticized. I don't know exactly why. I mean, because if you ask any human player, they would say, okay, I just gonna put the bishop back to b6. And after bishop b6, look at b1, the most natural move, developing, bringing the second rook. Of course, white is eyeing some a4, a5 ideas, clearly, but black seems to be having a lot of different ideas to handle this.
And I'm distracted by our featured chat mentioning that your students need to watch out with that samurai sword there. And Peter, also some really cool CDs and are those momentums from chess tournaments that you won behind you? Because I'm still distracted by your room.
Yes, well, actually, just one part of the room. The real cups are on the other side, but due to the format, I don't have chance to show that. And it's also not my intention. I just feel like now my background is like this, that I don't have to be, thinking not to show it. It's fine. It's kind of delicate. It's under control. And it does not spoil the entire view, because that's the most important.
Not at all. Very inspiring background, I have to say, for all the inspiring chess that we're actually looking at. And the position that we have, you're mentioning the idea that white has a clear threat on the board. Advance that a pawn down the board, a4, a5, get that bishop out of the way. Notice how the rooks are doubled up on the b line, targeting the b7 pawn, which means that perhaps at some point, black will have to also take the decision to advance his own a pawn to stop a white from getting to that moment. And that could further cause weaknesses. But right now, it is black's move. And black has the opportunity to try to create threats of his own. I'm looking at an idea, the bishop move that we've been talking about, hitting that queen on h5. Luckily for white, you've got only one square, but it's enough. After a move like bishop g4, you still have the move queen to h4. I'm trying to get to this queen, but I don't really see a way. g5 just doesn't feel like it's going to get anywhere.
Yeah, because luckily after g5, okay, I wanted to say luckily I can simply retreat with my queen to g3. I see computer mentioned that I can even take on h6. It would have not even crossed my mind, at least not yet. I mean, strategically, I felt like there is one question that after bishop g4, queen h4, the big question is, can black, for example, just trade the light square bishops with bishop f5, because it would definitely ease the problems. However, this is a question of time, because now white will get this extra time to push the pawn to a4, threatening a5, and it's not exactly clear how much the bishop trade really helps black. After takes, okay, some move like queen f5 might be there, but okay, this is getting out of control. I mean, a5 is coming.
I want to go
Yeah.
a5. If white gets a chance to go a5, you want to play that move.
Yes, but I mean, now I think we can come back and we can mention that humanly it looks so natural to retreat that bishop to b6. But now after rook fb1, we are seeing the problems. We see the drawbacks behind this retreat. And we might be starting to appreciate the computer's move, which was something like queen e7. I mean, protecting that bishop and making the possibility. For example, okay, let's just put it on the board, queen e7. And after rook fb1, black would be able to play the move b7, b6. And once you see this, it already looks so much more compact for black. Yeah, you might be putting the king to b8, you might be keeping it on c8. I mean, this was the construction that black should have been aiming for.
And because you're showing this line, I want to show a tactical idea that I think just exists. Why the queen is required on e7 and why black could not have played the move b6 before putting that queen on e7 to show the differences and the dangers that do exist in the position. So if you just put the queen back on d7 and let's say black tries to hold on to that bishop on c5, do not push the pawns in front of your king unless there's a direct concrete line. b6 creates so many weaknesses, and after b6, you wouldn't blink twice. You would give up that exchange, take that bishop on c5, and I think this has to end in checkmate with white's bishop coming in.
Exactly. Yeah. Takes, check. King b8, rook b1, check. King a8, bishop b7. I mean, at least we win the queen, and that's usually enough to win the game as well.
Absolutely. So that's why black does need that queen on e7 before you can start playing a move like b6. But it's so counterintuitive to push that pawn, the b pawn ahead, allowing all these light square weaknesses. And as we've been talking about, bishop b6, the most natural looking move. But the Valbar did disapprove of it. And right now it looks like Jan Nepomniachtchi is the one who's creating chances with white. Black has got a couple of moves to try and create some of his own threats. White with a clear plan, a4, a5, still early to call. But is it fair to say that Jan has got reasons to be pleased out of the opening situation?
I think so. Because, okay, we also know that he's a very dangerous, aggressive player. If he gets the initiative going, he will not blink twice. And I also feel like now black is under heavy pressure, especially because, okay, you have to deal with a very concrete and devastating threat of a4, a5. And it's not really obvious. Yeah, I mean, we talked about bishop b6 being a human move. I don't exactly know what move is now the most natural and most human, because there is no really good solution to this.
All right, well, we will leave Vugar to find a solution because he needs to do that. He's also running a little low on the clock, touching the 45-minute mark right now. And Peter, I'm just wondering if this is a good moment to jump to some of our other boards. The creme de la creme of the chess world, the absolute elite of the chess world is here playing so many big matchups, and we're yet to see a lot of them. And I want to take a quick update on the Anish Giri board. Taking a look at Nesterov versus Anish, there's a lot of action that's on that one as well. But before we go, we've got this position. Bishop g4 has happened. This is a move that we were looking at. Jan will be forced to step back with the queen to h4. And then the big decisions. Will black be aggressive with the g-pawn or perhaps offer a trade? Peter, should we take this moment to look at some of the other incredible action that's on in the FIDE World Cup?
Exactly. I have found the game, so we can jump right into it. Nesterov with the white pieces against Anish Giri. When I saw this matchup, I was thinking like Anish might not be so pleased, because if you recall, then in Sochi 2021, he got knocked out by the very young Nuriebek Abdusattorov, and he's again faced with a youngster. Yeah, okay, Nesterov is not as famous and probably not as strong as Abdusattorov was in 2021, but still, I mean, usually you feel like the first round that you are playing, you don't want to play against a prodigy. Yeah, you would like to play against someone, who plays very much your kind of chess, and you feel him better. I feel that there is not enough information about Arseny Nesterov, and this is a little bit why it might not be so comfortable for Anish.
And also, these top players are so used to playing against each other and kind of having a lot of knowledge about the opponent that they'll be facing. But the World Cup just throws all of that out of the window, especially in the first few rounds. You're playing against very strong grandmasters, but players whose styles you're not very familiar with. And they're often ambitious and hungry to prove themselves. And Nesterov is one of them. Anish has just made the move, recapturing that knight on e5. And of course, White would want to decide whether you take that knight or you pick up that bishop on b4. But Peter, should we take this moment to start from the top and really see how we got to this complex position?
Yes, it's very interesting because it also gives a lot of information to us what the players are really wanting. Okay, so Nesterov is also going for the Catalan, a very solid line, and Anish is trying to mix things up. No, after bishop b4 check, in fact, White is the one who goes for knight d2. Bishop d2 is the more traditional way. d5 played. Bishop g2. So by transposition, we are getting to this. Okay, this is familiar territory. b6, castles, bishop b7, b3, rook e8. Okay, slightly fancy move, probably aiming the retreating square f8 for the black bishop. Bishop b2, a5, queen c2, a4. No. Okay, now I'm completely perplexed at what is going on, because the move rook f8 to e8 showed like black wants to be strategic, but suddenly he opts for some very quick a5, a4. All right. And then White opted for bishop c3, and that's how the black knight developed to c6. Okay, knight all makes sense. And White jumped knight e5, and after knight takes e5, we are at the moment. What happened? Yes, White captured d takes d5. That's the current position.
That is the current position. And the current players on the screen, let's just point out, it is not Anish Giri, but Erdos Victor with the white pieces from Hungary against the local star, the hero, Temur Rajabov, the winner of the 2017 World Cup. So he's definitely a big favorite. And on our screen, we also see Peter Swidler, one half of the Peter party, as we call it. Peter, you're great friends with him. You've also worked together, commentated together. And he's also got a big match today. He is also a former World Cup winner back in 2011. Not many players have won the FIDE World Cup twice. Only one has. That's Levon Aronian back in 2005. And then he won it again. I'm struggling to remember the year, but I know that Levon Aronian is the only player to have won the FIDE World Cup twice. He's not playing in this one, so definitely missed there. And we see our beautiful playing hall there in the background, with the players moving around. That's the beauty of classical chess. You have time to get up from the board. We also see the youngster, Gukesh, walking around. It's a big tournament for Gukesh, Peter, where he has the opportunity to, in fact, become India #1 after 4 decades of Vishy Anand ruling that spot.
Wow. Okay, Gukesh has been making such tremendous progress. When you look at the rating list, sometimes I feel like, the rating does not tell it all. But in Gukesh's case, I feel that it's absolutely justified. What this young man has been doing, very constant results. I'm completely astonished by his performances, his way of playing, his depth of play. I'm a big fan, and I'm really rooting for him to do as good as possible.
I think it's really a big moment for so many of these youngsters who are playing in the World Cup this year. In 2021, these same names, Pragnananda, Gukesh, Nadibek Abdusatro, Vincent Kema, these were names who were potentials of the future, but now they're truly, I don't know how much of a favorite to win the whole thing, but they are one of the big guns in the tournament. They're definitely favorites for a lot of players to actually, for a lot of our fans to win the whole thing. And Gukesh is one of them. For him, it is a big one. And let's see, Peter, we will keep our eye out on this Anish board. We've been talking about this position. Do you want to stay on this for just a moment, or should we get a quick update on the Gukesh Iskandrov matchup? We've got it in front of us.
Yes, exactly. I managed to find the game. And yeah, Gukesh is up against Iskandarov. I think himself a young player, not as young as Gukesh, but definitely somewhere around 19, if I'm not mistaken. He had a big, tough tiebreak yesterday. He qualified. And by the way, many of the young Azeri players had tiebreaks, one going to all the way to the wires. Suleimanli qualified as well. I think playing at home, they are getting a lot of support, they are getting a lot of energy, and it's going to be a big test for Gukesh to pass this match, because Iskandarov is a tough opponent.
What do you think about the dynamics when you're playing on home ground? Because I've always found that to be like a double-edged sword. There is a lot of home ground support, but it comes with its own set of pressure and expectation. What's been your experience with that?
Well, actually, the Hungarian Olympiad next year coming up, 2024. So I still don't know what to think about it. We will be dealing with that question a bit later. But yeah, I understand your point. Yeah, people are expecting everyone to perform well. They are rooting, they are cheering for you, and I believe the big challenge is that we are simply not used to. Yeah, because normally it's very typical that chess players are traveling all around the world. You get to places, you have to play chess, and basically people from home rooting for you, but not everyone, no one is really there with you. And then suddenly, when you have a home event, a big event, Olympiad, World Cup, whatever, then suddenly you are in the middle of it. And you understand that everybody wants to give their energy, everybody wants his best for you, but you are just so not used to this situation. I remember when Magnus started playing in the Norway chess, Stavanger, the very first year was a lot of suffering. I mean, Magnus wasn't the same Magnus. I also feel like he felt the pressure, that he wanted to prove at home that, you see, I'm the absolute best and look at this, how good I am. And if those thoughts are coming, they are distracting. Usually chess players are playing their best when they only focus on their game.
I think it does take that extra strength to actually perform even stronger in your home ground. Despite the support, there is a lot of expectation that comes with it. One player who managed to do that was Gukesh in the Chennai Olympiad, his breakout tournament, winning the first 8 rounds, securing his gold medal on the top board. And right now he's playing against home favorite for the Azerbaijanis as well. And definitely a difficult opponent, Iskandarov, with the black pieces. Peter, what do you make of the position that we've got on the board? The last move, queen to d3, defending the bishop, lining up a battery, potential ideas of the e-pawn moving forward at some point, which black always needs to watch out for. Right now, it's not a threat because the knight on f6 does safeguard the black king. But how do we evaluate the position? The b5 pawn is hanging. What's going on here?
Yeah, well, in general, in this type of positions, if black would be able to reroute his knight d7, knight e5, black would be perfectly fine. The big question, however, is that after knight d7, the idea that you mentioned with e4, e5 comes to play. White is threatening checkmate with queen dc to h7. And also white is attacking the pawn to d6. And then already, if you have to start calculating moves like g6, these are territories where computers are good at. Humanly, you just feel like, oh, I have to play this. No, I want to find a different solution to the problem. And one of the natural moves would be just a human move, bishop e7 back to f8, opening up the e file for the rook, also eventually rerouting that bishop via g6 to g7. I think that's kind of the most standard move, bishop f8 here.
And this line that you showed me, it's exactly when chess baffles me, Peter, because you mentioned knight d7 and then e5 comes. As a human, you see that option and you almost stop looking at knight d7. But we saw that, in fact, after g6, the eval bar says that black is doing absolutely fine. And again, it's computer territory, but as a player, once you see a move like e5, you almost stop looking at this line. I would be quite amazed to see if Iskandarov actually does decide to retreat that knight to d7. It might be the best move in the position, but such a difficult human move to make.
Yes, and I mean, okay, when you see after e takes d6 that you have to move that bishop from e7 to f6 or to f8, I mean, probably to f6, that's the idea. It's not natural. I mean, you just can't really evaluate it. You certainly feel that it's not going to be better for black, because usually you only start looking at such lines when you feel like, okay, the position demands this move, I can make it, am I brave enough or not? But here, this is not the question. I mean, it just looks completely crazy, and we don't want to be crazy as chess players. So after queen d3, we just want to put that bishop back on f8, make sure that everything is safe, and then we're going to see what to do next.
All right, so a big moment here for black. And we've been talking about these two youngsters who are fighting against each other. Peter, some amazing prodigies are really making their mark at the very elite in the chess world. From the Uzbeki prodigies to the Indian prodigies to your own student, Vincent Kema, having such fantastic performances. How do you look at this World Cup as an opportunity for them? And how far are you expecting them to go this year in the World Cup?
Well, we talked about it, that it's unpredictable. I think they should just forget about all the pressure. They should forget about this is the moment, I can succeed, I can achieve this or that, because the field is so dangerous. For example, Vincent is playing himself against a prodigy immediately in round 2 against Daniel Darda from Belgium. That's also a very big matchup. In order to continue your journey, to get to the next round, you have to play good chess. And I think that it will be a big challenge for the youngsters, that they can simply eliminate their nerves, then they will be doing fine, then they can do anything, because chess-wise they are already capable of. The big question, how they will handle all this new situation. I do recall that Abdusatov was doing very well in the previous World Cup. Magnus Carlsen in his teenage years already played brilliantly, I think in 2005 in Khanty-Mansiysk. So it definitely shows that already youngsters can really succeed in these events.
Truly a big stage and a big moment for these youngsters, and a big moment for Gukesh, because if he does manage to win this game, Peter, in the live ratings, he might get those 3 points to become India #1 and cross Vishy Anand. It would be a historic moment in Indian chess and a monumental one in his career. Of course, far away from Vishy's achievements, but for the first time, India might have a different India #1. The action is on in the FIDE World Cup as the matches and the games are heating up. And we will be back with world #2, Hikaru Nakamura, to take a look at how he's doing in his match. Lots of action coming up. Stay tuned. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Chess Kid is fun. Chess is great for the brain, but it's also fun to play. And Chess Kid makes it easy to have fun. Whether your child is a total beginner or a prodigy, they can hop on and find a well-matched opponent from around the world at any time. Chess Kid is the safe, parent-approved way for your child to play chess online. Chess Kid is educational. To kids, it feels just like playing, but chess is a great way to learn patience, strategy, and critical thinking. Chess Kid features a comprehensive training program that guides kids to level up on their way to mastery. There are more than 50,000 chess puzzles and a whole library of entertaining videos that teach strategies, tactics, openings, and endgames specifically for kids. Chess Kid is easy. Whether you're a parent helping your child, a coach managing dozens of kids, or a school of hundreds. Signing up is free and easy, so what are you waiting for?
Chess.com's game review recently got a major update. Here are 4 key notes. At the end of each game review, you will now see a summary of the game from your coach, your performance rating for that game, and a quick grade for you and your opponent in the opening, middle game, and endgame. We've added a new classification called miss for when a move fails to take advantage of an opportunity, but it is otherwise a sound move. We've also changed the definition of blunder. Now a move will only be considered a blunder if it loses material or allows a checkmate. Coach will now draw arrows and highlight squares when you hover over or click on the highlighted words in the move explanations. This should make move explanations easier to follow. Finally, coaches' explanations will now reference specific pieces and threats in explanations, making move explanations much more intuitive. The new game review experience is available on chess.com right now.
The unstoppable force, world number 2, Hikaru Nakamura, has started his foray in the FIDE World Cup. And there we see our playing hall live from Baku. And that's the board. It's all eyes on Hikaru against the reigning Indian national champion, Venkataraman. And it is going to be quite a tough battle as we see on the live board. The last move that Hikaru has played has been in fact the pawn push on that F-file, challenging the center. A big moment here for Karthik. It feels like going on the defense here, Peter. Hikaru, is he showing his fangs right now with the last move?
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I mean, if white gets the chance to attack on the F-file with F4 and then the rook also eventually moving back to F1, then we're going to see some threats on the F-file. The big question is that how will black now really react? Yeah, it's not an easy task. I would just very quickly highlight that what I did not like from black's play. You remember I was telling that I prefer to move the bishop back to b6 and play knight e7, knight g6. I really believe that this is the right way to proceed in this position. But in this game, after bishop b6, knight g3, black opted for knight a5. And the knight is moving slightly to the side. Bishop c2, c5. Yeah, that's kind of natural. You play c5, but Hikaru goes immediately, using the fact that that knight is missing from g6. Hikaru uses the momentum, goes knight h4, the knight is heading to f5, creating threats on the king side. So black has to react. Black played the move king h7. Now the knight jumped to f5, and after knight e7, knight takes e7, queen takes e7, bishop e3. On the board, black retreated the king to g8. That was black's last move, king h7 to g8, because probably this bishop on c2 was eyeing that king on h7. Eventually some d3, d4 push was hanging in the air, which black did not like, so he moved with his king back to g8, and then suddenly f4 comes, and it's a very dangerous position for black.
It's definitely heating up. I love it. I love this idea of f4. And of course, White wants to start thinking about doubling up, bringing his major forces, the queen and the rook, on the f line. Queen f3, rook f1, as you're highlighting. And one can see the attack about to brew up. And also, a big congratulations to Hikaru, newly married Peter. It feels like his honeymoon is going to be in Baku playing the FIDE World Cup. And I believe his wife, Atusa Prakashan, is also there with him right now. Definitely a big event for Hikaru. He's always said that he's streamer first, and he is one of the biggest streamers in the world. But his performance in the chess world has been absolutely mind blowing. Can he continue his grand form and try and win the FIDE World Cup? It's not been an easy one. We've been talking about the winners of the World Cup. Let's take a look at some of the big names who've got this glory with them of winning the title. And as mentioned earlier, the only player to have done it twice, Levon Aronian. I do stand corrected on the year. It was 2005 and 2017. Temur Rajabov took it in 2019. We also see 14th world champion Vladimir Kramnik won the World Cup in 2013. Some big names there. And in 2021, it was Jan Krzysztof Duda. And what a win that was, defeating Magnus Carlsen in the semifinals before he took down Sergei Karyakin in the finals. A fantastic performance there by Jan Krzysztof Duda. Peter, does it surprise you that in this list that we have in front of us, we don't see a Fabi, we don't see a Magnus, we don't see a Hikaru?
Well, they still have all the chances to be there. I mean, the World Cups are played in every 2 years. Well, but it just shows that, how many brilliant players we have. And I do recall that sensational victory by Duda 2021. And I think it was also his big breakthrough in Poland. Ever since he's a celebrity, he has a lot of sponsorships, a lot of support. I mean, I think the whole country, the whole nation is behind him and rooting for him, and he's making steady progress.
Absolutely. And there we also see on our screen Salem Saleh from the UAE walking around. All the names that you can think of in the chess world are currently in Baku right now. And we've been talking about the 2021 winner with his grand performance, Jan Krzysztof Duda, the Polish grandmaster, one of the best players in the world. And Peter, this is his current position. Absolute chaos, absolute madness here. But it does feel that with Black's king in the center, White's pieces placed to stop any attack on White's king, is Jan Krzysztof Duda the one who's pushing in this game?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Black's king is still in the center, and basically looking at this monster knight on d5, there is no way that the Black king will ever castle from e8 because the pawn on e7 needs a guard. Besides, the king on e8 itself feels kind of safe-ish. Yeah, probably Black would love to move the king to f8 and then activate the rook with g8. That would be much more solid than anything else. However, White has managed to open up the c file, and I think that the c file is kind of a key factor in order to break through Black's defenses. It's a big question how he will do that, but at the moment it's looking really good. Also, there is a question that can we, for example, just retreat the bishop from a6 to e2, targeting the h5 pawn, and it's usually quite often a big headache for Black handling this pawn there.
It looks like big headache all around the board, right? Like you said, the king on e8 is perhaps safest placed on e8. We can't imagine it going to the king side for safety with the open g line, the h5 being a big target. Queen side is out of the question with obvious reasons. With the king stuck on e8 and the c line open, a potential check on c7 at some point, the h5 pawn being weak, the move that you're pointing at, a retreating move by the bishop, creating a direct threat. It just looks like Black has got the one who's got all the problems on the board. The one silver lining for Black is that bishop on h6, which actually stops White's rook from stepping onto the c line to penetrate into Black's camp. But apart from that, I don't see too many trumps. The hardest thing for Black is to create counterplay here. When we speak of counterplay, we're trying to look for breaks. We're trying to look for an attacking possibility. But it's just hard to imagine for Black a break coming in, an attacking possibility coming in. Peter, the one idea that you're pointing out that looks really tempting for Black, which I think Black needs to try, is to land that bishop on a4. So after a move like bishop e2, I'm just wondering if Black can ignore the threats on the king side and start trying to put his own threats on the queen side with a move like queen a5, as you're pointing out.
Yes, I mean somewhere on the A file, yeah, queen A5. Oops, I mean my mouse is going crazy. The position is too wild. Yeah, queen A5. However, yeah, trying to go bishop A4. This queen on B3 is such a monster because it protects the A2 pawn. It puts pressure on the B4 pawn. Talking about first candidate moves, I think we should actually come back for a second that here after bishop a6, rook b8, the reason why it's so difficult to make up white's mind is that there is also a tactical possibility of going a to a3 using the pin along the b file, and white might be able to just win the b4 pawn. That's also kind of an idea that definitely Jan Krzysztof is looking at.
Now, a3 would be very direct, but it also feels extremely committal towards your own king, which is so safe right now. And when you mentioned tactical possibilities, I thought you were going to mention something else, because you've been talking about that queen on b3, having all these threats on the board, and the lines that we were looking at. Let's not forget that there is an f7 pawn that the queen on b3 is in fact targeting. And I'm just wondering if we can take a look, go a little deeper, just do a little bit of a deep dive in these ideas that exist, just to show the different concepts that are there in this position. I really like your move bishop e2 with a direct threat on h5. And we were thinking that black comes in with queen a5. And Peter, would it be absolutely crazy for white to ignore bishop a4 and start targeting black's king, go bishop h5 and bishop a4, and I'm trying to find the right move, the right check with that knight on d5 so that I can jump in with the queen to f7?
Yes, so the knight takes f6 check is very natural because e takes f6 should run into checkmate after queen takes f7 check followed by rook takes d6, yeah? Which means that the king probably has to move, has to step away to d8. And then the f7 pawn is hanging, but the rook on d1 is hanging as well. How do we evaluate a chaotic position like this? Queen f7, bishop takes d1, rook takes d1. And we are setting rook takes d6 check. By the way, e takes d6, queen d7 checkmate, which probably forces black to play the move queen e5. And this is the big question, that how do we continue here?
Yeah, I was hoping you wouldn't ask me that question. I do not have an answer to this position, queen e5, because everything seems so beautiful up till this point, all the sacrifices. But now that the dust has settled, and if we do a quick evaluation, I have to say I still like white's position, though I'm not sure what's the next move. And the reason for that is even just the math that we have. White has got an exchange, and how many pawns is that? That's rook. That's a piece and 3 pawns for a rook. And it just feels like one or two more moves to just stabilize the position. Just if I can get out of any checkmating ideas on b2 with your bishop and queen lining up, white would be super happy. But when you say what's your next move, it's hard to come up with one. Maybe just fall back with the knight.
Exactly. It's the reason why I was asking this question. It was more like, asking also to myself and asking the audience that please try to put yourself into the shoe of yourself, that if you have this position and you are calculating, I mean, I think the first instinct is that unless you see here a clear winning move from white side, you might think like, no, you know what, I don't like it because it might be good, but it's too complicated. It's simply impossible to evaluate it correctly. And there is a danger that something might go wrong. And somehow I believe that white has a stable position. It's not in his interest to go for such adventures.
It is definitely an adventurous line, and let's get back on our live board. We might see this happen because Jan Krzysztof Duda, his style is adventurous. He does like complications, but it will depend on how he evaluates that final position and if he finds the answer to Peter's question, what is the next move after black does fall with the queen to the center of the board. But right now, everything looks pleasant, and when you're not forced into these chaotic, the crazy complicated forest of Mikhail Tal, as he used to say, just drive your opponent into that forest where the path out is only narrow enough for one to get out. There's perhaps no need for Jan Krzysztof Duda to get into that forest just yet.
Yeah, definitely. And still, this A to A3 move is also kind of very distracting because you feel like if it's possible, it could be a very good move because it eliminates this B4 pawn, and the tactical justification is kind of beautiful because after A3, if black goes on along with his plan of going queen a5, hitting the bishop plus threatening the move bishop a4, then actually white has 8 takes b4. You can simply ignore the threat of taking the bishop because black is unable to take the bishop due to the fork on c7. And once you see this kind of tactic, it can be so attractive that you start spending a lot of time that, okay, if I can make this work, then it's fantastic news.
All right, well, Jan Krzysztof Duda with some pleasant decisions and also up on the clock. So, really keeping the pressure on the board and the clock is having the edge in his game. Peter, what else catches your attention? You've got so many games going on, and I just want to jump to each one of them. But is there one that specifically stands out for you?
Well, I would like to have a update on the Magnus's game just to see how Magnus is dealing with the fact, that being black in the first game against a very solid player. But before doing that, I would really love to take a little look at Vincent Keimer against Daniel Darda, because two prodigies are playing against each other. Of course,
Is that the only reason?
No, that's what I wanted to say. That yes, it's clear that I'm rooting for Vincent, but as a commentator, I also try to be as neutral as possible. I'm just curious of the opening, that what happened. It was a Reti. Look at the youngsters. The youngsters are, and it's not only Vincent, all the youngsters are so universal and they are capable of playing everything. And now we are seeing some Reti between the two players. You wouldn't have guessed it. Really professional kind of play. G3, G6, just like Anish Giri versus Magnus Carlsen, for example. The same kind of setup. And okay, it got sharp, it got out of control, and everything to play for. Just 10 moves had been played. Look at this. Only 10 moves had been played.
I'm in shock about that. That we're into our second hour of play and only 10 moves have been played and black is under 30 minutes on the clock. And Peter, this looks like the kind of game, like the kind of position where the clock will play a big role and a big factor. And Vincent Keimer is your prodigy. You're his longtime trainer and coach. Give us a little bit of an insight. This World Cup and this stage, what does it mean for a player like Vincent and his caliber?
Well, I was trying to calm him down. I was just telling him, you don't have to do anything special. You just have to play your chess and forget about the result, forget about all the expectations or whatever. Just enjoy. After all, this is a golden opportunity, in my opinion, to any youngster. They have the chance. If it goes fantastic, they even get the chance to qualify for the candidates. And if not, then they are getting tremendous experience. So basically, it's a win-win situation. And I believe if you are capable of somehow focusing your energy like this, that whatever happens, you will become a better player and you will get a lot of experience, then it should be a great event to play.
Yeah, that's very wise words. And from Vincent Keimer's coach, Peter Lecco, advising Vincent to just enjoy the process. But Peter, we all know for these youngsters, they're so ambitious. It's enjoyment is part of it, but they really want to perform as well. And we talk about the World Cup being such a long event. It's played over 3 weeks and it's a grueling format. And every match gets incrementally tougher. And it's not just the month that you're going to be in Baku, right? It's the months of preparation that precede it. I played one World Cup in my life, and I think it was at least 4 months before that where the preparation for it started. And once you get to know the pairings, you start working even harder. Now, Vincent is one of those players who started in match 2. He got a bye in the first round, being in the top 50. How does that work? How much ahead do players actually prepare for the World Cup, keeping the pairings tree in mind and sort of the potential future matchups in mind?
Well, I think that it was quite nice that Vincent had the chance to play in Biel. The Biel festival has just ended on the 28th of July. And it meant that he had almost no time to think about the World Cup. And I'm very happy about it, because if basically you are already a 2700 player, I believe that each day you are preparing. So it's not like you especially need to address this tournament. And the less you are thinking about it, maybe the less pressure you will feel. I was very happy. Also, looking at Darda's games and everything, I have noticed that he has been very active. He played the Benasca Open, he played the Portugal League. I think he was also trying to get himself into a fighting mood fighting playable condition, because for what you can really prepare, we see none of the players could have ever expected this opening to happen, and it gets down to fight. And if you are not ready to fight, if you are not in good shape, if you are not in a playable shape, you spend a lot of time with preparation, used a lot of computers, then your brain might not be at all ready immediately, to be sharp and able to calculate things. I think both players did it really well, that they played a lot before. And let's see how it goes. However, now back to... sorry, I just wanted to say that, okay, I don't like to sit too long at Vincent's games. I like to look at him, but then I like to move on.
Does your heart start beating a bit faster when you're looking at his game for too long, Peter?
Yes, and I also feel like I can't be, completely unbiased. And okay, as a commentator, I like to commentate something where I know exactly that I can be neutral.
Fair enough, but just to finish and wrap up this game, we see a move has been played by Darda. He has pushed that a-pawn to make sure that Vincent's a-pawn doesn't advance further, making that bishop on g2 an absolute monster, which would have happened had Black's pawn still been on a7. But there are drawbacks of this move. White can start targeting the c4 pawn, and I see quite a few scenarios where, in fact, Vincent might end up just winning that pawn on c4, because it's not easy to imagine how Black defends it. A move that comes to mind is sidestepping the queen trade. You can go queen a4. It's a thematic move in these positions. I'm hitting that pawn on c4. And if Black was to develop the bishop to e6, I'm already looking at possibilities of my knight jumping onto g5. And Peter, I feel that things could get nasty for Black very quickly in these kind of positions.
Well, if the position falls apart, it's very bad. But this knight on c6 and the pawn on b7, it's a very nice construction. I used to say cemento, because it's a cemented construction. And as long as Black keeps that, it's not that obvious for White how to break through. It looks like White has the initiative, definitely, but I still see that Black is very solid here.
All right, so it's a solid game, but Vincent looks like the one who is pushing with more space. We will check back on this one. But Peter, let's go back to some of our top boards, some of the big guns who are playing their first match today. And which board catches your attention?
Well, let's go to Magnus just quickly. I don't think that this is the most exciting of positions because it's a very symmetrical, very equalish position, but I do feel like there is maybe more spice to it than it meets the eye first, because look at this, there are some kind of hanging pieces. The knight on d1 is hanging, the pawn on c4 is vulnerable. It seems like Magnus is creating some pressure. The knight on a5 hits the pawn on c4, the queen from d6 hits the knight on d1. Yes, for the moment the queen on b2 is protecting the e5 knight, which protects the pawn on c4, but where does this knight from d1 go? That's the big question. And then it's a little bit awkward, no?
I completely agree with you. When you pulled up this position at first, it looked so even, as if, why are we even looking at this right now? We're going to move on from this board really quickly. But you stop for 5 seconds and you ask yourself a question. How is White defending that knight on d1? You can't go knight c3 because the queen loses connection with the e5 knight. The e5 knight will be hanging. The queen from b2 can't jump in to defend the d1 knight. Queen a1 is an ugly move. You never want to make a move like that, allowing Black's pieces to just come forward. If that's not an option, queen d1 is a threat on the board. What does White have in mind in this position?
Well, honestly, I had no idea. Because I was thinking that it's no way White gonna play the move queen a1 because it looks so ugly. It might give the d2 square also. It's just too passive. And then suddenly I got access to the engine line, and I see that according to the engine, White needs to play a stunning move here. I mean, it's like a study-like move. And I don't know, maybe if you are in the heat of the battle and you have foreseen the sequence of moves, what happened before, then you can find it. If you would have asked me, just to name the first 5 moves that comes to my mind, I would have not been able to mention it. And it's the move h2, h3. Can you believe it? Ignoring the threat, of taking, because probably queen b8 check and then queen c7, hitting the f7 pawn will be strong. I mean, h2, h3 is the move to go.
That's crazy. Peter, that would not be on my radar. I was thinking that you were going to say Queen A1. I also saw a feature chat, and then maybe there's some computer-like defense. But Queen A1 is just such a sad move to make on the board, as you mentioned. And you're talking about H3. Definitely not a move that one would consider or think of. You've got to show us what's going on here. What happens if Black actually does pick up that knight on D1? These ideas that you're talking about with White's queen. How does that play out?
Well, I think that's kind of the easy thing to understand. The difficult part of H2, H3 is that why exactly this move? And what happens if, for example, Black does something against White's threat? Yeah, for example, after Queen takes D1, the idea we spoke about is Queen B8 check. And now after King G7, White can play Queen C7 or Queen takes A7. We can even collect the pawn. And we have double attack. Queen takes F7 check. Also, the knight on A5 is hanging, but there is even no way of protecting the pawn on F7.
Amazing.
Yeah, so in fact...
You said H3 is the only move here. So why not another waiting move? If Black can't actually take the knight on D1 and White has this idea of going in with the check, grabbing that A7 pawn, why can't White just play any other move, leaving that knight hanging?
Yeah, that's exactly what I was trying to understand. And I'm not understanding yet. I'm reading the screen and I'm astonished what computer is doing, but I don't feel like it has anything to do with reality. So I'm really worried for White's situation, because over the board, to understand all these nuances, that after H3, if Black makes any pass, then actually White is going to play G4. So it's like a preparatory move to play G4. It's insane.
Peter, if you're not understanding, then it's absolutely hopeless for all of us. This is a crazy, crazy position, and I think a really big moment. So we'll probably just hang in here and look at the subtleties that exist. But a big update that Eva Repkova has, in fact, drawn her game against Zhu Wenjun on the top board of the women's section. So Zhu Wenjun with the white pieces wasn't able to get an advantage in her game. So a great result for Eva, who will play with white against the reigning women world champion in game 2. But right now it's all is on Levan Pansalaya. Peter's mentioning that H3 is the only way for white to keep balance. And that just feels like a very computer approach. Meanwhile, Peter, this is insanity, but we're also getting an update that crazy things are happening on the Nepomniachtchi board. Should we just quickly jump to that and head straight back to the Magnus board in a few?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we do see that white captured on h6, so it might have been our line. So after rook fb1, bishop g4, queen h4 was played, and after the move g5, remember we spoke about g5, I was saying that, probably white simply retreats with the queen to g3, but no, Jan says, you know what, why isn't this pawn hanging? And if I can take it, then also black's construction is kind of falling apart. The pawn on g5 will be weak. So Jan opted for queen takes h6. Black played the move, oops, it was too fast. Black made the move queen e7, a very natural move, protecting, guarding the g5 pawn, plus shouldering the queen on h6, not letting this queen so easy back to the board. Now, apparently, according to computer here, white could have played a4, but clearly the position is so double-edged and so unclear that white preferred to protect the pawn on e5. White played the move rook e1. Now bishop e6, the bishop retreated. Now Jan opted for a4. Oops. Black played c6. Rook moved back to b3. Rook d8. Again, a mistake. Well, it's a typical position that when things are out of control, it's so difficult to play perfect, like a computer. And I don't like to judge any of these moves because it's kind of a natural move. Black wants to reinforce some pressure on the e-file, but Jan just removes his rook from e1. You know what? I don't want to fight for the e-file at all. Let me go rook eb1. And all what white wants to do is to break with a4, a5 and hit the b7 weakness.
a5 feels like a direct threat right now already. Once the rook is doubled up on the b line, you're targeting the b7 pawn. So a5 is coming in, and meanwhile, Jan, when that move g5 was played and Jan going in for the h6 pawn, it just feels like if it's a blitz game, you wouldn't even consider it because you open up the h line and your opponent gets all these attacking possibilities. But obviously, Jan being Jan, he's fearless. He's not gonna shy away from these options. Seeing that everything is safe, he plays the most direct continuation. And if we see the live board now, it feels like it's really paid off because he's got the extra pawn. He's the one with all the initiative on Black's king. White's king is still super safe. Black doesn't really have the option to go over with that rook to h8. White can perhaps even pick up the g5 pawn, but there's always a safe square with the queen coming to f6. You've always got the option of queen f6, offering a queen trade in those positions. So Yan playing with fire, picking up the h6 pawn, but it feels like the gamble, if it was at all, has paid off.
Yeah, or maybe it was just perfect calculation, yeah, because the first instinct is really like, okay, my opponent is sacrificing this pawn with g5, so probably this is a poisonous pawn. Then you pause for a second, and also you have been probably expecting the move g5 before already. Then you think, hang on, but what happens if I take it? And once you start thinking about it, and you are not really able to come up with a clear answer, then you are all the more tempted that, okay, let me calculate something more. Am I missing something? And when you finally convince yourself that, no, actually, I'm not missing anything, then you feel like, okay, then let me just take it.
And he's played it out to perfection. And now there is, if we just get up to board with our live position right now, with this big threat that you've been pointing out, the pawn moving to a5, the more I look at the position, the harder it is to counter this threat. You can't really push your own pawn to a5. The bishop on b6 is hanging. How is Black planning to keep things under control on the queen side here?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, basically now I feel like I understand why computer criticized the last Black move, rook d8 to e8, because if the rook would still be on d8, then at least somehow we could feel like maybe we could be defending the 7th rank with rook d7. But even that isn't the case, because after there might be some bishop a6 trick at the end, but it's anyway not this position, so I don't want to get too deep into that. But now, how on earth do we protect this pawn? And we see that Vugar is thinking it might be too late.
It might be too late, and he's touching the 20-minute mark in a position where the clock is least of his problems right now. Big threats on the board. Yan Nepomniachtchi on the attack. There's nothing scarier than a Yan who's on the attack. And that's the kind of position that it feels like he's gotten himself. And you can see it on the camera, the desperation that Vugar is feeling right now. Yan, pawn grabbing there, as we saw in the feature chat, in the spirit of Yasser Seirawan, picks up that pawn on one side of the board. It looks like he's creating all the play on the other side of the board here, Peter. It looks like things are going well here. Should we take a look at some of the other action?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, for example, Prag Nanda, we haven't been seeing Prag at all. And look at this, queen is on g1. Who is white? Who is black?
Wow.
What is happening here? Good that we came here.
What is this? What a call, Peter, and what a moment to jump. It is move 15. I mean, the only thing that comes to my mind is that we have to take this position from the starting position to even understand how is this possible.
Yeah, exactly. Basically, our strategy was in the break that we will try to be more dynamic and be jumping faster, but this one we really have to take a look. It was the knight ge7 Spanish. Okay, it's already by itself, I guess, a big surprise. Prag has never in his life ever played it, maybe in some blitz game at home. And we see something very interesting. Looks fairly standard, looks like white has everything under control, but this knight on g6 makes it a special position. So what do we have? How did things escalate so dramatically? Okay, f4. All right, so white is trying to punish black. And Prag is waiting for that. He's breaking out, breaking bad h4, d5 thematic idea against a flank attack. You should always strike in the center. h5. So Maxim just continues. D takes e4, queen g3, knight h4. Wow, this is the key idea. Sacrifices this knight. And the whole point is something very hidden and very deep. After rook takes h4, black gives a check, queen g1 check, and after bishop f1, is of course not capturing back on h4 because that would be just a terrible solution. But it's e4, e3, that's, well, okay, this is some brilliancy.
This is incomprehensible. Pragnananda just sacrificed his knight on h4, and it's not to recapture the rook, but to bring in the queen, and it's clearly over-the-board inspiration. This entire line, this entire move sequence of moves, because we see the amount of time that has been burnt on the clock. He's played this move e3, so currently black is down a piece. And white does have the option to actually retreat with the rook. You can play the move rook to h2 and be up an extra piece. Peter, it's clear the idea for black is to go for white's king, but you've got to break this down for us. How does black continue the initiative in this position? e3, you stop white from development. Bishop takes e3, it's clear. That's the easy question to answer. Runs into bishop h4. So bishop e3 is out of the question. Bishop h4, and I think black is winning on the spot.
Oops, just a second. Bishop takes h4, yeah. And queen takes h4 runs into queen takes e3 check. And already black is an exchange up, and white's king is in a dire strait. So yeah, that's the trick behind e3. But it's not a trick, it's a big concept, because now actually also black is threatening to trade the queens with queen f2 check, because after queen takes f2, e takes f2 check, white has to take the pawn, and then black will simply capture the rook on h4, and again will be an exchange up, which leads us that actually white is kind of forced to react against this queen f2 check with a rook retreat, or somehow to move the knight covering the f2 square. But I mean, if white has to lose a tempo, then suddenly it feels like black's forces will be very powerful.
I'm going to be honest, if this is a blitz game, and I hope it'll never be, and I've got this position with white, with black's forces the way they are, the first move that I would probably blitz out is rook to h2. I get out of the threats that you're pointing out, I save my rook, and I say that I'm up a piece. And the Valbar disapproves, but that's exactly what I want you to tell us. Where is Prag's initiative here? How is he going for the win here?
Well, I mean, honestly, I definitely have seen the move bishop c5. It was clear to me that black wants to play bishop c5, but if I don't know the compute evaluation, I would say that, okay, it's a mess, it's unclear, I don't know what is going on. Seeing the compute evaluation, and it's all based on the fact that after 92, black again can trade the queens with queen f2 check, but now we are not winning any material, nothing. We are actually just trading queens, but after e takes f2 check, now with the bishop on c5, this beautiful pawn is protected. The king has to walk out, because king d1 runs into check, and bishop d2 runs into then bishop e3, and we are winning back the bishop immediately and end the game. So basically white is forced to run out. However, after check, king c3, we already now feel that this is going really badly for white, because black has all kinds of rook d1 ideas entering the first rank. Also somewhere maybe some a5, bishop b4 check ideas. Bishop is coming to e6 as well. I mean, now we already appreciate black's sacrifice very much.
So you're saying even though the queens are off the board, black has so much initiative in this position. Look at that pawn on f2, the piece activity, all of white's pieces completely discoordinated, no harmony. And once the rook steps into d1, there is no further development for white. What a fantastic concept here by Prag with black, sacrificing that knight on h4 and not to regain the rook back, but to simply advance the e-pawn, really clamping down on white's position.
Yes, so basically it was a matter of deep calculation for both sides, because Maxim, true to his style, he went for this ultra sharp h4, probably forcing the move d5. I mean, Maxim would never miss something like this. Yeah, so d5, h5, d takes e4, queen g3 was based on some deep heavy calculation from white. And then it turns out that Prag has foreseen or has calculated deeper. Knight h4, rook takes h4, and if you don't see this stunning idea with e3, basically you have to resign with black. So I'm believing that Maxim simply felt like this sacrifice simply does not work, and if it does not work, then let me call Prag's bluff. And it turns out that it's not bluff, it's some sensational stuff. One of the most shocking things that I have seen in my life. I mean, in move 15, black gets this incredible attack from this knight g7, knight g6 kind of Spanish. Amazing.
Just incredible. This move e3, if it appears on the board, Maxime Lagarde's got to be shocked about it. Definitely unexpected, out of the blue. And the interesting thing is that if black did not have this resource of knight jumping onto h4, it's perhaps just worse for black then, because you have to fall back with the knight all the way to h8, and suddenly the tables really do turn around. So you have to be very clear in your calculation of finding this idea of not just jumping in with the knight to h4, but advancing that e-pawn to e3 which we see on our live board. And big trouble here for Maxime Lagarde in the current position, as we have knight h4, queen g1, e3, a sequence of brilliant moves here by Prague. Just excellent play.
Yeah, absolutely shocking. And now, to Maxime's horror, he probably realizes that he's in a lot of trouble, because the first guest looked like, he was the one who was asking for this adventure, and looked like everything going his way. And then this stunner e4, e3, and I have to come back, because he after f4 castles. This is the moment when both players after the move h4 had to calculate all the way up till here, because in order to play the move h4, white has foreseen this position and thought that probably he's winning. And Prague, not believing his opponent at all, he goes very deep, believing his intuition, because here you often rely on your intuition that no, there could be something in the position. And thanks to this incredible intuition, he did spot already here the move e3, I'm pretty sure. Otherwise, you just can't play like the way he played.
Amazing stuff. And I saw a featured chat there that apparently knight e2 is the only move that white has in this position. Wow. And then the ideas that we have been looking at with queen jumping into f2, picking up that rook on h4, or maybe white can... You've got to go queen f2, because your queen on g1 doesn't really have any other square. So knight e2, queen f2 will be an endgame where Prague will have extra material. It will be about technique. Peter, meanwhile, I've got my eye out on the other boards as well. And I've got an update for you and for chat. On the Magnus board, the impossible to find move that we were looking at for Levon Pansalaya to keep the balance, h3, was in fact not found. Understandably so. h3 is such a difficult move to be made. And instead, Levon has made a mistake against Magnus.
So let me pull up the game. Yeah, well, actually, I wanted to say that this is the most human way of reacting. So let's just go back. Yes, so it all happened like capture, queen d6. If humanly you don't see a good way of protecting this knight, then finally it was also my kind of thought process before noticing this computer move of h3, that what happens if I retreat this knight back to f3, opening up the way, attacking the f6 knight. And it's still so complicated, because of course, yeah, black takes the knight, white takes the knight, and black probably takes the pawn, but it looks like maybe some knight g5, some queen e7, whatever. I mean, white has possibilities, but objectively speaking, maybe it's simply not good. Also, the move queen e7 might run into some tactic with knight takes e3 check as well. Yeah, and then we lost the pawn for nothing.
It looks like a very healthy extra pawn for black. And let's just show this tactic that you're pointing out, because I think it's quite the key. If white does have the option to play queen e7, you start creating not only threats of checks, but also picking up that c5 and a7 pawn. But the queen loses connection with that knight on f3, which actually allows counter tactics. Really nicely spotted there, Peter. Knight e3 comes in with a check if white recaptures, and the black queen gives a check, forcing white's king to lose connection with the knight, and black ends up with an extra pawn and a winning queen pawn endgame.
Exactly, yeah, that's already something which even we can understand quite easily. And if queen e7 is impossible, then somehow it's very difficult to understand. The other aggressive move would be knight g5, so we should talk about knight g5 as well. Yeah, trying to create problems on the f7 pawn, but black is very comfortably retreating the queen. I don't know if you should include first the check on d5, or you fall back with the queen immediately to d7. In any case, it doesn't do any harm to us, this knight g5 business.
You can go queen d5, queen f5, or you can fall all the way back to queen with the queen to d7. So some nice defensive resources there. And we see that the move that Levon has, in fact, chosen, Peter, we've got a move on the board.
It's e4.
He's gone for e4. So he takes control of this diagonal. No more checks on d5. Also, now there isn't a knight e3 threat. So white is also freeing up the queen from f6, potentially to come to e7. But it just looks like a healthy extra pawn for Magnus here. And after e4, he can already start thinking about either retreating with the queen or putting it in a better square to try to create threats of his own.
Yeah, it looks like black should be able now to coordinate forces. On the other hand, I feel like e3 was a very nice move. It was a nice touch. Keeping the knight on f3, it's a great piece. I mean, the threat of eventually going knight g5, we should keep it in the pocket. Besides, also maybe we want to go some h4, h5, h6. Clearly, black will never let this happen, but you never know exactly. It's still a lot of technical work ahead for Magnus. First of all, how to coordinate, how to make sure that white will not get some dangerous counterplay here.
When we talk about technical work, he's sort of like the world champion of technical work. His technique is unmatched, and it's a nightmare to play these kind of positions against Magnus. Magnus with the black pieces in dominating control in this one. FIDE, I'm also seeing a lot of action on the other two top boards. Hikaru and Fabi both seem to be outplaying their opponents. Do you want to take a quick look at Hikaru's board? It's an endgame. The queens are off the board, but there are still checkmating ideas that Hikaru is trying to create against Karthik Venkataraman. We see white's rook has landed on the 8th rank. One can imagine that dark squared bishop lining up on the long diagonal, bishop e5, rook h8 ideas are always in the air. The Valbar says it's not that much advantage, but it still looks very pleasant for white right now.
Yes, it looks present at the moment, but if black gets time to develop, yeah, for example, with bishop b7 solving all these problems of the back rank on the 8th rank, then things are kind of quite solid. There is the move
So after bishop
yes.
e5, you're mentioning that black has bishop b7 and solves all problems.
Yes, exactly. I mean, I'm very, very happy with this. Yeah, I'm developing and solving my problems at the same time. This is the ideal scenario. I feel like it's very much about move per move situation, because if I'm even tempted to play this slightly anti-positional move c3, c4, just for the fact that this knight on d5 is the key piece in my mind that keeps the position together. If that knight has to move, then the white rook will always have a very nice access to the e7 square. So we will be able to avoid any kind of rook trades, and we will still keep on putting some initiative on our position. So how do you react to c4? Could be maybe knight. Wow, there is this defense. Knight f6 and rook e7 can be met by rook a7, protecting like this. This could be a defense.
Very nice. Very nice stuff. So for black, the aim is to trade off the rooks. It's white's most active piece. And in this way, you're finding a way to actually get rid of white's attacker. After c4, you're pointing out the move knight to f6. The first thing that came to my mind was that why is knight to b4 so bad? It looked like an aggressive move. I'm hitting your bishop, and I want to play bishop b7 next. But just to follow up on your point, I think it would be nice to show to everyone that once the bishop falls back, let's say bishop d1, or bishop e5 as well.
I think we can now use the moment. Yeah, that bishop e5, and after bishop b7, we have rook e7.
Correct. And
we
this
simply
very
ignore. Yes, we simply ignore the hanging bishop on c2.
And a really nice line. I was also thinking about potential ideas of bishop transferring from d1 to f3, but this seems direct and extremely strong as well. So which is why you're mentioning that knight f6 is the only move to keep the balance in the position. Which seems to be good enough. And we see Hikaru there. He's leaning in, hasn't made his move. The position looks pleasant, but it feels like if you do a little deep dive, black has just about enough resources to trade the rooks at the right time.
Yes, and actually we have to come back to this moment, which we have been seeing after the move f4. It looked like it's going to be very dangerous for black. And because the engine, whenever I push the moves, then the engine is on. And I have spotted that engine was saying that here the move d6, d5 is very crucial and very important. And this is exactly what black has played. So some very nice counter idea. I mean, basically after d5, fighting in the center, forcing white to capture on d5. And then with e takes f4, he managed to trade off quite a lot of pieces. Still, it looked and looks very dangerous. But if he has foreseen that he has everything under control here, that's truly impressive.
Impressive calculation there by India's national champion Karthik Venkataraman playing against Hikaru, and Hikaru there with a head shake. I think he realizes that his opponent has navigated through all these complications as in just in time to defend his king side. It still looks dangerous, the position, but black just needs one move to get all the pieces neutralized. Bishop to b7 is the move that you need. Hikaru there, Hawkeye precision. Will he go for the direct c4? Or will he try to find some other ideas? I think we've had some more moves from this analysis board where white gave a check. Sorry,
no,
where black did
that's
play g6.
yes, exactly. And this is the moment why I was bringing up this position, that it could have been so easy to say that, you know what, after bishop d6, the only natural move is bishop b7. Yeah, solving finally the problem. But it runs into rook a8, bishop a8, and then d4 check. And that's the trick. The bishop gives a check to the king, and the pawn on c5 is falling. So because of this, black had to lose this tempo. This slightly mysterious move g6 was absolutely the only move. Everything else was losing. And in fact, it turns out that this g6 is such a key move. If really Kartik has foreseen all this, this is some 2700 plus stuff. It's really brilliant.
Wow, big words of praise by Peter Lecco for the youngster, the Indian young grandmaster, Kartik Venkataraman. And it looks like he's found all the right moves. But when you're playing against Hikaru, it's not over till it's over. But Peter, looking at Hikaru on the screen, it does feel like he also senses that perhaps black has neutralized all of white's play in this position with accuracy over the last few moves.
Well, I think that it's very difficult for Hikaru to believe what has happened. Yeah, because if he plays Magnus Carlsen and then Magnus finds all these moves, then Hikaru says, of course, yeah, Magnus finds it. But when you are playing against the so-called underdog who is, I don't know, 200 points lower than you, then you are expecting that at some point, yeah, you might collapse, or you might believe your opponent, or you will not be able to calculate and navigate yourself in this big jungle. And then suddenly, what happens? Kartik plays like absolutely super GM. And this is the thing that Hikaru still needs to digest first before he can again get his thoughts back to the position, because it looked like he's winning, and now he has to find a way how to keep a slight advantage going. And this is psychologically not an easy task. We know, of course, that Hikaru is capable of handling any kind of situations, but right now he's a little bit irritated.
Understandably so. As you mentioned, the irritation, we can see that with the head shake. When you make a move like f4 out of the opening, you feel like you've got the edge, you've got the advantage in the game, and you're the one who's pushing for the win. You seem to have done everything right, and just at the brink of moment where black seems like everything will fall apart, finds this precise play, keeps everything under control, and just tempo to tempo safeguards the king and will be able to trade off the rooks. Hikaru Nakamura, head in hands there. And it's not going to be an easy one to convert. If at all, he can find ways to keep his chances alive in this one. Kartik Venkataraman, with some amazing defensive resources, keeps things intact with the black pieces. The action continues as the games are heating up across the boards. We are about to meet the 40 move, a time control. We will see a lot of time scrambles, and we will be in for a big fight in round one, match two. And for right now, there's a lot of action on, and you should not miss your chance to win the Diamond membership this Friday on chess.com's Discord server. We're hosting an arena with 4 Diamond membership up for grabs. To stake your claim, join the Discord at go.chess.com/Discord and connect your Discord to your Chess.com account. For now, use the command Discord in chat for all the information. And we'll be back with all the scintillating action from the FIDE World Cup right after this break.
Hey everybody, it's Danny here, and as you may know, chess.com and Chessable are now one, and I'm here to show you how you can make your chess.com and Chessable one in just a few clicks. To start, let's log in and connect our chess.com account. I just scroll right here above the browser and click login. Scroll down and click continue with chess.com. Now, if you're already logged into chess.com, it's just going to ask you if you want to approve that connection. I'm going to say yes, sir. But after approving, it'll bring you right back to the Chessable homepage. Now, the Puzzle Connect feature can be found under Tools, and you click Puzzle Connect. Now, what that does after you type in your username is it's going to pull positions from the games you played on chess.com, create your very own personalized Chessable course, and then quiz you with the positions where you may have missed the best move. And the more you play on chess.com, the more games it will have to quiz you as long as your account stays connected. It's pretty sweet, and it's going to help you get better learning from the mistakes in your games. Yes, this is a pro feature at Chessable, but if you go to chessable.com/link, you can get 30 days of Pro for free.
I remember that day, it was unreal. I definitely felt like I was walking on air. Yeah, it was like such a beautiful feeling because I won the first championship that was actually combining women and men into the same section. So in addition to winning the title and the money, which I really needed, it was like something like $9,500, but I was like a college student at the time, and like literally that was like all the money I had in my bank account after cashing that check. So that was really cool. And then also I got an IM norm. So it was like a little bit of everything.
(309 players, 206 men and 103 women are here for the 2023 FIDE World Cup. It's the premier knockout tournament in over-the-board chess. All of these players have one goal: to become a candidate for the World Championship. Only 3 players in each tournament will earn this distinction. The winners will also earn a combined 160 grand in US dollars. Not bad. Both of the reigning World Cup winners are back to try and repeat as champion, a feat no one has ever achieved in this grueling tournament. They are Jan Krzysztof Duda and Alexandra Kosteniuk, the victors in 2021.
Alexandra Kosteniuk crushing everybody. She is your deserved champion.
And Jan Krzysztof Duda wins the 2021 FIDE World Cup. What a performance.
The top seeds in 2023 are Magnus and Zhu Wenjun. Neither of them have won a World Cup before. Yes, even Magnus has yet to make it past the semis. It's that tough of a tournament. Still, Carlsen is the favorite in pretty much any tournament he plays. But don't sleep on the rest of this field. Hikaru Nakamura, Fabiano Caruana, Jan Nepomniachtchi. They are all here to try and win their first World Cup. For its part, the women's field boasts 5 world champions. In addition to Zhu Wenjun and Kosteniuk, that list includes Tan Zhongyi, Maria Muzichuk, and Anna Ushanina. Will one of them take the next step in a return to the throne? In a knockout like this, it is truly anyone's game. Who will come out on top? Who else will qualify for the candidates? What upsets are in store? This is the 2023 FIDE World Cup.
Welcome back, everyone. This is round one of match 2, and it's all happening in Baku, the FIDE World Cup. And the FIDE Women World Cup is on. The games are heating up. As you see all the players on our screen, completely focused. We know we're up ahead. Some time scrambles coming in, and let's get an update from the FIDE Women World Cup. Some big battles on. We've been seeing some big opening decisions by players on the screen currently. One of the strongest players in the chess world, Grandmaster Kanaru Humpy, up against a youngster from India, women Grandmaster Priyanka Nuttaki there on our screen. Peter, some exciting matchups, including Alexandra Goryachkina's board. She's playing with the black pieces, and this is a Carlsbad structure that we were looking at the start of our broadcast. A lot has happened. We mentioned a potential kingside attack, and it's brewing.
No, because the game ended in a draw by a threefold repetition. It's over. It's a draw.
That's a big update. The game has ended. The position that I have in front of me, it felt like it was going somewhere, but Peter, it looks like the players decided to repeat at this moment.
Exactly, yeah. So it featured the moves. You remember, and we were talking about this, that, yeah, what is the right strategy? Basically, to me, it looks like Goryachkina had quite a lot of respect already from her opponent. And after knight b6, she insisted on repeating with rook a6. If she would continue with the move rook a d8, then she is probably faced with the unpleasant queen c7 move. And you can't really kick that queen away because rook e7 runs into losing the rook on d8. And otherwise, this knight b6 queen c7 combo somehow dominates black's rooks. And she decided to call it a day. She went for rook a6 instead. After which, if white plays queen c7, then probably black can simply fall back with the queen to d8, for example, and force a queen trade. Now that the knight on b6 is loose. And white did not want any of it. White simply retreated with knight to a4, and then black moved the rook back to 8, and this is how the game ended.
Wow. So it does feel as if Goryachkina was also happy to bail out in this position with the black pieces. That's top 2 seeds in the Women World Cup. Zhu Wenjun and Goryachkina drawing their first game. They will start with the white pieces in round 2 against their lower rated opponent, with a good result there by Ordaz Valdez. But Peter, on board 3, action is still on, where the top seed, Kanaru Humpy, is trying to get more out of this position. It is an opposite color bishop. What are the chances of this getting dangerous for black?
Well, I mean, it's only dangerous because move pair move scenarios. In long terms, black would be perfectly fine with the queen on f6 and the dark square bishop. But now at this moment, the pawn on b7 is kind of weak. Yeah, that's a problem. You can't really move that bishop nicely because the move bishop e5, which we would love to play, runs into rook takes b7, collecting the pawn and protecting back on b2. Yeah, this is kind of a problem. And for this fact, probably after rook d7, black will have to play a move like rook c8. But rook c8 runs into bishop e4. Yeah, there are all kinds of... Oops, this is a mouse slip from my side. So after bishop d7, rook d7, if black plays the move rook c8, then there are all kinds of ideas with queen e4 or bishop e4, hitting that b7 pawn with queen e4 eventually also on h7. Move pair move problems.
And Peter, before you mentioned bishop e4, I thought, wait a second, it's obvious. You go queen e4, you hit the pawn on one side and you hit the pawn on the other side. Queen e4, my first idea is to hit queen h7. But let's say black was to play g6. White needs to be careful here because the first intention of capturing the b7 pawn, hold on, yes, you win a pawn, but guess what? You lose the game after black goes rook to b8. Black's got trumps of his own in this position. Watch out for that b2 square. Queen c7 runs into queen takes a b2, checkmate. So it's not that easy as it might look at first for white to win that b7 pawn.
Exactly. Yeah, so that also explains why Humpy was, I think, burning quite a lot of time. She's down to 15 minutes, and it's only move 23. There might be some big time scramble coming up here.
Rook d7, and first Priyanka Nutaki needs to find that rook move. And I think by process of elimination is how you come up with the move rook c8. You simply see that if you move the bishop, white simply ends up with an extra pawn in the position. So rook c8, it's the kind of move that you end up playing after a little bit of a think. And then once again, the ball will be in Humpy's court. Does she go for queen e4? Which doesn't win the pawn immediately, or the other move that you mentioned, which now seems more attractive. Because if we do go after rook c8, let's just have that on our board to show the dangers that exist in the position. The point is that after bishop e4, you don't have a double threat. You only have a threat on b7. But black doesn't have the time to push that b pawn. b6 actually is a big mistake because white simply steps in with the bishop to b7, and black's rook has got no way to defend that c7 bishop. So bishop e4 might actually win the pawn on the spot, because the more I look at it, the harder it is for me to find a move for black. And Peter, I want to point out one more tactic that I just spotted, and I think you know the one I'm talking about. If black was to play a move like queen e5, here's a question for chat. What happens for queen e5? You can't really take on b7 at the moment. But maybe it's you can just play something simple here, Peter. How do you still win a pawn here?
Well, probably I just move my queen from e2 to d3. Just sidestep, yeah, because then I'm insisting on hitting on h7 and on b7 as well.
Queen d3. I was thinking of queen f3, but now that you point out queen d3, it looks even extremely strong in the position. Again, ideas of double threatening black's pawn. So it does look like Humpy's in driver's seat right now in her game against Priyanka.
Yes, if she follows rook c8 up with bishop e4, but first black also needs to find the move rook c8. The reason why I'm also really loving this move bishop e4, that it keeps the queen on e2, and this queen on e2 is beautifully guarding the weakness, the only weakness that we have in the position, the b2 pawn. And it's just so nice to see the other pieces taking care of the action and the queen protecting and safeguarding everything.
Very nice move, bishop e4. And it was your instinct to play bishop e4 first, even though for me, queen e4 felt like the natural move. But keeping your position guarded with the queen, but using your other piece to attack. Some great advice there. All right, Peter, this looks like it is going Humpy's way so far. Should we jump into some of the other action?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, let's take a look, for example, at Asaubayeva's game. No, this ended a quick draw. What happened? So quick draw? Okay, no, this is then not in. Okay, so Hadea Masharie. Let's take a look at. Wow, what is this? What is this?
Absolute chaos on the board. Black c2 pawn, I feel, will be the deciding factor here.
Yeah, this pawn on c2, knight on b3. Okay, white needs to create some counterplay on the king side, give checkmate or perpetual check. I mean, something has to happen on the king side.
And I believe we're also getting some results from our open section. Peter, has Jan Nepomniachtchi finished his game?
Yeah, I think so that he won. Yes.
We will stick to this. We will come back to the FIDE World Cup, where Jan Nepomniachtchi is the first top player, the top seed to win his game. And what a game that was. There we see the very end, the players are setting up. Jan was the dominating one against Asadi Vugar. He takes the lead in this match, which means that Asadi with the white pieces is in a must-win game 2 situation. A really nice game by Jan there, start to finish.
Well, I think that it's also a clear message to the whole world, to the whole chess world. Don't dare to play the Petrov against me. I'm the expert. I'm the boss here.
You think that's where it went all wrong for Asadi? The fact that he decided to play Petrov against a Petrov expert.
I feel like it. Yeah, and Jan is a person who takes these kind of things really personally. Yeah, he wants to prove that where he's an expert, he's really the best. And okay, with his incredible successes with the Petrov defense, it's kind of clear that he's now the leading expert.
And a convincing win there by Yana Pomnishi, playing against the Petrov in that game. And the other best player on the planet, world number 1, Magnus Carlsen, up a pawn with black as well here. White is trying to create something on the king side, Peter. Give white another move with that h-pawn, h5, h6 ideas on the board, harry the h-pawn. I know Simon Williams is celebrating right now, seeing that pawn advance up. But it is black's turn, and Magnus can start looking at pushing his own h-pawn so that white doesn't get there.
Yes, that's for sure. I mean, but okay, it's kind of a tough call. Yeah, you definitely want to kick that knight away with h6. But if this is such a natural move, then why is Magnus taking his time? Well, the reason why he's taking his time that after white knight retreats to f3, white will have a very unpleasant threat of h4, h5 breaking black's construction, and it's not so obvious how to stop this. We definitely don't want to play h5 because then white will have an eternal g5 square at his disposal. So this is all very much a game.
And both players about 20 minutes on the clock, touching the 20-minute mark. So even though Magnus has a pawn, there's still work to be done here. As you mentioned, h6, it's a committal move. Once white does fall back with the knight, there are weaknesses on the king's side. Magnus taking his time, what's the alternative? Because white's idea is clear. You make any other move, you play anything else on the board, h5 is coming in.
Yes, I think that probably this is absolutely right. You should just not panic and follow it up with the move queen d3. And I find it quite intriguing because this is also the main line of computer, and he says that, yes, this is the way to go. And look at this. The moment when we left it after e4, computer actually did claim that here the best move is queen d1 to d3, and I was very interested deep inside me that will Magnus play as precisely as the computer, and he did. He opted for the move queen d3, inviting the move knight g5. Then he fell back with his queen to d7. And if after h4 now he's to play h6, knight f3, queen d3, I mean, I say this is sensational. I mean, this is just computer precision at its best. So let's take a look if Magnus will really play like that.
Just amazing dynamics. And Peter, just dive a little deeper into that. Why is queen d3 so precise? Why can't you just fall back with the queen to start with?
Yeah, well, at first, yeah, after e4, probably the simple fact is that white threatens nothing, but he wants to simply go h4, h5. So basically with the move queen d3, you provoke knight g5, but isn't it what white anyway wants? So that's why I say that this is some sensational stuff. Yeah, that sensing all these things that, you know, that's how you're going to get harmony. And if Magnus really had foreseen that after knight g5, queen d7, h4, now I'm going to go h6, knight f3, and back to queen d3, and now you won't have the move knight g5 anymore, then we understand why Magnus Carlsen is Magnus Carlsen.
I think he's given us enough reasons already to know why Magnus Carlsen is Magnus Carlsen. But some amazing play here. He is also one of probably the best player in the world when it comes to these queen pawn end games. It's an absolute nightmare to be in a queen pawn end game against Magnus. Just knows where the pieces belong. But as long as there are knights on the board, it's always tricky. White has his own chances here. The queen and knight can stir up some trouble. So Levon Pansalaya looking for a way to create that, advances the h-pawn. While Magnus has a think in this position and decides whether he wants to push that h6 pawn, the lines that we've been looking at. Peter, I also have my eye out on the other boards. And the one player whose game has been super impressive out of the top seeds, Fabiano Caruana. It just looks like with the black pieces, he has been consistently outplaying his very strong grandmaster opponent, Mikhail Mekdevashvili from Georgia. And this is the live position that we have. Look at those two bishops. That bishop on e2. Black has the option now to actually double up along the e line. The only open e file controls the only open e file. The bishop can land on d3 with a check. If it looks like full control for Fabi, how do you assess his chances of converting this into a full point?
Looks very promising. I mean, this is a dream come true. Everything is protected. The light squared bishop, this is a monster light squared bishop. Basically, if you ever get this kind of bishop, then you know that you should be winning. I mean, the question is, are you winning immediately? Do you have the right already to look at force lines, or you just keep on improving your position, and the position will win by itself. There is definitely no rush. Total domination. Also, we see that white's rook on c1 is not participating in the game. Yeah, this bishop on e2 just cuts the board into two halves. The pawn on f4 will be a big problem. I mean, the bishop might be coming back to d6. Yeah, because it was there before, putting some more pressure on f4. And if ever white is to take on a g5, then after fg, black will also get a pass pawn, and that should be more than enough to win this position.
And while I was trying to break down this position for black, I didn't even realize that it's Fabi's move right now. After knight f1, it is black to play. I was thinking that it's white's move, and you've got the option to go knight e3, trying to dislodge that bishop on e2. So Fabi with a dominating position and his turn, he takes the decision to actually go for an immediate trade on f4, creating that weakness. And I think next he's going to step up with that bishop, attacking that pawn on f4. G takes f4, so he goes for a direct line, which seems to imply that Fabi feels this is his moment now to really cash in on the big advantage.
Yes, I mean, g takes f4 is clearly a move that you do when you are completely sure of yourself that, okay, I know my follow-up, I'm going to play like this, and there is simply no reason why I shouldn't, because it's just winning. So after g f4, g takes f4, now the big question for me is that after bishop d6, so the point is that, okay, the point is that you do give white access to the g3 square, but you don't mind. I mean, if white goes bishop g3, white stays super passive, then the knight from f1 can never get to e3. Yeah, the move that you wanted will never be possible.
And that bishop on g3 looks less like a bishop and more like a big pawn.
Exactly. And it's on the board, bishop d6 played.
You can't put your bishop on e3. There are tactics everywhere. Black can simply take the knight on f1 and then pick up that bishop on e3. So the only way for white to keep that f4 pawn defended is to play the very sorry looking move, bishop to g3. But then once again, black has done everything, gotten this beautiful position. What's the next step here to actually win the game now?
Yeah, there is a question that if I already consider my position quite sad and quite hopeless in the long run, then can I go kamikaze? Can I play total desperado with knight e3? I do run into bishop d3 check, then the king has to fall to a2, and I give the f4 pawn because actually I'm in some kind of pin, but I'm hoping to play some knight takes d5 after bishop f4. Is that an idea?
You mentioned it, it's definitely an idea. And if there is no real good way of defending that f4 pawn, then Mikhail could very well be looking for these counter-attacking motifs. You do end up losing material after bishop c1, or are you looking at some knight f6 chaos?
Yes, I was hoping for knight f6, but the problem is that after king f7, knight takes e8, the super tranquilo move, bishop c1 to f4 is possible. And it simply traps the knight on e8.
That's a stunner. That is super tranquilo. And that just means game over, because white's knight on e8 at the end of the variation is trapped. And Mikhail has got 4 minutes on the clock in a very difficult endgame. And it looks like he is heading into a position where he'll be down material.
Yeah, it's just a super set position, basically absolutely hopeless. If it would be a different time situation that Mikhail would have the 37 minutes versus 4, then maybe there would be some small chances to survive. But like this, I don't feel that there is any hope.
And Bida, I want to ask you at this point, we've got our featured matchups on the screen. We saw the notable players who are playing all the big names of the world are currently in Baku. You know, this format is just like nothing else in the chess world that we see during the calendar year. And Magnus himself has spoken about how much he enjoys how competitive this gets. You, of course, have a very deep understanding of all these top players, their style, their strengths and weaknesses. Whose style or whose approach to the game do you think is best suited for this kind of a unique format, given your experience in the World Cup as well?
Well, I think that it's very important to have extremely good nerves, yeah, and to be able to handle any time control, any format in the best possible way. The point is that I think now that there are so many knockout events, and I already mentioned this Champions Chess Tour giving everyone the chance to fight there and get his own experience. This is very important. This is fantastic news for all the players, for all the 2600 plus players. We have seen Iturizaga reaching the Division 1, right? I mean, and from this kind of successes, and by the way, Iturizaga has lost the first game in the first round with the white pieces, and he came back. Yeah, this incredible fighting spirit, this confidence that I can do. And I believe that that confidence is a very big issue. I mean, here you need to be confident. If you are slightly unsure of yourself, then you will be eaten alive because you just can't can't show any sign of weakness.
It is a cutthroat format, super demanding. And you mentioned Iturizaga, and he had quite the run in Division 1 as well. A fantastic performance by him in his debut of the Champions Chess Tour at the AIM Chess Rapid earlier last month. And he is indeed in round 2 of the FIDE World Cup after making a comeback in his match 1. Meanwhile, Fabiano Caruana looks like he's cruising to victory in this one. Plays the bishop to d6, attacking that f4 weakness on the board. Black controlling the open e line, having the two bishops, the bishop giving a check on d3, the f4 pawn falling, the rook might jump into e4. All these threats that are coming up. It looks like this should be easy technique for Fabi. Peter, is this a good moment to switch?
Exactly. I actually have in front of me the big battle, two legends, Ferenc Berkes against Boris Gelfand. Two great players, of course, Boris with even bigger track record and some incredible achievements, but Ferenc Berkes is probably quite unknown to the chess world, but in Hungary is extremely famous. He has been playing superb Hungarian championships. He has been a vital force of the Hungarian national team, and this is a very big fight, and we do see that the game is completely out of control. I mean, look at this. What is your first take on this position?
Absolute madness. You asked my first take, and that was before I saw the eval bar. I was thinking, wait a second, Black's king is on d8, White all the heavy major pieces on the 7th rank. This has got to be better for White. White's the one who's going to end up giving checkmate. And then suddenly I look at our Silicon friend, the engine, the evaluation bar telling us that it's actually Black who's better here. And once you take a little deep dive, you see how the Black Knights are not only great attackers, but great defenders as well. They keep some key squares from the White Queen to giving checks, to building that attack. And meanwhile, White's bishop and knight still struggling. Black's queen on c6, not only eyeing a mate on g2, but again, defending key squares along Black's king. But Peter, at first, it looks like incredible chaos on the board.
Exactly, yeah. It's those type of positions you don't know exactly what to think of, and then suddenly you realize the move knight e4 to g5, which is a very nice move because it hits the rook on f7. It opens up the diagonal for the queen, deliver checkmate on g2, and I think it had also been played. Yeah, the move is on the board, knight g5.
Knight g5, and the best move found by the legendary Boris Gelfand. He is the 2009 World Cup winner, but of course, the list of achievements goes much beyond that. Peter, we all remember and know his brilliant World Championship match against Vishy Anand in 2012, which in fact, Boris was the one who took the first win in that match, with Vishy then striking back and leveling the score and eventually taking the match into tie breaks. And I don't know if chat, I'm pretty sure, Peter, you have, but there is this incredible documentary of Boris Gelfand. It's called Album 61. And chat, if you haven't checked it out yet, definitely go look at it. It gives you the insights into that World Championship match and just tells you what a genius and legendary player Boris Gelfand is. He's been at the top of the game for so many decades. And we see here, knight g5, he finds the right move. Peter, you know Boris really well. You've, of course, competed against him, played against him several times. What can you tell us about Boris, the great?
Yes, exactly. Boris the Great. Boris is incredible because he's not only a fantastic and brilliant chess player with all these achievements, but he's always been a fantastic gentleman, really a model, a role model for everyone. I do recall my very first encounter with Boris. It was in Vaikanze in 1992. I was just 12 years old playing in the reserve group, And Boris, of course, already being one of the best players in the world, he was coming to my board and he was shaking my hand saying hello. I mean, come on, I'm a 12 years old boy. I haven't achieved anything yet in the chess world. Yes, I was I was climbing, whatever. But I mean, I remember that I saw like, wow, I mean, what a gesture. And every day Boris was coming and was looking at my games. Also, his second-hand coach, Alexander Huzman was there playing, who actually gave me a wonderful lesson how to beat me in a strategic masterpiece. So yeah, I have some incredible memories right from there. And I started playing with Boris 1994. I think in Horgam was our very first game, which ended a draw. Then I lost quite a lot of games to him. And the first time I ever beat him, it was in 2006. So it took me 12 years of time. I was already like top 10 players from 99 till I managed to beat him in a game. So, I mean, I have just incredible respect towards Boris.
And I couldn't agree more with everything that you just said, especially about his personality off the board. I think he's one of the nicest, kindest people I have ever met in the chess world. I had the good fortune of interviewing him in Gibraltar, one of the long interviews that I did. And I think that still remains one of the most favorite interviews that I've ever done in my life. And just talking to him, his honesty, his humbleness is unmatched. And I was very fortunate that for the 2022 Olympiad that was held in India, he was actually one of the coaches that we had for a short period of time. So he was in India and there was a training camp, and we really got an insight and a peek into Boris Gelfand's mind. And as a player, he's always been someone, we've grown up watching his games, learning from them, but to have him as a coach and just his approach to chess and how motivating and encouraging and always there for you and making you believe that you can achieve everything. His personality, I think his legendary level of chess is only surpassed by just what a legend of a person that he is off the board.
Absolutely. I also had now the chance in Prague Chess Festival to catch up with him, because I haven't met him for a very long time, and we had some conversation. It was true pleasure. And he was suffering in the event, but I was telling him that, okay, forget about the result in the event. You have to get into shape. The World Cup will be the most important. And those were, I think, our final words that, okay, the World Cup is coming up and I'm rooting for you, Boris. And here he is playing against my countryman, Ferenc Berkes. Of course, here I have to stay neutral and let chess speak for itself.
Let's just speak for itself. But when Boris is playing, I think it's hard to not root for Boris. And of course, it's a position that it looks like he's the one who's in control here. And once again, just how close he became to actually becoming world champion as well. Peter, very similar to your match against Vladimir Kramnik back in 2004. Just two epic world championship matches in the history of our game. Right now, this position, as we're talking about it, the last move, though, gets a cross from, we can see, the queen, which was such a natural move to make. You make the move queen c5, targeting white's king. But it's a move that's not approved by our rival bar.
Yeah, well, it's a big mess. Let's leave it like this. I also think that we have some update in the Fabiano Caruana game. Well, it looks like that's it. I mean, Fabiano will simply collect the point. There are no miracles here.
All right, we will keep an eye out on the Boris board as that heats up. But meanwhile, Fabi has picked up that extra pawn on f4. White's rook is running out of spaces to move. White is running out of time on the clock as well. And Fabi continues to chase the rook on c2. And now White has to relinquish the control of the e line as well.
Yeah, I mean, there is just nowhere to hide from these bishops. Yeah, these are monster bishops.
There we have it, Peter. Mikhail saying he wants not another moment of this torture anymore. Just a fully dominating performance there by world number 3, Fabiano Caruana, with the black pieces, start to finish, outplaying his opponent in round 1 of match 2. And now Fabi needs only a draw with the white pieces in round 2 to advance to match 3.
Yeah, well, we actually were lucky that we have seen the start of this game. And we know that Fabi played some very nice preparation, which shocked Mika completely. And he was not able to somehow put up the real resistance. I mean, he was under pressure right from the very beginning, and Fabi with very methodical play very nicely converted it.
Do you think it was that move knight to g8 that really shifted the momentum in this game, with Fabi out of the opening retreating the knight like a samurai's sword? Peter, samurai knows when to withdraw only to go forward in the next move. So do you think that was the defining moment in this game?
Exactly. I mean, as shocking as it may sound, yeah, like what is this, that knight f6 back to g8 is a crucial move, but the way how Fabi has played it, yeah, and he was indicating his opponent that, I'm so deep, yeah, because this is super deep stuff. I think after this, Chadlishvili was kind of also intimidated. I mean, it got out of control, it was unpleasant, and Fabi went on to win very nicely.
Very nice strategic fight. Well, the battle is still on some of our other top boards, Peter. And while Magnus Carlsen does have that extra pawn, he still has got conversion to do, but it feels like he's closer to getting his win with the black pieces. As we see, the knights have been traded off. And let's see if we can have that board up into our current position. Currently, Magnus up a pawn in a queen pawn endgame. It's still a bit tricky because white has started pushing that a pawn very often in queen pawn endgame. It's not about how many extra pawns you have, but how advanced your passer is.
Yes, that's often the case, but here I see that white's king is in a lot of trouble. I mean, for example, black has, okay, now we have to take care of the c5 pawn for the moment, but I mean, black will be able to combine mating threats. Yeah, for example, after queen h1 check, you have to go king g4, and then I don't know, queen e4 check it. Okay, humanly it's never so easy, but I know that Magnus is so strong in this kind of positions.
He just feels where the queen belongs. And we've seen him convert queen pawn endgames where there feels like it's almost as if there's nothing on the board, but his immense understanding of the correct queen moves and where to place the queen, it just feels to work out to perfection. So can he work that Magnus touch again here? Will he be able to win this one? He has to combine the threats against white's king, because let's not forget, just disregard the eval bar for a moment. White does have the a passer, which kind of does neutralize black's extra pawn in the position currently. So I think, Peter, is it fair to say that Magnus needs to be precise here right now?
Well, yes, but at the same time, he has many very tempting options. I mean, the very first option, that was my instinct, just to go h5, because we are settling queen h1 check, and then we are forcing white to retreat the king to h2. But I'm even finally not sure that I like it so much, because suddenly I spotted some very interesting idea, and I want to show it to you. Queen h1 check forces king g4, and now I push c5 c4. The reason why I did not want to do that, because it seemingly runs into queen d4 check, and we are losing our vital pawn. However, there is an incredible trick. Black plays king g6, and there are no checks, and if you take the pawn, we're simply gonna deliver checkmate. Queen h5 check, king f4, queen f5 checkmate.
That's stunning. Center of the board. You checkmate the white king.
Exactly. Just an illustration that, yes, normally if white would have a pawn on f2 or somehow more compact structure than this pawn should be enough to save the game, but like this, with all this vulnerable position of white's king, it should end in a terrible defeat. There are no perpetual checks.
He's going to find this.
Yes.
He's going to find this.
And look at black's king on g7. I mean, it's so nicely guarded by these pawns. Yeah, so there are no perpetual check dangers looming at all.
And the concept of having these checkmating ideas along with the push of the c pawn, advancing your passed pawn, is what needs to be combined. So that geometry and these two big threats coming together. But Magnus has this unique ability of taking these minute details into the position. You know, the king advancing to set up white's king into a kill zone, the c pawn advancing further at the right time using tactics. He's got this immense ability to do that. And Peter, this line that you pointed out, I think we're going to have it on the board.
It could be. The only problem for Magnus is that probably he believes that it should be a technical win, so he might not be looking for some very special solution. He might just feel like, it's a knockout event, let me not do anything fancy, let me just bring home the point and take it from there. But on the other hand, I mean, if suddenly white would be able to capture the c5 pawn, it would not only be good news because we take the pawn, but suddenly the queen would participate in the game. Yeah, it would create some kind of counter threats, but also protecting white's king. At the moment, this queen on a7 is way too far.
It's on the board. Queen h1 check has been played, so Magnus does go for this idea. Will he push the c-pawn, inviting a check on the board to combine his own checkmating ideas? And of course, it's also very tempting for Magnus to just fall back with the queen, defending that c-pawn. But Peter, I would love to see c4 on the board right now.
Yeah, me too. And look at the body language. Somehow Magnus is leaning up towards the board like if he has already foreseen something decisive. Yeah, it's somehow from the body language, I'm getting this feeling that Magnus already knows that I have something in store for you. Like if he's double, triple checking that, is it really what I'm seeing it's true? Then I'm going to go for it.
It's really interesting to see how he's handling these positions. And will he advance the c-pawn? Peter, are there also ideas of black actually moving with the king to g6 first? I'm trying to see if there's a mate after king g6, queen c5. But I'll be honest, I haven't been able to find it after h5, king f4. But it looks like it's extremely close as well. King g6 directly is also super tempting here.
Yes, because queen takes e5 actually runs into f5 check, king e5, queen e4 checkmate.
Oh, that's nice. Yes.
Yes, so it could also easily be that Magnus is just relying on king g6, nothing fancy, just very sensible. Let's just show this beautiful checkmate in the center of the board. f5 check, king e5, and then queen e4 checkmate.
And did you see that? Magnus just looked into the camera right there. And I think it's him saying, I got this. This is a queen's pawn ending. This is what I eat for breakfast. I know how this is done. And Peter, I think we're going to have a checkmating pattern on this.
Yes, that's for sure. I feel like Magnus also wants to finish it on style. Whether it's going to be king g6 first or queen takes e5, but definitely he will be combining mating threats against white's king.
And he's under 10 minutes on the clock. So that's something, although time control's already made, it's the 40th move. So it doesn't matter anymore. He can let that time run out, but I don't think the game's going to run for much longer.
Well, if he wants to be super professional, then he can give queen e4 check and then come back, take a water. But I think that he has enough confidence not to do that.
Chat, what are you expecting? Are you expecting black to move forward with that king setting up these ideas? And also really nice that he first did give the check on h1, forcing white's king into this danger situation, not giving the opportunity for Levon to actually fall back with the king to h2, where it goes into a safer zone. So sort of just mouse trapping and pulling white's king into the kill zone, as we call it.
Yeah. I mean, it's a total nightmare. You remember I mentioned that my very first instinct was to play h5, and then I said, no. I don't want this king feeling safe on king h2, because after queen f2 check always white will go back to h3. We have to lure him into some adventure, and okay, this king is not really enjoying this.
Not really enjoying it. Magnus still thinking about his next move. Super close to finishing this one off. Just a result update here that Anish and Wesley So have drawn their first game of match 2. And meanwhile, once again, Jan Nepomniachtchi winning, Fabiano Caruana winning. And right now it looks like Magnus will also be taking the win in his match here.
Yes, definitely. I mean, very difficult to see anything else. And Magnus is a little bit confused. I think he has simply too many tempting options. I mean, he just feels like, okay, king g6 is very nice, but okay, after king g6, white will have to start running with the king immediately to f4.
But then can you go f5 and start threatening mate anywhere?
Yes. So how do we stop checkmate? Let's see, king f4, f5. Because I wanted to run, of course, with the king to e5, but then queen d5 check. Nowhere to run.
Not letting you run, Peter.
Yes.
You can run, but you can't hide. Queen d5 and then queen e4.
You can even choose, yeah, e5 checkmate or queen e4. It's
Ooh, brutal.
yes, yeah, kind of unfortunate that you even have two checkmates. So yeah, I think that king g6 will be played. It's so tempting. I mean, the c4 is unnecessary extravaganza. I have seen that Kobuter was suggesting this c4 idea, and then I was trying to make sense out of it, and then I discovered, of course, that's what Kobuter wants. Otherwise, I would have also not thought about c4.
The moment you mentioned the idea of king g6, the first thing that came to mind was the first way to go for it, to play king g6. But look at that. Magnus goes for what you call the professional approach, teases with a check on e4. 40 moves have run out. He gets up to freshen up. And Peter, I think this is what you meant when you
Exactly.
said if Magnus wants to be a true professional, he's going to play a check and take his time off.
Yeah, and then grab some water or whatever. It's just the way to go. You are not spoiling anything. You make yourself into a much more comfortable situation, and then you go for the final kill.
Will he give a check now? Will he repeat the position and change it up? Or is he looking at another option here right now?
Well, he can also eventually opt for c5, c4 here. It's basically also a very simple and very clear-cut winning way.
It's the choice of plenty for world number one Magnus Carlsen. He is about to reach out, so we'll just see what he decides. And he's reaching for the c pawn. He does keep everything under control. No checkmating patterns in this one, but still keeps all his advantage. The c pawn advances. White has got no way to win that pawn. And if white does push the a pawn, black is just faster. Because notice how white's queen is actually in the way of the a pawn, pushing one step further. So a5 will be met by c3, and eventually black is the one who's ahead in the race.
Yeah, I see that also white is basically blitzing out his moves. I think Levon very much understands that this is lost, this is hopeless, and there is just no reason to be thinking here for 20 minutes. It will not help you at all.
Is that a sign of a player who, well, kind of has given up, but is just making moves out of inertia when you just play really fast in a worse position?
Yeah, well, also nothing to be done. The move queen c7 had to be played. White has to stop black from advancing his pawn further with c3, c2. And after queen c7, however, Magnus will be tempted to finally, okay, you know what? You are taking care of my c pawn, then I'm going to checkmate you.
There are so many tempting checks already. You can jump in with your queen to h1, all these ideas of the king moving forward, the pawn from h5 giving a check. And Peter, Magnus has got, of course, he's made time control, so he can take a little bit of his think here. Do you think we should just get a quick update on our board number 2, Hikaru against Karthik Venkataraman? I've got my eyes on that game as well. This will, of course, finish soon. Do you think it's a good moment to get a check-in on this endgame that we've got?
Well, definitely, because I don't agree that it might end soon, because Hikaru is putting pressure. It
I
looks
meant
like
the Magnus game.
The Magnus, yes, exactly. No, Magnus game will end pretty soon. Here, Hikaru is trying everything. I mean, it looks like the position simplified. Black has solved all his problems, but no, because this knight on c5 is a monster. Eyeing the a6 pawn, Black's rook is tied up to this defense. I mean, if Black rook would have been able to protect this pawn from, let's say, c6, from an active square, then Black would have no problems whatsoever. But with the passive rook on a8 and also white having a more active king, I do feel that I mean this is still a big challenge on black to hold this.
A big challenge for black to hold. And I'm not being able to hold a question that I have for you, Peter, because I saw it being mentioned in chat at some point. And again, it's about your room and everything that we see there. Are those records or DVDs or CDs at the back? What's going on there?
Those are CDs. Yeah, of course, it's CDs. But I mean, I have like 500-600 other CDs in other rooms. This is just some small stuff.
We don't really get to see CDs as often anymore. Compact discs, maybe a lot of our Twitch and YouTube chat doesn't even know about the existence of CDs. But Peter, I've also grown up around them. Are those chess CDs, music CDs?
Music CDs, of course, yeah. I mean,
course.
no chess, yes. Chess I have enough, but basically all these CDs I already digitalized, yeah. So I have it on my computer. That's why I don't really use them, but I don't have any heart to throw them out, so I keep them.
Yeah, it's really cool. And I can understand the attachment that you have with them. And even though it's on your computer, you still want it at the background. Peter, it's a great room, it's a great background. And right now, you've got a great end game here as well. As you mentioned, Hikaru is really trying to push, and our chat is saying DJ Leko. Peter, you've got your taste in music as well. We know that you do love the ABBA and the classics and the 70s and the 80s rock. Is that the music that you're vibing to?
Yeah, basically, okay, my answer is always I like good music, yeah? I mean, I'm not stuck on one style or whatsoever. Everything that is good, I'm listening. I'm not so much into modern stuff. I mean, I like all kind of classics, and I'm enjoying them. And I also recall exactly, that during which tournament, even in the 90s, which CD I was listening to, even not CD, because I was bringing cassettes. Back then I was going with a dictaphone, and then I was listening to my music on cassettes. So yes, those are the old memories.
That's amazing. And Peter, did you have any record or any music that you would specially, or a band perhaps, that you would specially listen to before like the big events or a big game?
Well, I do recall very much that when I became the youngest grandmaster in Vaikanze, I would always leave my room by listening to Aerosmith's Amazing. Yeah, this was the song that I was leaving the room with, and I was very happy. And okay, let's go.
Speaking of Aerosmith, you don't want to miss a thing, as Aerosmith also says. And that's, Peter, that's some amazing stuff. My favorite Aerosmith song has to be You Don't Want to Miss a Thing. But as you were saying, it was in 1994 when you became the youngest grandmaster. When you did become a grandmaster, you were the youngest grandmaster. It was at the big Vaikanze event. So many memories, and it seems Aerosmith is the secret sauce, the secret recipe there. And did that change in the World Championship match?
Well, yes, it did change, but I mean, okay, this Get a Grip album, you know what I really like in the 90s, and all the CDs had a soul. They had a story. Yeah, it was not like one song, but it was really, some art. Yeah, also Guns N' Roses with Use Your Illusion 1 and 2 album. I mean, I remember that in 91, my brother was telling me, I was going to Germany, that, okay, Peter, without this CD, you better don't come home. It was this kind of environment, and I was bringing the CDs. My brother was collecting for me all my favorite songs, and then with those cassettes, I was traveling to tournaments, and I felt the power.
That's really cool. And Chad, I have to say, I think there is something to music and chess. We've seen Hikaru on his streams. We've seen Magnus on streams as well. They are playing these incredible tournaments and fighting against each other. And there's always music playing in the background. And they're always sort of grooving to that music. And right now, it looks like Hikaru is trying to groove into this endgame, create his chances. But Peter, it's not going to be that easy, even though White has got this activity with the rook and knight. Is this closer to a draw than Hikaru actually managing to convert this one?
Well, now it's a sensational moment, because this move, rook c8, just one move before the time control, it's move 39, with less than 5 minutes of clock, indicates to me that after knight takes a6, maybe black wants to sacrifice the knight on c3. I mean, that's a very interesting idea. Wow. Let's take a look. Knight takes a6, because we just can't afford to simply give up this vital pawn. So the idea has to be the knight sacrifice. And if you capture the knight, then I believe I'm gonna be making a draw. Probably I'm gonna be making a draw. Let's just see. Takes. Because the pawn on h3 and g3, they are very, very unfortunately placed. Where do you hide your king? It's not so easy. I'm gonna keep on checking, and then your pawns will be too vulnerable if you try to run away with the king too far.
That's a fantastic idea that you're pointing out, that definitely Karthik has spotted, because otherwise you don't just leave an a6 pawn hanging. If that's not the idea, black is completely lost. And also, let's just point out that a rook versus rook and knight is just a draw if there are no pawns on the board. And with the a3 pawn falling and the king side pawn always under trouble, and White's rook and knight far away from the king side pawn, Black perhaps will have enough time to capture on a3 and then start targeting with checks the kingside pawns as well.
Yes,
And
and
see
then
that-
well, and then the question is that after knight takes c3, does white have a better move than capturing the knight? For example, an intermediate move with knight c7, for example, or rook c7. I mean, those are because, for example, knight endgame, if after rook c7, black would be forced to trade the rooks, it would be very dangerous with white active king. So probably the move rook c7 will be answered by rook a8, hitting the knight. Lot of finesses here.
Wow. And amazing tactics because also let's point out that if black actually trades on c7 in that line that you were just saying, that actually works out in white's favor. So Karthik would have had to have spotted this before. Rook c7, if you just trade the rooks, after knight c7, white will end up with an extra passer on the A line. And it's just going to get very, very difficult for black because you might even be 2 pawns down on the queen side after this, after white advances the b4 pawn, the b2 pawn to b4. Let's say knight d1 or knight a4, b4, then you go on to pick up the b5 pawn.
Yes, you can, I mean, play B any move because after knight c3, your king is anyway coming closer and you will be collecting the pawn.
And Hikaru reaching out right now. This might
Yes.
happen. He does pick up the a6 pawn. And Karthik immediately taking the pawn on c3.
Yes.
And rook c7. Peter, the line is on the board.
Yes. I mean, it was very logical and but it's move 41. Okay, it's move 41. So basically now Karthik has time to think. And okay, definitely he has anyway forcing the move rook 8 because it's the only move.
Looking at his body language, he's definitely ready to play his move as well. It's probably also a good time to just step back a little bit, freshen up. It's a new time control. 40 moves have been played, but there is not much of a choice here for black. You've got to move that rook away. But a really nice find by Karthik here, sacrificing that knight on c3. And the fact that Hikaru quickly rejected that sacrifice just shows how powerful of a move that was.
Yeah, it was a brilliant idea. I mean, the position was very scary, and with 5 minutes on the clock, he spotted this tactic. I mean, it was anyway wonderfully played. I mean, this d5 counter strike in the center, well-timed g6, all calculated perfectly. But looking at Hikaru's body language, and you can feel that he's still staring at the position, staring at his opponent, like to indicate that no, it won't be so easy. I'm still there, my friend. I will still be posing problems for you.
And rook a8 is indeed the only move in the position. Black needs to target the white knight while his own knight on c3 hangs. Meanwhile, an update that Magnus Carlsen did win in just a couple of moves from where we left it last. Not much happened. The pawn was picked up and eventually Levon just resigned in that position. Nothing to play for. And here we are with equal pawns on the board. And Peter, this looks like it's going to be a big result for Karthik and he should be able to hold this position.
Well, but Hikaru has actually now played the move King e4 with such a way that he wants to signal to his opponent that no. Maybe you have played brilliantly so far, but it's not over yet. Look at my king. My king is trying to reach to c5, trying to hit that pawn on b5, and it's still a bit scary. I mean, computer indicates that yes, everything is fine because probably with some super precise play, he will be able to generate enough counterplay, but over the board, I understand that this is still very much scary.
Not over till it's over when you're playing a player like Hikaru Nakamura, and with the idea still on the board and white just having more active pieces, the king and the rook, it does play a big role. So it turns out that Karthik Venkataraman still has a lot of work to be done before it's a completely level game. Peter, this is going to be a long grind by Hikaru. It's not going to be a draw agreed anytime soon. We're not going to see a repetition in this one. You know we're in for the long one here. Is this a good moment to actually step aside and take a look at some of the other boards?
Yeah, because also somewhere, I'm pretty sure, maybe also chat can help us out. There might be some big time scramble, and we should be joining in then.
Chat, we've got an eye out on you on our Twitch channels and on our YouTube channel. Tell us if what is the excitement going on and if there are some time, because there are so many games and it's very possible that we're missing some of the action. So you can help us keep updated and jump from game to game. And the one that we have in front of us 30 seconds for Iturizaga, with the black pieces in a very complicated position.
Exactly. I mean, I knew that Ituzaga always has some crazy time trouble, so I was not risking too much by picking his game. And against Korobov, I mean, Anton Korobov, very aggressive, very dangerous player. And, well,
In your true chess style, that was a calculated risk picking Iturizaga.
yes, exactly. Wow.
So what do we make of this positions? Black king is out in the open. How many extra pawns is that? That's 3 pawns for a piece. And of course, the eval bar is saying, giving its classic evaluation of 0.0 is what it looks like on the screen. But of course, it's a position where draw is the least likely result.
Absolutely. I mean, I'm trying to make sense of the position. I mean, the very first question is clear that what happens after d4, d5? Yeah, that's kind of the absolutely first question. I mean, I do see that also the e3 pawn is hanging. Yeah, after d5, if we want to pull more all to the fire, then we capture on e3. And then things get completely crazy again. Yeah, I don't know what to think of it. Knight d6, but it's Korobov, he still has 6 minutes. Luckily for him, he has still 6 minutes, so he might be able to make sense to this total mess.
Wow, 6 minutes and 4 moves to make to meet time control. But for Iturizaga, it feels like it's a harder task with just 30 seconds on the clock right now. The queen is attacked, so clearly needs to find a good square for the queen. The first move that would come to my mind would be to try and sidestep, go with the queen to g5, but that does invite the black knight jumping onto e4 as well. And these are moves that you have to calculate. It's a tough call. It's a tough call for Anton Korobov. But Iturizaga, he thrives in these kind of positions. He really loves the complications.
Yeah, the big question is that how much he loves if it's 32 seconds, which means that his last move had been played with 2 seconds on the clock. We also have to highlight this. So what happened? It was something like this. Knight c3, knight f7. So the knight is coming with a tempo. Queen b5, knight. Actually, pardon me. I'm losing my mind because the position is so crazy. White's queen is attacked. I mean, that's kind of nice to go back to the basics, because I was asking that what happens after d4, d5. Well, the answer is clear. Black just grabs the queen on b5. So big apologies there. Simply, I was completely shocked by the complexity of the position. They repeated now with queen g5.
They did. And queen g5, knight goes back to f7. So the move that I was thinking about was the knight jump to e4, but that allows a lot of checks into black's camp. So black needs to keep the king safe, falls back, and white does have the option to come back to b5. And that would mean a repetition, a second time repetition in the position.
Well, I mean, after knight d6, basically, knowing the fact that the queen is attacked, and wow, Iturizaga plays king f8. He plays for a win.
Seconds on the clock, Iturizaga is going for the win. And chat is saying that, Peter, even though you missed that the queen was hanging, for everyone, it felt like you were just sacrificing your queen.
Oh, wow. Thank you very much. But don't believe me so much, please. Yeah. Yeah, king f8. Okay, it makes sense. Yeah, black is trying to run away with the king from all this craziness. On the other hand, okay, if white is able to, I mean, for example, now white has the time to go rook f3. Yeah, just to stabilize the position. I don't want to make big analysis, but just to show that, yeah, now we are protecting this pawn. We might be activating the bishop via h4. That would be a very unpleasant pin. Of course, the knight on c3 is hanging, but still, these are potential dangers. So all eyes on Anton. Yeah, rook f3 on the board.
And these moves are so annoying. These little moves of just taking care of the threat, and now the ball is in black's court, right? You have a clear threat. You want to pin that knight on f6. And just to show the dangers that exist in the position, black doesn't have the option to jump in with the knight to e4, because then white can just simply trade off. And maybe there are a lot of other tempting options, but after knight e4, you can trade off and at least pick up the b7 pawn. So white, and I see probably you've got even stronger options here. Queen b7 to me looks very tempting. The eval bar says there is something better on the board, and perhaps that move is queen to h5, because I threatened that knight on f7. And I just want to show that queen h5, queen e7, there's another checkmate coming in. Queen h8 would be game over. So these are all ideas that exist in the position, which make a move like rook f3 so difficult when you're playing on seconds. But I believe that Iturrizaga has already made his move.
I mean, he has played
to
rook
a6.
a6. Rook a6. Yeah, he's trying to activate the rook to have the possibility to go rook a1. I mean, first of all, if it's a pin, it's great. And if bishop h4, then it's a very unpleasant check.
Super unpleasant check, because after rook a1, your rook can't fall back because the e3 pawn will be falling. So bishop h4 is out of the question for now.
Yeah, well, it's move 40. So all eyes on these players, because this last move can actually decide not only this game, but even the outcome of the match. Yeah, imagine if Black manages to win this game, then he will make a very huge step forward. Or if, for example, Anton is able to punish Iturizaga's brave choice of going king f8, that would haunt Iturizaga very, very much. So really a lot at stake here for the last move.
A lot at stake in an absolutely crazy position where any result is possible, and the players still have to make one move in just for Iturrizaga seconds on the clock. For Anton Korobov, he's got to make his 40th move right now. He's got about 4 minutes to figure it out, but it's so easy to go wrong in these kind of positions. White can't move that bishop. The rook is coming into a1. And I'm trying to come up with a move for white here that stops black from getting the rook to a1. It's not easy to find an idea. The one thing that comes to mind is you want to start putting pressure on the f line. A move like queen f1 or queen to f5. Queen f5 feels a lot more natural because it's a lot more attacking and aggressive. And my point is that your rook on a6 is now stuck to guarding that knight on f6.
Yes, yeah, I think queen f5 is kind of a nice move. I also feel that everything is now perfectly placed. Somehow the queen needs to stabilize the position. So queen f5 or maybe even queen d3, protecting the pawn on e3, so that I will be able to move the rook from f3 if necessary. I mean, just some stabilizing move. Also, it's move 40. Yeah, you don't want to make a very committal decision, which you don't know where it might lead to. A good, nice, stabilizing move is all what you need here.
And it's easier said than done to find that move. And let's not forget that once white makes this move, Iturrizaga still has to play his 40th move, which is 40 seconds on the clock. So it's a very critical moment in this game, and both players need to be precise, because this position, it's so easy to go wrong right now. And Anton Korobov continues his think. Queen f5 ideas. Peter, the other direct move that I'm looking at is a move like knight jumping onto d5. Do you think that's on Anton's radar as well?
I mean, I don't feel like trading these knights, because, okay, then knight d5 takes rook a1 could be really unpleasant. Unless, yeah, and he goes knight a4. Ooh. Wow. Okay, very ambitious move. He's trying to go knight c5 or bishop b4. I mean, let's not forget about this idea as well, bishop b4.
Wow, and just 30 seconds for Iturrizaga. Knight a4 is the kind of move that when you're on seconds, you're not really looking at it. Iturrizaga was not calculating the move knight a4. He's got to be surprised at this point, while the other moves that we were looking at is the natural response, which perhaps Iturrizaga had in his mind. But knight a4, 13 seconds, bishop b4 is the big threat. This is such a tricky move to face with just seconds on the clock. And he makes a mistake.
Yeah, exactly. Move 40, knight d6 apparently is a blunder due to queen e5. I mean, suddenly white has this option of playing queen e5. This is what we spoke about. This move 40, it might be decisive, not just for the game, for the match. Wow. Wow.
I mean, that was some exceptional mind games there by Anton Korobov, to not go for the obvious ideas, the moves that we were looking for, but to find something that stops black's immediate threat, but it's a move that's so unexpected on the board.
Yes. Yeah, I mean, knight a4, you remember, you wanted to stabilize, I wanted to stabilize, and Anton with knight a4 completely shocked his opponent, because you don't know exactly what's going on. Do you have to deal with bishop b4 threat? Do you have to deal with knight c5 jumping in, and then you are tempted to attack the queen, and then let's take it from there. But suddenly, I mean, the e5 square, which was super guarded just one move ago, yeah, the queen from e7, the knight on f7, and the bishop on b8 were all three pieces covering the e5 square. So you are expecting nothing from the e5 square, and then suddenly after knight d6, there is this move, queen e5 possible. And why is it so strong? Let's just take a look. So if we take, can't we just take on a4? That would be the logical. Then just e takes d6. Just the simple e takes d6, and there is no good way. Oh my god, yeah, because wherever I go with the king, I'm running into some pin.
You're running into a big pin. The bishop will jump on to c3, attack that knight, you win it, you pin it, and you win it. And that would be the end of the game. But right now, Anton Karbov has all the time in the world to find this move, queen to e5. Psychologically, it's just about the fact that this square was protected by three pieces earlier. And now it's free. It's empty for the queen to land in. We see him there on the camera, sitting and taking his think as the 40 move time control has been met. If Anton Karbov finds the move queen e5, it would be game over for Itarizaga, the other player who's trying to win his endgame there. World number 2 Hikaru Nakamura shaking his head because his opponent Karthik Venkatarama has been on his A game defending with the black pieces. As the action continues at the FIDE World Cup, we will go into a short break and be right back. Don't go anywhere.
Interested in becoming a chess streamer like your favorite creators, such as Hikaru, Gotham Chess, and the Botez sisters?
Come on. Look at this. Woo!
The Chess.com community streamer program is growing every day. Whether you're just getting started with streaming or already established and looking to expand your audience, you can now connect your account to Chess.com and have your stream promoted on the game's largest platform. Simply link your account at chess.com/settings/connected accounts, set your category to chess on Twitch, and start streaming. You'll get an ad-free experience on chess.com. You will pop up on our list of live streamers. Your chess.com profile will feature your Twitch stream, and your stream will be linked to your games on our Play server. Type Command Community Streamer in chat and start growing your stream today.
Have you come to play? Pay your $5 and get in the chair. How are you? My name is Jude Akers. Chess has given me a life, and that chess table, which evolved to a place where no one wanted to be, has totally given me a world. You might cry about all the things that happened to me as a kid. Don't cry. I sailed through everything. The moment I found the first book of chess by Joseph Fleming, I was gone. And I bought a plastic chess set in a drugstore, ESLO company with a little manual by Frank J. Marshall, the legendary grandmaster. I put it on my bedspread and it gave off rays. I was gone, a gone pecan. And it literally will keep you alive if nothing else is going right. Chess has the power to, literally, as Taras said, make people happy.
And we are back and we're live from Baku. And of course, Hikaru Nakamura is still in action, trying to win a rook pawn ending that looks like it's getting closer and closer to the draw. We also see there Anton Karabov in the background. We've got Hikaru against Karthik Venkatarama here. Karthik doing everything right with black, keeping things under control as the position inches towards a draw in this one. For Hikaru, well, number 2, with the white pieces, a draw would not be a great start, and he definitely started ambitiously there. Peter, are you back? Can you hear us?
Yes, I'm back.
And Peter, how frustrating, I was just talking about this, would it be for Hikaru to not be able to convert this game at the start of his World Cup campaign?
Well, I mean, first of all, it's not yet over, so we shouldn't be thinking about that. But if it comes to that, then okay, you simply have to acknowledge that my opponent played a wonderful game. I mean, defended insanely well, just like any brilliant top player. And get ready for the next game. Yeah, it will just mean that it's going to be a very tough match. But it's not over yet. I mean, there are still some dangers. Let's just see where we left. King e4, so we were talking about white's king going towards the b5 pawn. And black reacted the way how he had to. You have no right to lose any time. He opted for rook a4 check, making sure that he's also getting ready to create counterplay. So Hikaru played the move b4, shutting out black's rook, trying to insist bringing his king all the way to c5, but now black has fallen back with his rook to a8, making sure that against any moves like king d5, you can always give a check. And actually this king is going nowhere, because after king c5, rook c8 check hits the rook on c3. White king has to fall back. So it brings nothing. That's why Hikaru tries something else. He tries to block black's pawns on the king side. But okay, after trade, one feels that it gets closer to a draw, and f6 also had been played. Now black is maybe even trying to activate his own king to g5, creating counterplay against the g4 pawn. It does feel that black is about to make a draw here.
And that's the key point, as you mentioned, right? After that trade that we just saw with the g4 pawn, it gives black another target on the king side. Black's rook is already super active, targeting the a3 pawn. And now in just 2 moves, the king from h6 and g5 can start attacking the g4 pawn. And Peter, that's why I think it is getting closer to that draw. The more pawns that get traded off, the lesser the advantage gets. It's not easy for white's king to get to b5 in time. Karthik there setting up his own ideas. By the way, Peter, some exciting chess is on in the Gukesh versus Iskandrov matchup. We've been talking about Gukesh and what a big moment this is for him. What a big World Cup this is for all the prodigies, all these young talents across the world who are no more the potentials or the future of the chess world, but they have arrived. They are there at the very top. And for Gukesh, special meaning here, because it could mean that he becomes India #1. He just needs 3 points to surpass Anand. It's a feat that no one's been able to do in 4 decades. Anand's been at the top. And of course, though far away from his achievements, it would be a historic and a monumental moment if Gukesh is able to get into that live ranking of India #1.
Well, I think that knowing Vishy is very much rooting for Gukesh. Yeah, just to highlight what a person Vishy is. Yeah, a part of being a fantastic player, yeah, also a true gentleman, incredible sportsman. And we also know that he supports all the Indian youngsters and making them sure that they can develop and get all the possible chances of really showing their true potential. I mean, some sensational stuff there from Vishy. I really respect this, and also respect Indian chess. Yeah, that there's so much support, and all these youngsters are getting the needed support. They are also delivering. It's fantastic to see all this development.
And this game has really developed as well, because in that last move that Gukesh has just played with the bishop to c5, he's targeting black's bishop on f8, which is a key defender. Black can't afford to move that bishop because there's a checkmate on h8. So bishop c5. No time to trade the bishops. Queen h8 would end the game. And right now, white has a clear threat of winning that bishop on f8. And because of all this extra pressure, I don't really see a way for black to actually survive this position beyond a couple more moves.
Yeah, I think it's basically game over. It was the time pressure. We can go back a couple of moves just to see that, yeah, okay, white was squeezing, white was better because this construction with the bishop on e3 and f2, g2, h3 pawns, and with the two open files is just lovely. And we can see that black has a solid position, but his rooks are not doing much because the pawn on e4 stops any kind of counterplay. Just imagine this pawn on e4 being on h6. We will be saying that the position is completely equal. But just this pawn formation is very much in white's favor, and then in the time trouble, he managed to convert or trick his opponent beautifully. Rook d8, king h7, rook c8, yeah, going for a direct attack. And with little time on the clock, and we are assuming that it was heavy time control, it was basically the logical outcome that at the end of the day, there will be some tactics. And this is exactly what we are witnessing.
It's what we're witnessing, and Gukesh on his A game right now. He's one win away from making it to the top 10 for the first time, entering the world top 10. And we're getting an update that he needs to win 2 games from to become India #1 player. And that's definitely also a feat that Vishy Anand, as you mentioned, will be super proud of. Speaking of super proud, Aryan Tari, Peter, has reasons to be proud. And I would love to bring up his game just at this moment, because that last move that has been played by Tari in his board with the black pieces, fantastic stuff. He plays bishop to e4, inviting white to pick up the bishop. You've got to break this down for us.
Wow. And okay, let's just see which move was it. Ah, no, it was not the last move before the time control. So, yes. White actually blundered into this brilliant trap because the pawn on c3 was attacked by the rook on c7. And okay, white had to do anything but not this rook d3 move, because by falling back with the rook to d3, he ran into this beautiful and devastating tactic with bishop e4. I mean, white does not want to take it, but he will be forced to take it and fall into the idea fe. The rook has to move to d2. There is nowhere else to go. And then rook c3 check comes, and white cannot go back to f2 protecting the g3 pawn because of e3 check. And after king e2, well, whether black takes first on g3 or he pushes d5, I mean, one can feel that this is not going to be fun for white. In fact, it might be just lost, because how do you stop black's pawns? This bishop on d1 is too passive.
And so easy for Nguyen to miss this resource of bishop e4. You make this natural looking move, rook to d3, just on the live board that we have, defending that c3 pawn. It's not even in your wildest dreams that you imagine that a move like bishop e4 can arrive on the board. It shows such great tactical awareness here by Aryan Tari, giving up that bishop to get those central pawns down the board, to get that central pawn storm, which will dominate the position. And with this brilliancy, Aryan Tari is ahead in this game. Amazing stuff.
Yeah, he's ahead, and we already know that Magnus has won his game with the black pieces, which makes him a really big favorite. I mean, he was already a big favorite before the match, but after this, it looks almost like over. And if Tari wins this game, then he will be also a heavy favorite. And if both of these Norwegian gentlemen win their games, they will be matched against each other in the very next round.
We will have an all-Norwegian clash if both of them do go through, and it looks like that's the direction that they're headed towards. I'm still looking at the board in front of us with those 2 exclamation marks. A brilliancy there in the endgame in the middle of the board, offering a free piece just for that extra pawns to get his own pawns rolling down the board. What a move. And when you play chess like this, Peter, you're proud of yourself on the board. When you play bishop e4, that's just an extra feeling.
Definitely, but actually you should also not be carried away, yeah, because I know this, and I have been told by my trainers as well, that if during a game you're already thinking that during the analyze that you will do for the informant or new in chess or whatever, where do you gonna place the diagram, that's where exactly you will end up missing something. Yeah, you should be always very careful, and you shouldn't be, yeah, you are very proud, but you should hide those emotions. You shouldn't be, will let them get to the surface, because then you can end up missing your chance.
I love how you're giving the whole informants and the diagram example. And once again, for those who might not be very familiar with informants or how they used to be the only source of information and all the greatest games in the chess world, right now it would sort of equate to you play a move like bishop e4, don't already start thinking about the chessable course.
Yes, yes. I mean, yeah, times are changing. Yeah, I mean, we were raised with the chess informant. It was coming once per every half a year. Yeah, so it was like a treasure. Yeah, and once it was coming, first of all, if you knew that in the next couple of days it will arrive, you were already like, okay, when is it coming? You lost your balance. Yeah, because okay, it was like the Bible is arriving, and then when you got it, then for 1 week nobody could talk to you. I mean, you really had to study every single novelty and move, whatever. And now we have Chessable with all these incredible courses, all the information by top players. I mean, what a time we are living at.
That's really cool what you say about for a week, it's a D&D mode. You are just completely into reading every single page of the chess informant. And Peter, you mentioned that, you don't have the heart to get rid of all these CDs at the back. Is it the same with your chess book collection? Is it still all there?
Well, it's a very big dilemma, and non-stop I'm facing this. Usually I'm making a compromise and bring it to the chess school here in Szeged, so that whatever book I'm sorting out, I want that it will still have a purpose. Yeah, and okay, I give it away. I'm not sure if people are still using those books, but at least my heart is calm. Yeah, that I try to bring it back to the circle.
That's a great gesture, and you're spreading that knowledge. And these books, they are so precious, Peter. So I think that's a great way to continue the circle, as you mentioned. And while here, it looks like Aryan Tari is the one who's going to be getting the dub in with that last move. There's still work to be done here. Peter, I've got my eye out on some of the other games, and one game that we haven't had a look at so far, but that's absolutely blazing hot, is the Beast, Adiban versus Daniel Dubov. Two of the most creative players of our times, extremely hyper aggressive chess, and the position that we've got in front of us, it doesn't disappoint.
Absolutely. I mean, I'm trying to make sense of it. So Adiban is with the white pieces. Okay, I'm loving black's position. I have to say that this knight on d3 and the pawn structure c4 and d4 pawn structure looks very nice. Where is the counterplay? Where is the counterplay from white? I mean, I'm slightly worried for Adiban.
Understandably so. Black has just got a big threat. The rook on c1 is hanging. If you move away, black can start targeting white's other weakness on b2, start bringing the rook into the game, putting more pressure on b2. And you can't just allow the black knight on d3 to stay alive for too long. It just feels like it's going to suck the life out of white's position. With no play, the central pawns dominating, Adiban is in big trouble here.
Yeah, well, I was trying to look at the exchange sacrifice with rook takes d3, with the idea that after c takes d3, rook takes c5, bishop takes e5. I, of course, can't take the d3 pawn, but I wanted to rely on the move knight e5. And if I would be able to capture the d3 pawn with the knight, it would be great. But I'm afraid that black is in time to push d2, and it's not going to work out in my favor. So this sacrifice does not work, and if it does not work, then okay, I'm in some kind of a trouble.
And Mira, I could be wrong, but I saw on our side camera that potentially Karthik Venkataraman did offer Hikaru a draw, which was refused, and I'm going to ask to get a confirmation on that from our producer. But it looks like, at least it looked like to me, that Hikaru did refuse a draw offer on his board. But we can't stay on this one because that endgame does continue. We'll jump back to this. Knight d3 on the board. You've been pointing out the sacrifice, giving up the exchange, a committal decision which doesn't look like it will solve all of white's problem, even if white let go of some of the material.
Yeah, but unfortunately it was a desperate sacrifice. If I'm not able to sacrifice, then I think the position is just bad. And we have a lot of trouble here. And in fact, yeah, now we also get the confirmation from the engine bar that actually the position is bad. And if the position is bad, then you have to try something. I mean, you just have to try something. but it does not work. So let's just show one more time. Rook takes d3, c takes d3, rook takes c5, bishop takes c5, and another idea would be to jump with the knight from g4 to e5, get stability, but black keeps on pushing the pawn d2, and I wanted to continue with knight d3, and I was kind of happy that I'm hitting the bishop, and the bishop hits the pawn, and maybe I get stability, but you can simply queen the pawn, and after d1 queen, queen takes d1 is forced, and queen takes e4 check wins the vital pawn, and this is a technical win for black. So this is bad news for Adiban.
And all relies on the tactics that white cannot for free pick up that d3 pawn because of all the pieces that are overloaded. The queen defending that e4 pawn, trying to defend the d1 queening square. The knight on g4 hanging, and all these tactics look like they're going to be working out for Daniel Dubov. And also, it's the kind of position that Adiban hates to play. He always wants to be the aggressor. He always wants to be the one who's fighting for the initiative. But when you're playing against a player like Daniel Dubov, you often end up on the back foot of these kind of positions. This is a nightmare for him. Peter, looks like it's going to be a tough task to save. Should we jump in and get a look at what really happened on the Hikaru board? The game does continue, and it looks like we're edging closer and closer towards the draw. As we can see on our live board, this is where we left it, and moves have happened.
Okay. Now I understand, of course, that this is complete draw. And I'm a little bit... I can't really imagine even that Hikaru refused the draw here. It could easily be that Kartik did not dare to offer a draw to Hikaru. This could easily be. I mean, he might have been looking at him like, do we still continue this game? But out of respect, I feel like probably he didn't dare to offer it.
Very possible, but whatever did happen at that moment, it looks like Hikaru is continuing the game, and black comes with his own king towards the center of the board. The key point here is that white's king is cut off and impossible to improve the position of the king. If white marches all the way down to the queen side, that would leave the g pawn extremely vulnerable for black to start targeting.
Yes, and now we also see that Kartik is super confident. He goes king g7. He knows exactly that, okay, I'm playing the mighty Hikaru, but I have nothing to be afraid of. This is elemental stuff. And this game going to be ending in a draw instantly. Now black going to push f5. I know he goes back king g7.
He offers a repetition, and Hikaru does not give a check. He goes in with the rook to b6. And look at the confidence with which he's playing. He says, I know my plan. He continues with the king march forward. White's rook can't take the f6 pawn without giving up his own b pawn, which would end the game on the spot in a draw. And king g5 coming in. Nothing better for Hikaru to do than to accept the draw or to repeat with the move rook b5.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, okay, it's clear that it's going to be a draw, and it's also clear that it's going to be a hell of a fight. Yeah, it's Kartik has shown that he's a very dangerous player. I mean, defending this position after f4 with all this d5 and then this g6, and then also in the endgame with rook c8, knight takes c3, showed very high class.
Very high class, and Kartik is more than 200 points rated less than 2. He's got 25. His exact rating is 2565. Hikaru Nakamura 2787. That's a difference of 200, more than 200 points, and a confident hold there by Kartik. He's got reasons to be proud. The pawns have been traded off, and with just single pawns remaining, he gives a check. He's going to pick up the g4 pawn. Hikaru's going to pick up the g6 pawn. It will be handshakes. Hikaru Nakamura is not going to be happy with this result.
Yeah, but actually nobody can blame him because he played a good game. Simply that his opponent played fantastically. I mean, what a resourcefulness, what an incredible defense there. Well, this is the World Cup. This is the World Cup, and we see two Bear Kings and a handshake.
It is the World Cup where we see surprising matchups and big upsets. And Kartik Venkatarama, who was excited, who was looking forward to play world number 2 Hikaru Nakamura with the black pieces, gets the draw in the first game. He will be playing with white in their game 2. Hikaru Nakamura, a big favorite in this matchup, fails to win this one. A big result for the upcoming Indian player in this match too. But of course, the action does continue. We will have round 2 of classical chess between these two players. But for Hikaru, he was definitely looking for more in this game.
Yeah, and there is always a question, yeah, whenever you see someone like Kartik play so well, that why is his rating only 25-65? Why isn't it 26 plus something? Yeah, at least already. But it will get there. I mean, I'm pretty sure it's only a matter of time.
It will get there. He's had some phenomenal performances in the recent past, including convincingly winning the National Championship of India, which is never an easy task with the kind of talent and the prodigies that are coming out, Peter. It's also the question of the opportunity that these players get to play outside, which are often limited. And I think for them, this stage to really have that shining breakout moment is so important to give it their best. And that's what Kartik has been able to do today with his confident hold against Hikaru Nakamura. The battles continue across though, and we've still got action on some of the other boards. The one other board that catches my attention that could be a bit of a surprise, a bit of an upset, is the Shakhriyar Mamedyarov matchup against Singapore's Tin Jingyao. And Peter, there, Shak is playing with the black pieces, and I don't believe that the position that we have on the board right now, Shak could actually try to squeeze anything out of that one.
Well, is this the position?
This was the position about 100 years ago. Now we've got another position on the board, which is on the board now.
Yes. Yes, well, I mean, okay, here there is certainly no chances for Black to win this. I mean, also he's not risking anything. I mean, it looks like a drawish position. And it's kind of a normal result, yeah, then for Shakhriyar. I mean, with Black draw. First of all, this Ting Ying Chao, I'm apology for I don't know how to spell it correctly. I have tremendous respect because I have noticed that last year in the Lobregat Open, just before the Sitges Open, I think he has won this very strong Open tournament. And that's when I heard his first name, and he was playing one round after another against very strong opposition, and he was just doing fantastically well. So that's where I know his name.
He's 23 years old and definitely a big talent here and holding his own here in this one. Hard to imagine Black creating anything in this position. So this would be a big result for Tin if he manages to hold this one. Peter, meanwhile, another big favorite, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, playing with the white pieces against Dragne Valentin, a strong grandmaster. Now that endgame at first might look level because we see equal pawns. It's a rook pawn ending, very different from this one. And again, this is not the live position. This is the live board right now. But it's a pawn race. And when you've got a position like that, you can just pick up the eval bar and throw it out of the window because when it's a pawn race, anything can happen. White's got these two queenside passes. Black's got this pawn role in the center of the board. It's always the question about making the precise moves, who's going to be faster. And Peter, the answer is never clear here.
Yeah, it's never clear. I mean, one really has the feeling that this should be some dynamic equality because first of all, it's good news for Black that he can always play rook h1 check and rook a1 getting behind the a pawn. We already see that White is using the same strategy. The rook from f8 is covering the f4 pawn. And now Dragne also goes king d4, which is kind of a very nice little move because Black also gives himself the chance to eventually go towards the a5 pawn or maybe try to be active with king d3, trying to create some checkmating ideas. And if White would be giving rook d8 check, then the king can hide on e2, which would be quite messy. Yeah, super sharp stuff.
But you play king d4, and my first question would be, what happens if White does push the a6 pawn here, the pawn down to a6? Because if you allow it to go to a7, that's absolutely game over. So Black needs to respond immediately to this move.
Yes, I mean, okay, then I have to, I have to play rook h1. And after king c2, I'm gonna play rook a1. And if you take my pawn with a check, that's what I'm assuming, then okay, basically there is no way you can protect the a6 pawn. So I can move with the king wherever I want. I mean, unless some more mouse slip from my side, everything should be fine. King e5 and then taking the pawn. And what happened here?
I think, are we seeing a repetition here?
I know, I mean, king d4 has not yet been played. On our board, at least. Did you see on the camera that it was played?
The last move has been rook to f8.
Yes.
So king d4 is not a move that's been played right now, but king d4 a6 is the line that you were looking at.
Yeah,
As a potential way for black to continue.
But somehow this king d4 simply appeared on my board, so I don't know, maybe the black player was insisting on going king d4 and then put the king back on e5. It could also be. I don't know exactly what happened, but the king is still on e5.
This is the live position, as you mentioned, due to black's ability to get the rook with the check and getting into the defense on the A line. Black should be able to hold this position despite the white A pawn looking dangerous. Peter, there are still games on with some big names of the chess world fighting. Is there a game that stands out to you that catches your attention?
Well, I mean, I don't know. Let's take a look at Kolobov. That did he find the move queen e5? Yeah, it's a very big question. Did we see the move? Yes, and queen e5 had been played after knight d6. So Anton Kolobov using his momentum, using the fact that move 40 with few seconds on the clock, Ituzaga has played the move knight f7 to d6. That was unfortunately a very unlucky move. And after the time control, the game continued queen e5, knight d6 to e8. It was the best defense. But now, unfortunately, after queen takes b8, rook takes a4, white has time to activate his bishop. Yeah, the problem so far of his position, he played bishop g3. According to computer, bishop h4 was better, but okay, bishop g3 happened, rook a6, bishop e5, activating, look at this bishop on e5, a monster, king f7, queen c8, rook e6 is the current position.
And look at all of black's forces. They're so compact, trying to keep things together. The rook, queen, king, knight, knight. It feels like a very close-knit family. And if anyone moves further away from each other, the position will fall apart. You just can't allow white's queen to come into the game. And the moment I say that, I wonder if white has the option to try to go queen c2. I really want to get my queen over to the king's side. Queen c2 with ideas of queen f5 or queen h7 come to my mind. Just trying to think of ways in which white can start making progress in this position. It might also be time to start thinking about the king side pawns, advancing further, expanding on the king side to join in the forces. Did queen c2 happen?
It did happen. I feel like, Tanya, you have settled into the tournament. You have settled in. Queen c2 was a very nice spot. It gives the harmony to the position. I'm
also starting in match 2.
Yes, exactly. That's what I wanted to say, that I think the players are really happy and lucky that you are here with me commenting.
Peter, the pleasure and the luck is all mine to be here with you. And of course, your chess is going to rub off on me eventually. So queen c2, just this idea of trying to get the queen into the game, because you see the move rook to e6 that black made. It stops the queen from jumping onto f5. The light squares are weak. You want to try to get the queen into the attack. And like I was saying, Peter, I would love to see the g-pawn advance down the board as well.
Yes, this is the last piece. Yeah, basically a pawn is also a piece. I mean, especially here, it's like the winning, the monster piece. Yeah, if this g4, g5 starts to roll, then okay, it will be very tough. I would be tempted from black side somehow to sacrifice on e5. I mean, just get rid of this monster bishop with rook takes e5. Let's take a look. Can we survive, or can we have chances to survive? D takes e5, queen takes e5. Unfortunately, you are able to collect my b7 pawn. That's unfortunate. If you want, with queen b7, queen b3 check.
It's very tempting. And also in these kind of positions, one gets the feeling that even if the queens are traded off the board, white will have a lot of chances of winning rook with 2 knights because of simply the majority, the excessive the pawns that you've got on the king side.
Yeah, exactly. That's the reason why in this situation, I need to keep the queens on the board at all costs, because simply if this white pawn would be on f2, we would be not talking about this position. But because of the fact that white's construction is destroyed, this gives me chance to eventually put knight d6 to e4 and set up some kind of a blockade, and then the 2 knights will be beautifully guarding my king. And those kind of ideas that we talked about, just pushing the pawns forward, might be a bit scary because then white's king can become weak. So I do feel like maybe the best practical chance is to go for rook takes e5 and eliminate this monster bishop.
All right, so it's a big moment for Turizaga to take this committal decision to give up some material to try and neutralize white's most dangerous piece in the center of the board. Will Turizaga be able to take that call? It's never easy, but right now Queen C2 is on the board. And Peter, we're also getting an update that the game that we saw between Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, the rook pawn ending with the two pawns racing down, has in fact ended in a draw. And draw was agreed in that very position. So the players were able to see that there was dynamic equality and the pawns were not racing or getting anywhere at least. And that's another big result that we've got with Dragnev holding Maxime Vachier-Lagrave to a draw.
Yes, and with the black pieces, yeah, because if you make a draw with the white pieces, that's kind of more or less normal, yeah, standard stuff. Then you still have a very tough black game ahead of you. But if you have drawn with the black pieces, then you might be thinking, okay, hang on, I might be getting to the tie breaks, yeah, and then in tie breaks anything can happen, or maybe my opponent might be taking too many risks in the next game, then I will have my chances. So yeah, that's a very special situation. And also I'm looking at a result that Velimir Ivic has beaten Paco Vallejo. The reason why I'm mentioning this, that it was the sensation of the very first round when 14-year-old Gudel has beaten Ivic, and it looked like Ivic will be eliminated from the competition. And not only he stroked back and he went on to win that match, but now he also grabs the lead against Vallejo.
Wow. Incredible comeback by Ivic. And it was in the 2021 World Cup. And Peter, if I'm not mistaken, it was round 2 that Ivic actually did knock out Vallejo, a much higher rated player than him. Ivic himself is a youngster, a very, very talented youngster who's coming up. And he could have been knocked out in round 1, but he survived that scare after a brilliant win by Adil, but went on to make a comeback in his match. And right now takes the lead against Vallejo. A big, big result here by Velimir Ivic. And we'll see what happens in game 2. But right now, it is all eyes on Turizaga. If he does go in for this sacrifice or not, he's still having a think. But Peter,
yeah,
Queen C2, and it's, yes, he's down to 13 minutes and they still have to meet. They still have got, they're on move 47. They've made time control. So it's just now till the end of the game with 30 seconds increment. This is the time control. There's no addition beyond this.
Exactly. I mean, it's a very tough decision, but I believe that if finally you come to the conclusion that, okay, but I mean, I have to constantly watch out for mating ideas, and anyway, without eliminating bishop, I cannot survive, then finally you can convince yourself that, okay, I'm going to go for it. It might be my best practical chance, and you don't think about, is it enough or not? Because it's not about enough or not. You just have to maximize your chances to try to hold on. I'm also looking at a pairing Leiva versus Salem Saleh. And I think Leiva was one of the players from Peru who made this sensation by knocking out Demchenko. That was one of the big sensations of the first round. And now we also see that this game is still in progress. Yes, Salem has won a pawn, so he's trying to squeeze something out, but it looks like with the activity that White has, White should be able to hold the draw.
Salem with an extra pawn, but it's probably not going to be enough as White's rook is targeting the c6 pawn, making sure that Black's rook doesn't get active. Also, we can see White's king is super active, not allowing any of the Black's pawn to move forward. So definitely a good performance there by White in this one. And Peter, I've got my eye out on one other game, which is against another sensational performer from match 1, which is Suleimanli Edin from Azerbaijan, who played the longest match of round 1, going into finally deciding the match in 10 games. After having 9 draws, Edin Suleimanli won the first match, and what a match that was. And he's playing against the Iranian super talent, the number 1 player from Iran, Parham Maghsoodlu, with the black pieces. And it's still a complex endgame. level because both sides have done maximum and there's no more progress to be made.
Yes, I mean, it seems to me like black is definitely pushing because this monster knight on e6, yeah, this is a blockading knight. I even have to highlight it. I like this orange now. So I find a way to put an orange color. The knight on e6 is a monster, guards the c5 pawn, yeah, which is the only weakness in black's camp. So, for example, if white would be able to go knight e1, knight d3, then this would be the only weakness, but we are already covering it. At the same time, the knight is also putting pressure on the f4 pawn. And we see that black was able to break with some g5. King is coming to g6, putting some pressure on the f4 pawn. And if white is forced to release the tension with fg5, then I believe that there could be some chance. Unless white is able to make forced draw, there could be some big massage ahead of us.
And it's really an interesting position because I noticed that black's last move was king to g6 from h7, even though the f4 pawn is hanging. And I think I understand why, but I want to break that down a little bit if we just back up. What happened here, f5, and white made a really tricky move, knight to f3. So the f4 pawn looks like it's hanging, and black has got two pieces attacking it, white's got one pawn defending it. I think the point is that, Peter, if black was to take g takes f4 here, white doesn't rush in with recapturing because then black just ends up with an extra pawn. And I see the Valbar move up, so it is an inaccuracy. And I'm just wondering if there's a tricky move. That knight from d2 jump to f3 to actually come back to h2. I hit your bishop. And the more I look at this position, the more I feel like it's working out. Because you can't go bishop to h3. Now I can take your pawn on f4. And after knight f4, my king suddenly steps into g3 with a double attack. And I'm super happy with my position.
Yes, basically you are winning a piece.
You're winning a piece. So this is a really tricky idea of knight f3, knight h2, which white actually played out, forcing black to step up with the king to g6, so that after knight h2, your bishop is free to fall back on h5, and the king on g6 is defending the f5 pawn.
Or you can even play king h5. Look at this. After knight h2, now that the king is marching on, you even have the option of going king h5. And if this f4 pawn will have to release the tension, that's really bad news for white. I mean, it seems like despite
amazing stuff.
Yes, just this knight on e6 might win the game by itself. This monster knight, of course, thanks to the pawn structure as well. I mean, just itself, the knight wouldn't be doing that, but the whole construction just harmonizes perfectly.
Wow, so actually after king to g6, because of black's piece placement and white's pawn structure and the light squared bishop in the color complex that it can't really guard its own pawns, it's big trouble here for Soleimanli.
Yes, and I think the problem is that if f takes g5 happens, then black can simply take on f3. This is a big problem. And then after king takes f3, we just take on g5, and we play good knight versus bad bishop. And in the long run, I mean, okay, white can try to hold on, but this knight starts jumping, yeah? This you can only wait, and I don't know, something like knight f8, knight g6, targeting the e5 pawn. If you push e6, then knight e5 check appears. Okay, let's just show this. So knight f8, you wait, I play something like knight g6, e6, and we give this check. No, if we give check, you will have e7. No, then we just step back with the king to f6, we collect the pawn, and we win the game. So in fact, white is in a lot of trouble.
Wow. And that's what's amazing about chess. What initially meets the eye is often not the case. The moment you deep dive, you always understand these subtleties and complexities that exist in the position. White has chosen to move knight to h2, the one that we were looking at. So with a direct threat of capturing the g4 bishop. My first thought was to retreat with the bishop, but Peter, as you pointed out, that after knight h2, black has a very super powerful move of just continuing with the king advance, king coming on to h5, and that would be trouble for white, because if you trade on g4, black's king will step further into the game, and once again with a good knight versus bad bishop, classic endgame.
Yeah, wow, actually, yes, I'm more and more understanding the position. That this king g6 was a stunner, because it might have looked like after knight h2, you are in pin, yeah? Like, for example, bishop h5 runs into g4, and we are trapping the bishop thanks to the pin. So it might have looked like king g6 is not an option, and if king g6 would have not been an option, and instead of king g6, black would have played king h6, Then white had the bailout maybe with f take g5 check, and then he can avoid this bad bishop versus good knight position. So king g6 was super precise, and after knight h2, if Max Todlu finds king h5, and I believe in Parham, then yeah, white is really in a lot of trouble.
And also the timing of it all, because once again, to highlight that knight f3 had such a devious trick that if black got greedy on the spot, then the move knight h2 would actually turn the tables around. So black Parham had to make the move king to g6, taking on f4, once again to highlight that knight h2 was the big idea here, and the bishop on g4 is overloaded, can't defend the f5 pawn. If the bishop moves back, there are threats of g4 coming in, and that would be disaster. So king g6, nice, precise play there by Parham.
Yes. And after knight h2, king h5, I don't know what to suggest from the white side, because we are losing the fight for the f4 square. Yeah, we will lose this battle, and if we lose that battle, we will lose the game. It will just be a matter of time.
And Peter, just a big update that there was some confusion with the score. We were talking about the Avic versus Vallejo game. In fact, Velimirovic did knock out Vallejo in the 2021 World Cup, but this one, which we thought he did take the win, it's actually Vallejo who eventually won that game. So Vallejo does take his lead against Ivic in their matchup.
Okay, yeah, that's very important to note, because I got fooled by the result, and I felt like, yeah, this is an incredible storyline. I remember that Ivic had a wonderful World Cup in Sochi 2021. He was knocking out one player after another. Yes, so okay, Vallejo taking his revenge.
And I think it was only in match 4 when he was playing against Fedosiev. He was such a standout performance. It was Fedosiev who knocked out Ivic finally, and that was all the way after round number 4. So it was a fantastic performance by Ivic in the 21 World Cup. We'll see how far he gets in this one, but tomorrow he's in a must-win situation to keep his chances and the match going.
Yeah, this is kind of some unfortunate story, yeah, when the kings are too sensitive, yeah, the digital boards, yeah, if something goes wrong, it can get a wrong result, but luckily we are corrected. Thank you very much. So what else do we have?
Shout out to our team, keeping us up to date with all the action that's going on live at the Baku World Cup, and more games are indeed on, while the top boards, Peter, have finished. We've got some results, we've got some draws that have happened, including Hikaru failing to win his match against Karthik. Anish ends with a draw. Wesley So ends with a draw. A lot of draws in this first match of these top seeds.
Yeah, well, it's kind of also normal, yeah, because the opponents have a lot of respect for top players, yeah, so they are kind of careful. And as a top player, you also don't know exactly how much risk you should be taking. As you mentioned, you often don't feel your opponent yet. Yeah, you don't have enough information. So it's kind of natural that you play a couple of games, and then you might start to feel your opponent, how to approach, what to do. It's not automatic that you can immediately get the upper hand.
No, and it's so much about getting into the flow and the rhythm of the game. So even though the heavy favorites, the top seeds, do start their campaign with a draw, it's far, far from over. And of course, there's a big second classical game coming up for all these players tomorrow. But we've been looking at so many end games, Peter, with queens off the board. And I see you have one more end game where white does have the bishop pair, but with pawns on the same side of the board. It's perhaps closer to a draw than white being able to create something. But there is one middle game that's still on, that's got my attention here. And that's between Acosta Pablo from Argentina against the Romanian grandmaster, another youngster, Diak Bogdan. And after all these hours of play and about 55 moves, the queens are on the board, the rooks are on the board. And we also see some ideas against Black's king, but white has got a stark weakness on e3 right now.
Yes, this is like a dream come true Carlsbad for black. Yeah, I mean, there is this weakness on e3. There was no minor data going on at all on the queen side. The knight on f5 is a monster. The pawn on h4 locks down any kind of counterplay with g2, g4. And the big question is only how to break through. I mean, often in such positions, the problem is that the position looks so beautiful, you don't want to touch it. but just by itself, it's not winning. And then you have to fight psychologically with yourself that, okay, I have to regroup my pieces, but actually I don't want, but if I want to win, I have to do something. So it's still a long massage, but I'm expecting that black should be slowly able to convert this.
You just got to compare the pieces. You've got black's rook attacking and the queen attacking lined up against that e3 pawn, the knight on f5, which can never be displaced. It can never be taken out of that square. A nice post there, eyeing that not only eyeing the e3 pawn, but also defending his own h4 pawn, which is key in clamping down White's position. And though White's knight can jump in with a check on g4, you can see the discoordination between White's queen on one side of the board, the knight on one side of the board. But it's going to be all about, will it be enough? And will Bogdan be able to find something? He's got about 10 minutes on the clock right now to try and convert this one. And once again, this is the final time control. There's no more additional time. The players are playing with a 30-second increment. But we aren't going to see more time than this. And will it be enough for Bogdan to find the breaking move here?
Yeah, this is the big question, because actually White will get a lovely knight on g4. I mean, the knight on g4 will protect the e3 pawn, the weakness, and will be also targeting the f6 pawn at the same time. And then how to break this construction against the knight on g4, that's the very big question. I mean, it's looking nice, but probably black will have to start reshuffling things. I mean, if the knight gets to g4, then the good news is then at least the h4 pawn will not be attacked. So let's just make some moves like knight g4. Black will play something like king g7. There could be a big question, why didn't black go back to g7 at the first place? But okay, he has probably his reasonings. And eventually the big question, can he bring in some dynamic on the queen side? Can he somehow try to prepare some break there? It's still a big question how it's going to be done, but now that the knight is on g4, White is not able to target the h4 pawn, so maybe we enjoy this knight, but maybe at some point this knight will have to start some journey and look for some other targets as well.
One of the biggest challenges and the hardest things to do in chess is to actually win a position that appears to be clearly better for you. You know, you've done everything right. You've got the pressure on your opponent, the e3 weakness, your knight is beautifully placed. But then again, it's not over. The game still goes on. You still have to make moves. You still have to convert it into a win. And that is always, that is also when a lot of players do tend to go wrong in being able to convert a better position. In being able to convert that advantage. And I don't think it's that easy with 10 minutes on the clock. With White still holding on to everything, the e3 weakness, the knight on g4, it's still going to be a bit of a task for Bogdan to get this win in.
Yes, knight g4 played. I mean, somehow the play for White is much simpler, yeah, because you know that you just have to sit and wait. And especially with this 30 seconds increment, I mean, at some point, by trying to win, Deak will go down to his seconds. And if he wants to win the game at all costs, there might be a moment when he even has to take some extreme risks in order to try to win. So this game still might lose a lot of dramas.
Still a lot of drama in store in this one. And the other game where the drama continues is Korobov against Iturrizaga. Peter, we were looking at potentially Iturrizaga sacrificing material to neutralize White's pressure in the center. He decided not to, chose another path, and the action still continues. Let's get up to date. Perhaps we can just go back a few moves to where we left it and see how we got to this point and take it from there.
Yeah, so queen c2 had been played, eyeing on h7. Yeah, I was advocating the desperate sacrifice with rook takes e5, but Iturrizaga felt like there is no need to use such extreme measures yet. He opted for knight g7, queen b3. No, not queen b3, pardon me. No, knight g7, queen b3, king g6. Yeah, king g6, the king has to move because suddenly black was completely pinned from every angle. Yeah, there is a pin here. And there is a pin here.
And there's a big threat on the board. You're just threatening to take up the f6 knight.
Exactly. So you have to move with the king. He opted for king g6. Now queen b1 check happened. King f7 back. And rook f2. So White find nothing better than to remove his rook from f3. rook f2, b6, rook b2, trying to target that b pawn. And now black opted for knight d7. Still, he doesn't want to take on e5. This is psychologically, again, a very interesting moment, because I would be tempted at every single possibility to take on e5, but he opted for knight d7.
So not giving up material and still holding on, still trying to defend that b6 pawn and keeping everything intact. Black has got a piece, white has got 3 extra pawns, but it is Anton Korobov with those 3 pawns pushing for a win here. As you can see that Black's knights are really not playing much in the game, and it's hard to imagine Black's pieces coordinating for an attack on White's king. Peter, it's hard to predict a result in this one, but is it fair to say that Anton will play this out till the end and he's the one pushing despite being down a piece right now?
Yeah, that's for sure, and he goes for the most critical queen h7 move. I was really wondering if he gonna go for it or not, and he does. And knight takes e5 is blitzed out, now d takes e5, and there is a devastating threat of rook b2 to f2 check. And then this king will have a lot of trouble, because if the king will have to move to e8, then there will be queen g8 check. After king d7, some rook f7 entry might win the queen. So black has to be super alert.
And I think we can show that line that you're pointing out. If Black does get greedy with capturing the e5 pawn, he falls right into this trap that you're mentioning. You come in with a check. The only move for Black, well, you can go to e6, but it doesn't change the destiny of the game. You come in with another check. There's no block on f8, and the rook comes in, and that's queen gone, game over.
Yes, so basically the big question, since Ituzaga has captured on e5 immediately, that how does he plan to stop this devastating threat of rook f2? Might be, he has queen g5. Okay, queen g5, I was suddenly shocked that where is the defense? But queen g5 might be a defense.
That looks so scary as well, with rook f2, queen g8 ideas coming in. It might be the only move for Black, queen g5.
Yeah, well, everything else seems to be designed on the spot. And this is also super scary. Yeah, you have this queen g8 and then rook f7. How do I defend against this? I have to eliminate this pawn on e, but how? I mean, my knight is...
Rook f7 is a big threat. And rook f7
Yeah.
is a checkmate in 1 right now. So you can't take the e3 pawn with the queen because the g7 knight is hanging. You have to take...
I have to take queen e5. You give me a check and I have to run.
Wow.
And basically hope that if you don't checkmate me, then I might give a check and I try to hope for some counterplay.
If White does pick up that knight on g7, you're coming in with a check on e3. So this might be the only resource that Iturizaga has in the position to activate his own queen to g5 right now. He's thinking currently. He's got 4 minutes on the clock. Not an easy position to defend. Peter's queen g5, literally the only move in the position.
I think it is. Absolutely, because I just don't see any defense. The other feeling would be try to run with the king immediately to e8, but it feels like it runs into some checkmate. I don't trust it. The move king e8, I just don't trust it. But okay, we can try. We are analyzing here. So let me make this move king e8. The computer hates it, yeah. And one of the reasons why, I mean, it gives so much freedom for white. Yeah, you can play rook a2. You can maybe cut my king with rook d2. I mean, any
That's
kind
the
of
move
rook
I like.
move. Yeah.
Just box up your opponent's king. Rook d2 feels like such a great move and a happy move to play, and it feels like it is working. Queen g8 is a big threat, and I just want to point out that if you pick up the pawn on e5, queen g8 is not checkmate, but after queen f8, you've got rook to d8 coming in, winning the queen, winning the position, winning the game, winning the house.
Exactly. And we know that this was such a dramatic game, so basically both players have spent incredible energy and nervous energy into this game. I mean, I feel like whoever wins this, and it looks like Korobov is the one who can only win it. If he wins it, he will make a giant step, because it will be very difficult for Ituzaga to recover from this game.
Absolutely. And this is the 5th hour of play, and we see our playing hall there. It's almost empty. We started the day, it was buzzing with players, filled with photographers, filled with media and players, and now just a few players remain on their seats, trying to fight these last moments. And as the games continue, things are heating up. We will have more results. We see Sam Shanklin there on the screen. We will check back on these games. For now, we'll take a break and we'll be back with all the World Cup action in just a few.
Looking for a new way to learn chess? Meet Dr. Wolf, the ideal chess coach and companion. Play against Dr. Wolf as he explains everything step by step, points out strategic ideas, and alerts you to your mistakes. Train with him and go over your past mistakes until you master them. Choose from over 35 lessons created for all skill levels. No matter your level, everyone could use a coach. Download Learn Chess with Dr. Wolf for Android or iOS devices today.
Did you know you can add emoji to your online games and analysis boards? Simply click on the emoji palette icon, select your emoji, and left-click on the board. You can choose from a host of notations, animations, emoticons, and even your favorite chess personalities. Emoticons will fade away after a few seconds. However, notations and special animations remain on the board until they are cleared. To clear them, simply left-click on the emoji or hit the Clear All button at the bottom of the palette. Have fun. Try them all on chess.com.
It's all eyes on Baku as the FIDE World Cup is underway. It is the big fight to get into the candidates, the tournament that is the dream for all the world's elite, all the chess players, so that they can fight for that world championship crown. The winner of the candidate makes it to the world championship match and will play against England to fight for that crown. The candidates will be in Toronto, in Canada. in 2024, and right now only one player has made it through. It is Jan Nepomniachtchi as the runner-up of the 22 FIDE World Championship match, with 7 more spots up for grabs. 3 will be decided in this FIDE World Cup. 3 spots in the Open and 3 spots in the FIDE Women World Cup for the candidates. That's the big dream. That's the big enchilada for these players fighting it out. There's a certain Magnus Carlsen in the fray as well, for whom it might not be as much about the candidate spot, because he does have his rating to rely on for that, but he's yet to win the FIDE World Cup. He did start match 2 with a first round victory, a long way to go, and his countrymate Aryan Tari also looking good in his game with the black pieces. We saw a brilliant move by Aryan. Last time we checked into this game, bishop e4, that was a stunner, and look at that. After that piece sacrifice, the pawns have gone rolling down the board, and Peter, it looks like he's ready to claim this point.
Exactly. I mean, basically, I think the only reason why he's hesitant is that he knows that he's completely winning. He has time on the clock. There's just no reason to rush. Yeah, this is also a very good kind of attitude. And he double checks. It looks like every single normal move kind of forces a designation. But his opponent is still playing, so you might have the feeling that the opponent is hoping for some miracle, but I don't see any miracle happening here.
I agree with you. I mean, with those pawns moving down the board, e2, a natural looking move, threatening to queen on the next move, white will be forced to give a check on e6 and start giving up material for these pawns on the board. And Vida, I look at the playing hall. As the hours progress, the players are in their 5th hour of play. It starts feeling like a ghost town. You start the day with all your colleagues. There's an energy, there's a buzz in the playing hall. But one by one, everyone finishes their game. And it's never pleasant to be the last player standing, to be the last match going on.
Well, honestly, I think that if you are the last man, you already don't have even the slightest energy to look around what is happening. Yeah, you just keep on playing your game and try to give your best. But yes, somehow it's of course much more nicer when there's an atmosphere. You feel other guys sweating, other guys having problems as well. Yeah, because often you are the one who is having the trouble of you need to defend, then you have trouble like this. Sometimes you have the advantage and you want to convert it at any cost, and you have the problem, the headache from this angle. No matter what you do, yeah, there is always a lot of tension in chess.
You feel like you're not alone when there are other players in the playing hall. You know, you have the liberty to get up, walk around, take a little bit of a breather, look at other games. When it's just you playing, and of course so much on the line for these players, the tension just seems to multiply. And I've always enjoyed playing in playing halls where there are a lot of other players around, and as the hours go by, I'm also one for time pressure, so I've also often been the player who's at the very end, the last player of the remaining hall. Never a good story for me, never ends well, that one. And we see right now, it's just a few games remaining. And Vida, you brought up, after seeing that Aryan Tari's board, Aryan on his way to claim that victory, the Itarizaga game that we've been following.
Exactly. I mean, there it's clear that Tari is winning. There is no intrigue, but here it's still such a craziness. I mean, the smoke has cleared itself a bit. Let's just very quickly go back to that moment. Before the break, we were talking about that Queen G5 is the only move, and Itarizaga has played the move. Rook F2 check, King E7, Queen G8, the line we discussed. Computer dislikes the move Queen G8, but it's so natural. We won't be analyzing other moves. Queen takes E5, Rook F7 check, King D6, Rook takes G7, and Anton goes for this position, so black gives a check. However, Anton has foreseen that after Queen E5 check, I will have the move Rook G3, protecting from any kind of perpetual checks. White's king is beautifully guarded. However, black has some counterplay with his B pawn because the white rook is pinned. Yeah, that's a very nasty long-term pin. And he pushes B5. White pushes H4. Black pushes B4, and all this with the last couple of minutes. I mean, this is very dramatic.
Very dramatic. And one can feel that the finale of this game will be extremely dramatic as well. You're mentioning White's king is safe, but the trade off has been deactivating his own rook to keep the king safe. That rook on g3, a long term pin. Black needs to be careful. Don't try to maximize that pin with a move like rook g6, growing on, trying to win that rook, because White's got threats of his own. The queen can jump in from a6, give a check, and White's the one who ends up winning that rook on g6. So Black still needs to watch out for all these tactics before cashing in on any pin. Also, White has got ideas of trying to get in with the queen to c4 next, attacking that b4 pawn. If White is able to win that b4 pawn, that would be disaster for Iturizaga.
Yes, yes. So it's and he's done to 2.5 minutes. Luckily for him, there have been a couple of only moves which he managed to play as quickly as possible. So he collected some bonus time. But the position is so difficult. I mean, I would have this feeling, that it should be correspondence chess in order to make sense of it. Yeah, it's so difficult to play this kind of positions over the board.
100%. And Peter, I want to make one more point about this position. If Black rushes in with the move b3, he's gone up with the king. But if we can show that point, that if instead of queen c8, if White would have given a check on b8, Black has the option of stepping up with the king to c5, guarding that b4 pawn. So you don't really end up losing that pawn in this position. So queen b8 check would not get anything, and queen f8, you can still block it with the rook. But after the move that was played, with the queen coming into c8, which was on our live board, Black doesn't have the option to push the b3 pawn, because then White gives a check and eventually goes on to win that b3 pawn, as Black's king can't step up and defend it. Which is why we see Iturizaga actually first stepping up with his own king to d5, now not only renewing the threat of b3, but also of the rook jumping into g6, now that he's walked out of any checks on the 6th rank.
Exactly, yeah. When I was also thinking about which move I would play with little time on the clock, I was thinking like, okay, I would go king d5 for sure, just to open up the rook on the 6th rank. Yeah, it's, for example, now we have some rook c6 ideas. You mentioned it very nicely already there, that if White would have given queen b8 check, we would have been very happy to put the king on c5. And now it's the same narrative, that the king on d5 is still not feeling safe, but with a move like rook c6, we actually free the c5 square for our king, and if that king could hide behind the pawn of b5, for example, it would be a completely different story.
Rook c6, a very natural looking move, dislodging White's queen, which is nicely placed. I like this move by Anton because it not only guards the b pawn from advancing, but controls that g6 key square from where Black can start putting pressure on White's pinned rook. Rook c6, as you mentioned, Peter, it's on the board, and it's perhaps time for White to start giving some checks now.
Yeah, well, I mean, one check for sure, and then try to step out with the king. For example, king h3. Yeah? Let's give queen d2 check, king c5, the most natural moves, and then king h3. So finally, White has a threat automatically with rook g5. So I'm wondering whether it was important for Black to actually not go to c5, but to go to c4. But somehow I wanted to be closer to the rook.
Even in that position, king h3, are you really getting out of the pins if Black just gives a check on f5?
Yeah, well, I mean, if I go back, then it's the same position. So,
but this is a mistake.
Yeah, rook g4, we are suddenly hitting the b4 pawn.
Wow.
It helps.
So this is a pin that you want, because your rook from g4 actually starts targeting that b4 pawn as well.
Exactly. Yeah, this is a game changer. So this is a very critical moment after rook c6. How will Anton react, and queen d2 on the board? Queen d2 check on the board.
Moves.
Yes. So the reason why king c4 is not good, because then after king h3, rook g4 will even be a check. Yeah, so that's basically clear that king c4 would be a terrible mistake. Then king h3 sidesteps the pin and then threatens this deadly check with rook g4. So king c5 is kind of only move now.
Queen d4 is out of the question because the white rook gets free and can actually start doubling up and win the queen with rook d3. So you can't really block the check. King c4 not possible. King c5, and then after king h3, how would Iturizaga keep the balance in that position?
Well, it's very difficult to keep the balance? I mean, how do you keep on fighting? Yeah, I think that's basically the main question. I mean, I do see engine lines, and I don't really feel like mentioning them because it's so difficult with 1 minute on the clock. If Itudiraga manages to play those moves, I will be praising him like crazy, like, okay, unbelievable how he could make this defense. But if he would make an error, I could absolutely understand it because it's so difficult. And King C5, King H3 on the board.
It's on the board and just a minute and a half for Iturizaga. And there's, even with such few pieces on the board, such less material on the board, it's super dangerous as a position. White has an immediate threat of that rook from G3 jumping onto G5, pinning and winning that queen. So first thing that Black needs to take care of is rook G5.
Yes, so basically it's kind of clear that we need to give a check. But Queen F5 check looked maybe even more natural than Queen E6 check. But it's so difficult, especially once you see some engine lines, then you start to lose reality that how you would be thinking, especially with 50 seconds on the clock for Iturizaga.
Queen F5 was the first move that came to mind. And it's such a human move to make, but it pretty much loses on the spot with White blocking that check with the rook. Not only blocking the check, but building huge pressure on that Black B4 pawn. Critical moment for Iturizaga to find a key defense here. Peter, if Queen F5 is... And he plays it. He plays Queen to E6.
Exactly. He plays the computer defense. I mean, Queen E6 check is the only move. However, the real question is the real test after Rook G4 to find Rook B6. I mean, I feel like this is very tough because suddenly you give free hand for White, and to believe that this is okay. Maybe you can find it by elimination that everything else loses on the spot. If that would be the case, that would be actually very good news for Iturizaga because then he can find it. Yeah, and he finds it. Amazing.
Wow. And Peter, we saw this at the Champions Chess Tour Division 1 as well with Iturizaga playing on seconds. He would sometimes make moves with just 1 second on the clock. And very often you would come into my mind because I was thinking if Peter would see this, his heart would be beating so fast and he would just be screaming that Iturizaga, don't do this to me right now, as we've seen from you before. But he just has immense control of his nerves, and his accuracy and precision with just seconds on the clock is amazing to watch. Peter, we are getting some incredible news as well that there was a big moment in the Sam Shankland game where Sam actually blundered into a mate in a position that was fine for him.
Oof, okay, that's devastating. I mean, I don't know. Should we jump there or do we stay here? What is the best
Maybe
setup?
we can just see absolutely the last moment on the board. Let's show the checkmate that Sam walked into.
Oof, Rook C4 checkmate. Oh my god. This is terrible. I mean, he just saw he captured the pawn. He captured the pawn, believing that it's gonna be a draw. It was a bit unpleasant, but yeah, with this he just walked into this devilish trap. Rook B to C3, and there is no way stopping Rook 8 to C4 checkmate. Nowhere to run.
And the White King gets checkmated in the center of the board. And Peter, he did have a lot of counterplay with that H pawn to hold the game. But this is also what happens after long hours of play. And definitely a concept that was missed by Sam. But a heartbreaking moment there, having everything under control and then walking into this checkmate.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, okay, I think that usually such mistakes are happening because you are under some pressure. It wasn't easy. I mean, maybe computer says it's draw, but otherwise he would have had to play pawn down position and Black had some chances to continue. But running into this mate, yeah, definitely, this hurts.
Well, that means that Sam has to win on demand his second game to keep his chances alive and keep his campaign going in the World Cup. Right now, let's jump straight back into this very complicated game with Black's king out in the opening. For Black, the big trump is that White's rook is still under pin, so not super active. And of course, the Black B pawn looking at advancing down the board with B3 coming in. And so far, Iturizaga finding precise defensive moves with just seconds on the clock.
Yeah, and White's problem is that he cannot really sidestep from the pin because there is Queen D6 check, trading the queens, and then thanks to this B4 pawn, clearly we don't have to be afraid of any endgames. So White has to make sure keeping the queens on the board. Unless he wins the b4 pawn, he has to keep the queens.
And there we see the players on the screen. A very critical moment, which will come down to seconds in this game. About 4.5 minutes for Anton. He does have a check on d4 as well with the queen jumping in. But the good news for black is it's not checkmate because you've got one square for the king. The king can be safe on c6.
Exactly, and then still the same narrative that the king cannot free itself because no matter if you go to g3 or h2, there will be queen d6 check. So that's why I'm a little bit tempted to give a queen g5 check just to put this queen as far as possible and then try to hide my king on h2. I don't know if that's a possibility. Does it help me? But I'm kind of tempted to go for it.
Just to make sure that the queens remain on the board, to give a check from g5 and then sidestep. Peter, I want to ask you, if the queens were to get traded and black has got this b passer, but white has got these 2 pawns on the king side, but could that be actually dangerous for white in those endgames with black just 3 steps away from queening?
Well, I mean, one thing is for sure that black has no problems whatsoever. And I think this is already enough arguments for white to avoid it. You know, I mean, just run away from, never let that happen.
So don't let queen trades. Also because black's king is under so much pressure and tension. And that's one of the big trumps in white's position, that black's king is super exposed. So you want to keep building that pressure, not try to trade off any pieces. Don't trade off the rooks. Don't trade off the queen. Try and combine the checks with the advance of your own pawn. But one feels that with this b pawn marching down the board, Iturrizaga has enough counterplay of his own.
Yeah, and the trick is that if white somehow just gives pointless checks and this black king hides on a4, then actually black will be super happy, yeah, because then suddenly his king will be very nicely protected. So white wants to keep that king on the c file, yeah, because from the c file there is still no way to going to b file because the b4 pawn is hanging. But what to do? What should be the first move?
I love your idea of going queen g5 check, just sidestepping from any potential queen trades once you move your king away. And my first thought after queen g5 was, black wants queen trades, why not go queen d5? And Peter, there are so many hidden tactics in this position, and I just want to point out the dangers that exist, why black needs to watch out. Queen g5, queen d5, you want to, of course, trade queens. If white goes for it, that would be great. But instead, white will just give a check on e3, and you end up losing big material. You can't fall back with your king on the 6th rank. There'll be a check with the rook, winning black's rook. You can't go king to b5 because rook takes the b4 pawn, and then you win the rook back. So you've got to watch out to protect these key squares in the position. And we see Anton, he's reached out for the move. He gives a check from the f2 square.
Yes, I mean, basically the key defense for black is to keep on the pin. Whenever you give up the pin, you lose. Yeah, that's basically the key idea. And thanks to this, maybe Iturrizaga can navigate, yeah, because he kind of has only moves all the time. And when you have little time on the clock, this is kind of a blessing, yeah, that you don't have alternative. But he goes king c6. He didn't use the momentum to go king b5. I'm a little bit surprised. He goes king c6.
That's actually awesome advice there by you, Peter, that when you're playing on seconds and when you have to rely on your intuition, to have concepts like these, that you need to keep white's rook pinned no matter what, is super helpful. Because then you're not looking for ways to block the king, to block the check with your queen or offer unnecessary queen trades. You know what needs to be done to keep the game alive, which helps you make moves faster.
Exactly. Now the big question is what changed? Yeah, because according to computer, white definitely made a huge progress with queen f3 check. Now after king b5, white hides with the king on h2, and with the queen on f3, probably he will be able to play also some g3 because everything will be very nicely covered. Drama continues. Down to 40 seconds for Iturrizaga.
And Korobov's clock is also catching up, but he's making progress. He's placed his pieces in such a way that he can unpin on the next move. But I think the difficult move is going to be pushing that G pawn, because you do end up weakening the king a little bit more. And of course, for black, it would be about, can he get his rook into activity? He steps up with the king to c5, and Korobov doesn't even waste a second. Immediately falls back with the king to h2. And after a check on the diagonal, will he play the move g3?
Yes, he will. I mean, basically, G3 is such a relief from the white side because you feel like, now I'm gonna ump him myself, yeah? And Black's king on c5 is still in so much trouble.
Anton Korobov going for the win here.
Yeah, and now 17 seconds. I mean, how do you play a move at all? You don't know how to navigate.
And look at Rizzaga. He is feeling the tension of the clock. He needs to make sure it's so easy to walk into a checkmate or to just lose the rook here. It would be great to get a close-up shot of Rizzaga right now. With just seconds on the clock, Peter, it's high-tension moments. King h2 played. He does give a check, and it's a big mistake.
Yeah, but I mean, after king h2, I felt like it's no way that any human could ever defend this position. And now white will just play g3, and I cannot imagine that this game will not be won by white. Yeah, and this is chess, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, you can play brilliant moves, you can play for 20 moves, insane moves, but just one mistake can cost the game. Rook f6, fighting, only move, kicking that beautiful queen away from f3 because this is a lovely square.
And the whole point is that black could have given a check on b2, but white's king now on h3 would be super safe and there are no more pins on the board. So queen b2 would be misplaced after white steps up with the king. So Irizaga instead starts targeting white's key defender. Anton still needs to find a good square that keeps key squares under guard. He chooses queen to d3. I like it, Peter, because again, after queen b2 or rook f2 check, white's king is super safe on h3 with no checks coming in. And meanwhile, white has ideas of his own with the queen coming into c4, winning the b4 pawn with a check.
Yes, I mean, this queen d3, I highlighted this d3 square because I felt like, yeah, this queen d3 might be the critical move. I just don't see any defense. Yeah, rook f2 check, king h3, there is no more pin. And if no more pin, then there are no hopes at all.
And as you're mentioning, the brutality of the game, Irizaga played such brilliant defensive, resourceful chess here, with seconds on the clock, finding all these ideas of running away with the king, of pushing the b pawn at the right moment, of putting the rook behind the pawn when it mattered, of keeping the white rook defended. But then eventually, the culminating, the incremental pressure, it gets to you, and making that mistake with the queen check at the wrong place. It's so easy for even the best players in the world to go wrong in these situations.
Yeah, when your king is unsafe and you don't know how to navigate, I mean, you are just running around with your king in the middle of the board. It was clear that if in the time trouble white manages to ump in, it's game over.
And we've got a result. We've got a result. In fact, in this moment, after rook f2, Irizaga just resigned. And Anton Korobov takes the point.
Yes,
what a game, what a fight this has been. Peter, rook f2, king h3 would have been game over. And there we see Anton Korobov. He's got reasons to be pleased with his play. He kept the pressure going. He didn't bail out. He didn't go for a repetition. He kept the activity. And in the end, it all paid off.
Yeah, it all paid off. And we come back to this critical moment when in the time trouble, Irizaga could have repeated. I mean, you remember he played the move king f8. It would have not been threefold repetition. So this is the position, actually. In order to understand how crazy the position was, I personally was blundering a queen in one move. So yes, it was a complex position. Knight f7. The knight was jumping. Queen b5, knight d6, hitting the queen. That's why it's nice to see the sequence of moves, then you understand much better what's going on. Now after queen g5, knight f7, queen b5, I simply believe that because Irizaga was down to a minute or something like this, he should have just repeated and wait for Anton. Does he repeat or he wants to continue the game? With so little time on the clock, he should have not risked to play on. And finally, he paid a heavy price for his bravery. And Anton takes the lead.
But it's always so much easier in hindsight, in retrospect, to criticize a decision like that on the for the player, because even looking at this position, it's a crazy position. It's a position for all three results. And Irizaga, we know what a fighter he is. If he feels he has the chance, he wants to keep going, and he took his chance. It didn't pay off in the end, and an extremely well fought game by both these players ended in Anton's favor, which means that Rizaga will be playing white and he has to win his next game to force tie breaks. We still have some games on, well into the 5th hour of chess, and it is this end game of Amin Bassem with the white pieces. He's got the 2 bishops and he's up an extra pawn. Is that going to be enough to try and create some winning chances?
But at the same time, black got some very nice grip of the position. I mean, the knight on f6, bishop e5, and the pawn on h2 seems like should give black all the reason to believe that this is some kind of a fortress. I mean, I do see some ideas like bishop b6, followed by bishop d4, trying to challenge that bishop on e5. And clearly, if black would to trade on d4, then after ed4, suddenly white would have 2 passers. That's very dangerous. But I believe that black should be able to, for example, but not so. Okay, so king h6. What happens after bishop b6? I mean, I'm expecting that you always have this move knight d7. Yeah, you can try to cover the e5 bishop. Yeah, for example, knight d7. Okay, I would be playing bishop d4, and it's still not clear to me if this is an easy draw. And in fact, very important to highlight that white is not planning to somehow trade these bishops and take the h2 pawn, because then I think the knight on e5, the king walks back to f6, it will be a fortress. But it's much more than I want to force bishop takes d4. Yeah, so some move like bishop c6, and if you ever take on d4, then I will have my chance.
Well, one thing's for sure that Amin is going to play this one out till the very end. He's going to try till the very last moment. If he can trade off that dark squared bishop at an opportune moment and the h2 pawn falls, that would be close to game over. So he's gone back with the king to g7, and now this idea of bishop d4, perhaps black just wants to step away with the bishop and not allow any trades in the position. But Peter, then that allows the point that you were mentioning with the e-pawn advancing down the board.
Exactly. So now after bishop d, wow, bishop c5, giving black time to, wow, I don't understand. Because this was now the golden opportunity to play bishop d4. Does Amin believe that maybe even after trading on d4 and black king marching to d6, it's going to be some kind of a fortress? Maybe, but it's hard to believe that king might be able eventually from c8, d8, try to set up some zugzwang. I am not a big believer that black can set up a fortress with in the c takes d4 structure.
And Amin there, less than a minute on the clock. It could also be him postponing the move of bishop d4, which is always in the air right now. It's a move that he's got to his disposal. So making sure he finds the right time. Meanwhile, black coming in with the king to the center of the board. Leva playing, sorry, not Leva, it is Albaroz playing with the king coming onto the center with king f7. And bishop d4, still possible, keeping all these ideas intact and asking black to take a decision, or has the dynamics changed after black's king is closer to the center?
Well, I feel that things changed. First of all, black has much more options, yeah, because after bishop d4, now we are not talking about any pin. Yeah, that's a very important moment. First of all, even if, yeah, okay, he goes king h3, so he's trying to set up some zugzwang position, but I mean, black seems to have enough moves like, okay, king g7, king f7, he can play always. Or also knight d7, knight f6, shuffling back and forth if we want to keep our king a little bit closer to the center or queen side, then knight d7, knight f6 might be a nice shuffling.
That could have been a key moment for Amin to try to push more with that move bishop to d4. But now it seems as if Albornoz Cabrera Carlos, the Cuban grandmaster, is back in the game. King to h3, but he still needs to find to keep the balance after king goes back to g7. Takes away the king away from the center. And maybe that's not a pleasant decision to make for black here. He's touching the 2-minute mark.
But if you want, you can just insist on this knight d7 idea. The problem was that after king g7, bishop d4, this was a very special moment. As you mentioned, bishop d6 is impossible due to e4, and knight d7 is kind of impossible because of bishop c6. I mean, impossible in the sense that you will have to take on d4 and then get back to this position. We're trying to hold on to that. But now that white missed this chance, black might not be giving this chance again. So king f7.
And he's not. He goes for your idea of knight falling back
Yeah.
to d7 now. And
Exactly.
as you mentioned, the big difference is that now after bishop d4, you can simply fall back with the bishop.
Yeah, or you can also just play king f6. I mean, now we are holding on already our fortress, yeah, because we are not afraid of sacrificing the h2 pawn as a second pawn. We just want to make sure that the pawn stays on e3, which we can blockade. Whenever a new pawn appears on d4, that will bring new dynamic to the position.
So the whole point for black is that even if you give up the h2 pawn, you want that pawn on e3 so that you can form a blockade on the dark squares with your king on f6 and the knight on e5. And white will have no way to actually free up that blockade despite being 2 extra pawns up.
Exactly. Or I can also probably get a king to e5 and the knight on f6, also looking like a very solid construction. I mean, yeah, Bassam is moving up and down. He wants to get those 30 seconds. But it seems like black's defensive task is, at the moment at least, yeah. Later it might get difficult again, but for the moment it's much easier because he knows what to do.
At some point, the only way to improve for white would be to trade pieces. You've got nothing more to do here. You have to start challenging that bishop on e5, either via d4 or bishop e1, bishop g3. But then again, it comes to that moment where black has got almost like a fortress-like structure after having a 2-pawn deficit in the position. And Armin Basim might have just missed the only opportunity that he had to exchange pieces at the right time. Comes back with the king. 38 seconds on the clock. Peter, if I asked you to make a prediction, this one going to end in a draw?
Probably yes. I mean, black has some reserve time, which is important. Yeah, because if he would be down to his last seconds and always he relies on, yeah, he just keeps on playing the natural moves, he will always get the 30 seconds, so he can accumulate quite a lot of time. And the big question is, will Bassam be able to create some unpleasant question? Yeah, that it might be drawish, but you have to make a decision and then you will not have so much time. Because for Bassam, okay, he has 10 seconds, but he can just make a couple of quick moves and he will do it.
And there's still a lot of pawn moves left. The last pawn move was made on move 67, I think. Or no,
69,
actually, there's
69.
a long way. 69, yes.
69,
so there's
yeah.
a long way to go to meet the 50-move rule right now. And Basim continues to shuffle his pieces, but not finding the breakthrough plan. And perhaps it doesn't exist anymore.
Yeah, well, he will have to try to get back to that position, and if he can trick his opponent into that position where bishop d4 is possible, I mean, maybe it's still a draw. I mean, we are not sure if that is a winning or not, but certainly this is the best chance, and it's not obvious that that is a fortress, yeah, because everything else, it's an obvious fortress, but you have to maximize your chances. You cannot be sure at such situations that, is it winning for sure? You go for it from the stronger side because this is the best chance you have.
And the point is that it changes the dynamics. You change the pawn structure in the position. It's clear that Armin Basim clearly knows that here, the e3 pawn, if it stays on e3, it doesn't matter if you win the h2 pawn. The blockade will be good enough to hold. So to try and change that dynamic and to get that e pawn over to the d file, it may or may not be enough, but it's really your only chance in the position. He starts with a check. The king falls back. And once again, white has to find a way to trade the bishops. The correct square seems to be on d4, but even once the bishop lands on d4, black will not trade on white's term and just keep the position as is.
Yeah, and also the problem for white is that this pawn on g4 is kind of always hanging. Yeah, you have to keep an eye on it. That's why white is unable to really put this bishop on e6. Yeah, if you could put the bishop on e6, it would be a completely different story, but you always have to keep an eye on the g4 pawn, and that's why the bishop stays passive. Okay, Armin goes bishop a5, so he's hoping, he's dreaming that eventually he gets another second chance for this bishop b6, bishop d4 idea.
And he comes up with the knight, threatening that pawn on g4, only move for white, fall back with the bishop, defend the bishop and the pawn. And once again, trying to set up that bishop b6, bishop d4 dynamic. But now, black has the option to fall back with the knight to d7. He does it. But will Armin go all the way to d8, targeting that g5 knight, once again trying to force that position where he gets his bishop on d4?
Yes, the only problem is that after bishop d8, knight f6, bishop b6, king f7, we again get that position where the black king moved away from g7, yeah, which was the unfortunate square when the white played bishop d4. You shouldn't be in the pin. But with the king on f7, then after bishop d4, you might have knight d7, you might move the bishop d8 played.
We might be seeing this being played out. So the whole idea is to get that bishop on b6. First, he forces black's knight to guard that g5 pawn. A trade on f6. Knight f6 has been played. A trade on f6 would mean game over on the spot. That's a draw for on the spot. He's not going to trade. And I see on our live camera, knight f6, bishop b6 on the board.
Yes, and this was exactly the position where black has played the move king h6 to g7, which allowed white to play bishop d4 under the best circumstances. And now it's clear that black will not be giving this opportunity. He will play king f7 on knight d7.
So this was actually the exact position white to play when Armin had to play bishop d4, and that would have changed the dynamics of the position.
Yes, exactly. So it's all about nuances. I mean, it looks like it's a blockade, but it's a very delicate blockade, yeah? So a lot of finesses here.
So Peter, the defensive structure for black would be now to fall back with the knight and get the king forward.
Yeah, or just to play the king to f7 first. Yeah, I mean, but I guess it's more or less the same.
And then once you go bishop d4, then you go knight to d7.
Yeah, but I'm still trying to understand then if white plays the move bishop c6, what changed, what happened? Why is that a draw? Why am I not forced to take anyway? Yeah, it's a slight mystery.
But which is why I'm just wondering, is it safer for black to actually fall back with the knight and get the king to f6 instead of place it on f7?
Yeah, well, but then again, bishop c6 and the knight might run out of squares because knight b8, bishop b5 traps the knight. There are kind of such problems. If we just talk about this position, then suddenly after bishop c6, the knight does not have this returning square to f6. King f7, the most flexible.
And I think now this is the moment that Armin will decide to go for bishop d4. He's tried everything. He shuffled around with the king. He shuffled around with the bishop. He reaches out and it's on the board.
Yeah, on the board. Now knight d7 or bishop moves first. I mean, it's basically the same blockading idea. But yeah, knight d7, bishop c6. So probably then we have to move the bishop first. And it's very important that now white does not, I mean, white has e4, but this is not devastating anymore because we have knight d7 blockade. This is what was impossible with the king on g7.
Because it would be pinned on g7 and your knight wouldn't be able to move from there. So it would give a very crucial tempo for white.
And he goes bishop d6, very precise defense.
And now imagine the same identical position with black's king on g7. White gets an e4 and is close to winning already.
Yeah. Basically, it would have been game over then, yes. So black would have to take on d4 at some point. Yeah, now I don't know how to shuffle. I mean, clearly Bassem will be shuffling, hoping for some momentum, but black can just sit and wait, yeah? Maybe you can even just play king e7, king f7 on knight d7 and wait like this.
"45 seconds. He's managed to gain some time on the clock. But again, not being able to find the breakthrough because none exists anymore. And I saw him reach out for his king. Goes back with the king to h3.
Yeah, it's his favorite move. He has done it before, but it doesn't really do much. I mean, it's more like a psychological teaser, yeah, that you have an h2 pawn, and you show strengths. Yeah, that you see, I can even leave that pawn on h2 because my bishop is guarding. I will be coming back whenever I want, but it does not make any progress.
And that's what Carlos seems to say. He comes back simply with the bishop to c7. Also another waiting move, keeping the position as is. As long as white doesn't make progress with e4, black is doing absolutely fine here.
Yeah, and important that after e4, black always has to play knight d7. That's kind of the key. Then we are setting up a blockade, then the bishop can return to e5, and everything is fine. But okay, yeah, bishop c3. I mean, the problem for black is that you feel like you know everything what's happening, you know what you have to do, but white's position gives white the chance to shuffle around as long as he wants, and you always have to be alert. You also don't want to go low on time, so you try to play as quickly as possible. Yeah, bishop d6 played to keep extra time. And just one inaccuracy, like there with this king g7 move, if this ever happens again, that could be decisive.
One gets the feeling that, in fact, Albornoz has realized the structure that he needs and what he needs to stop. He needs to make sure that when white pushes that e-pawn, the knight can fall back to d7, so not to get his king pinned on the diagonal at the wrong moment. And as long as he keeps shuffling around with that option available, he holds the balance. And Peter, we're reaching move number 89. Do you think we're going to touch the 100 move mark on this one?
For sure. I mean, okay, 120, we're gonna be touching 120 because understand it's a knockout event. Yeah, so Amin will be playing till the very last second this game, and with the 30 seconds increment, he's not risking anything.
Chat, what do you think? How long is this move going to be? A game going to be? If you had to put in a move number when this game ends, what would it be at? Wow. So Amin continues to shuffle around. Now he's trying to eye the g5 pawn from the other side of the board. There is a potential idea of pushing that e pawn further, e4, and that could be a bit of a nasty threat if black has to fall back with the knight to h7.
Yeah, because then you lose the control of the center squares. Yeah, then immediately you lose the blockade. Bishop c3 followed by e4, e5 happens. That's why now black should play knight d7 or bishop e5. I mean, some move which makes sure, for example, after knight d7, if white plays e4, we have king f6, and we keep the blockade. We keep the e5 square. Yeah, this is very important.
We're getting some random numbers in chat. I wonder if it's what kind of a guess. How does chat come up with these numbers? Is it just any number? There's 127, there's 144, 111. But one thing's for sure, that this game will go beyond the 100 move mark. A knight d7 played. And Peter, the idea is that if white now pushes with the e-pawn, he wants to land with the knight to e5?
Well, or king f6. Yeah, you can just set up this very nice blockade. With it. Once e4 is pushed, then the black king will be perfectly placed on f6. You just sit. And Tanya, from all the numbers that you mentioned, somehow this 127 is smiling on me. I'm you know, if I would have to pick one of those three numbers, it would be 127.
Really?
Yes.
That's interesting. So 127 is Peter's pick. Let's see where we are right now. We are on move number 90. Oh, 37 more moves.
91 already. 91. Every half move, every little move counts. King f6.
With Peter, 127 would be beyond the 50 move. When was the last pawn move made again? 69.
Well, it was
said,
69.
Right?
69.
Okay. All right. So okay. Just in the realm. Just in the realm.
I mean, I'm losing my mind. I can't count anymore. So if I'm wrong, please correct me. I'm happy if it will be less.
I'm trying to do the math, but I think we're off the mark here.
Yeah, I mean, okay, from 69, it's basically 31 till 100, and then, okay, we only can have
119.
Yes. Bishop e5, apparently a small inaccuracy. A very natural move.
Might be 127 after all, but the result might be different. But you say it's an inaccuracy. What's the reason?
Wow, because now white can play bishop d4, and it's on the board. Wow, it's a new game because now the knight on d7 is stuck. We are settling with bishop c6 again. You remember we talked about this, that the knight might run out of squares.
Wow. So suddenly Amin Basim is again going to try to push, and the point is that after bishop c6, you hit the knight can't go to the queen side, it ends up getting trapped with the bishop falling with a 2 square difference with the knight, and that's the key, that's the golden spot when you want to try to dominate your opponent's knight. You'll have to go all the way back to f8, and that can already feel destabilizing in black's position. Bishop c6 is a threat, and that's why this is the first time that we also see Albaroz now going into a bit of a think. He realizes that it's a new position and a new dynamic about to happen.
Yes, and he should have never let that happen. And look at this, the body language of Bassam immediately showed like, okay, now I have a chance. Because this is the point, you never know if you are winning or not, but the feeling that now I get a chance, now I force my opponent to put his knight on f8, yeah? This is definitely not something he intended before. White, for example, has all these ideas like bishop c6, making sure that that knight will not return, then the knight has to go to h7, which doesn't really offer any active prospects. I mean, we are in for a very long grind now.
Knight f8 played. In for a really long grind, so I think we might even be crossing the 127 mark then.
Well, who knows? I mean, there is this potential eventually because of Zugzwang that black will be forced to capture on d4 and then try to hope for this king e7, knight e7, knight f6, king d6 blockade. And then how much? And then the 50 move rule starts again. Yes, so then that one is eliminated. Knight h7 played.
You can sense it in Amin. He just shifted around in his chair that he feels like, okay, there is progress that has happened now after all the shuffling around. And that's often how the games progress. That's the nature of the game. You often don't come up with the winning idea instantly. You play around and things start falling into place in your mind. You understand what's working, what's not working in a position. And you often only understand that by playing through the game, repeating a few positions, seeing what black wants, seeing what you need. And it feels like after realizing all of that, Amin has managed to get to the initial position that we wanted, but he's down to 15 seconds on the clock now.
Yeah, he's not trying to make the most out of his chance, but it's not obvious what did he achieve. So he goes bishop c5.
Really trapping that knight on h7.
Yes, but now it also gives black the chance to retreat that king, I don't know, to f7 or to g7, and then try to get back to this knight f6 concept.
Also, let's point out, if white is able to trade the light squared bishop for that knight, it would be game over. White would end up winning that endgame with the same colored bishop because the h2 pawn would also fall. So black needs to make sure that white doesn't trade the light square bishop for the knight and always have squares for the knight to run to.
Well, in general, yes, that's the case. But anyway, that scenario I can't really see happening. Because black will always
why you say
hide.
In general. Because even in this position, if white was to achieve that dream scenario, it's still not clear how do you make progress.
Exactly. But then I understood that you get your pawn to e6 and you target the g5 pawn with the bishop, and maybe it will be some Zugzwangish position. But yes, it's too complex to talk about it at the moment.
Peter, you give me too much credit because I hadn't seen that far ahead that I would get my pawn to e6 and target the g pawn. But it is indeed too far ahead to talk about. And I don't see black allowing that to start with.
Yes, absolutely. And now king f2, it's okay. We are expecting knight f8. Black will be shuffling, and he's already, look at the clock situation, 4:20 for black. And the big question, is white able to get anything out of this progress, or is he simply not able to break it? It could also easily be that suddenly this knight h7, knight f8 looks very artificial, it looks very scary, but it's solid.
And it's kind of easier to be black because you have only moves now. Your knight has also run out of moves. Your bishop can't move, so you're just shuffling around with that knight from f8 to h7. And now with this move, Amin invites the black knight into the game with knight d7 as well.
Yeah, he somehow got fed up of this knight on h7, jumping knight h7, knight f8, that what did I really achieve? Please come back to d7. Yeah, inviting, but I don't really see what's wrong with it. Yeah, black immediately accepts the invitation.
Amin Basim with 25 seconds on the clock, trying to squeeze water out of stone here.
Well, this is the typical chess game. If you have the slightest chance, then you play on forever. Yeah, people often say that chess player agree to a draw. Well, if you feel like you have a chance and you cannot lose, you never agree to a draw.
I can remember so many games where I've been on the other side of this, where I've been on the defense, and knowing that you can hold it. But Peter, what's been your experience of these kind of positions? Would you also play out till the very end this kind of a position, knowing that it might be a draw?
Absolutely. I mean, you have to. Yeah, it's. I mean, if somebody tells black, that white will stop the clock and say that draw, then okay, I will be the most happiest person in the world. Yeah. So yes, you have to keep on. Yeah, you have to keep on as long as you have the slightest chance, because the pressure is there and it's so difficult to be constantly defending with only moves and with precise play.
Amin Basim, they're creating some play, getting the king to the center. But once again, as long as black has got that blockade on that e5 square, black can be down 2 pawns and still holds the position. It's the color complex. Imagine if the dark squared bishops are traded off, white's bishop on h1, the light squared bishop can never dislodge the knight and the king combination in the center of the board, just keeping all of white's pawns restrained.
Well, and Amin down to 13 seconds, and he goes f6. He has enough. He wants to try some new dynamic. He wants to break this fortress. He wants to get his king to f5, get access to the g5 pawn.
And that's a move because black can't very easily take on f6. If you take on f6 with the bishop, white can trade, step in with the king to f5 and start picking up the g5 pawn. It might be time for black's king to come back. With king e6, you've got to calculate f7. Peter, things getting tricky here for black.
Yeah, on the other hand, he has a lot of time, and this is why it was so important. Yeah, if he would be done to his last seconds, f6 would be a shocker. But with kind of 5 minutes on the clock, this is the moment where you have to invest time. One really feels that after f6, there are some dangers, but there should be a way, and he goes for it. Bishop d4, e4, and then king e6. I think that's the most solid way, not allowing white king to get access to the f5 square.
Very nice. So not jumping in with the greed and grabbing the pawn immediately, allowing white's king to get super active, but first bringing his own king to e6 seems like what Carlos wants to do in this position. And he's reaching out for the king e6 on the board, and the f6 pawn will fall. But maybe it's time for white to go f7.
Yeah, but then knight f6 checks comes first. Yeah, that's the key. Then we simply kick that king away, and then we're gonna collect the pawn on f7, and everything is fine. And I'm losing the bet, and whoever said 111 might be right, but we might be not even reaching there.
We are on 102 right now, so 127 is not going to happen as the pieces have been traded off, and Amin Basim will lose the f-pawn now. King e6 played, controlling
and
the
he's
f5
down to 5
square.
seconds. He needs to play.
And Peter, you called it out. Not allowing white's king to step in, gives a check first.
Yeah, and basically this is kind of already acknowledging that, yes, I tried everything, but it was not enough. White will play king g3, and then collect the h2 pawn, but this is not just a draw.
And I think you'll go king e6. And after bishop f3, king d6, king h2, knight g4, bishop g4, king d5 is how this game will end. Is my prediction.
I think you are right. Yeah, this is what we're gonna see.
It's happening. King to d6 has been played, and black's idea concept is simple. When white takes the h2 pawn, and you can see it on Amin Basim, he knows that this is all over. This ends in a draw. White captures the h2 pawn. Black will sacrifice the knight to deflect that white bishop from f3, and there's not enough material remaining. White will recapture the knight on g4. Black will step up with the king and win the pawn. Amin Basim? He's probably not even thinking about the position on the board, just about the missed chances that he had.
Exactly. That's exactly what I was reading from his face. He knows that this is though there's nothing to think about. It's more like accepting the fact that this is what happened. And okay, great defense by Albornoz, yeah, by Carlos. I mean, Cuban players in general are known to be very good endgame players. Yeah, there is a big school, I think the Capablanca school. They all know endgames very well.
Wow, and after that marathon fight, which Peter ended in 106 moves, great defense there, as you mentioned, by Carlos. It ends the way that we were thinking it would, with not enough material for Armin Basim to win the game. This one ends in a draw. What a marathon fight this was, and such incredible chess and fights we've had today. Round 1 of match 2. Again, the World Cup is just getting started. It was the first day that we saw the top seeds in both the FIDE World Cup and the FIDE Women World Cup enter the arena and play their first games. Peter, how was your day 1 here? How did you enjoy the action, and what was the big highlight for you?
Well, I enjoyed the action tremendously. I think that everybody got a chance to understand why this World Cup is so special. For example, the game between Hikaru and Kartik, that was something special, because holding Hikaru like this in a way like Kartik did, that was truly impressive. I mean, that might be a very big match. We simply don't have enough information about Kartik. Maybe this is his playing strength. Maybe he's capable of producing this day after day, but this will be the question, because one thing is for sure, Hikaru will be forcing the very best play out of Kartik if Kartik wants to stay in the match. And the big question is how long he will be able to hold it.
Kartik, he loves to play complications. He's not scared of going for the most concrete, fearless play. And I think that's exactly what you need when you're playing against the world's best players. And that's very, very sort of thematic in a way of these young prodigies of today. He is the current reigning national champion of India. He's had some great performances in recent open events, and he's super inspired to be at the World Cup. And he starts with his match against Hikaru with a draw, but it's still a long tournament to go, Peter. Let's take a look at our schedule of the World Cup. We are in game 1 of match 2 of round 2. Tomorrow, the players will reverse the color and play their final classical games. And if we see comebacks and if we see ties, then we will have August 4th as the day of tie breaks, where we will move on to speed chess to decide the results of the game. And of course, this is only match number 2. It's round number 2. So there's a long way ahead for all these players. The action is just getting started. Peter, for you, you said the highlight was Kartik's hold against Hikaru. The one thing I can't get out of my head is also Pragnananda's game. That move E3 and finding that and eventually winning. There were some brilliancies across the boards.
Absolutely. I mean, okay, Praga's not only. I mean, the E3 move was the beautiful point, but he had to force it like 5 moves in advance. That was truly stunning. But also the fight between Anton Korobov and Iturizaga. Yeah, this was an incredible epic battle that finally Anton managed to decide in his favor. And all eyes on Iturizaga if he will be able to bounce back after this painful loss.
Absolutely. But we know all these players are super inspired. There's so much on the line. It is truly the biggest stage, the biggest extravaganza of the single elimination knockout tournament of the chess world. And the FIDE World Cup does continue. And before we wrap up, we've got to give a big shout out to our chat joining us on YouTube and on Twitch. And we'd love to hear from you. What was the highlight for you on this round 1 of match number 2, as we saw the big guns coming out? Magnus winning his game, Hikaru drew his game, Anish drew his game. Some big holds all along. And chat, it's been a fantastic day of chess. We'll be back with Game 2 action from round 2 tomorrow. It's a goodbye from the Samurai Sword, from Peter, and from I. We will see you tomorrow. Good night.
See you. Bye-bye.
Magnus.